let's say, June of next year. Call it somewhere mid-2022. The Fed, if they get their way, they're going to want to see unemployment just continue to go lower. And I think there's a real reluctance on the part of the Fed to begin raising rates. Even if you heard, President Mester yesterday, and so a lot of different people who have been speaking, they're really trying to divorce the idea of tapering from rate hikes. And so, inflation is what's going to force their hand. That's the trillion-dollar question, and I wish I had the answer for you today. But if inflation runs hotter than everyone expects, the Fed is just going to have to start raising rates more quickly. But if inflation stays somewhat manageable, above 2%, but not on a straight path to 5, 6, 7% on a continuous basis, I think the Fed's going to want to wait to raise rates. And the market may be surprised if they don't raise rates in 2022 at all, and they wait till January of 2023. That'd be a positive surprise for equity.
So, Chris, how do you play this environment? Just in 30 seconds.
Yep. So the way we're trying to play it is to have some balance. We've had growth in our portfolios all along. That was great last year. Adding some cyclicals, adding some values, which we've done at the end of last year and throughout this year as we've had time. Get more balance in your portfolios. You need to have financials. You need to have materials. You need to have energy and to some extent industrials. Balance those portfolios out. So many people are overweight technology, and that was great last year. That may not be so good this year or into 2022.
All right, we're going to run. Hey, listen, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Chris Zaccarelli, he's Chief Investment Officer at Independent Advisor Alliance, joining us on the phone from Charlotte, North Carolina. So we've just got a few minutes left in today's trading session. And as I mentioned, watching yields moving up a little bit today, certainly seeing that move. And as for the equity markets, they are holding on to their best levels of the session. So it looks like we will indeed just seeing another tick higher on the S&P 500. So it does look like we're going to end with a record right now. The S&P at 45.49, up just about 13 points, up for a gain of 0.3%. A little bit lower on the Dow. NASDAQ better by 90 points, or up 0.6%. All right, coming up next, we'll be joined by our Bloomberg TV team for Beyond the Bell, live on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg TV, and YouTube. We're counting you down to the closing bell on this Thursday.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostick, Caroline Hyde out in Long Beach, California. Taylor Riggs out in New York, helping you count down to the closing bell. And here to help take us beyond the bell, it's our global simulcast. As always, we're going with Carol Massar and, of course, another tireless Tim Stenovic out there in the bubble in New York. What's going on, guys?
We are in the bubble. Just watching in the last minutes of trading, guys, we're seeing the equity markets take a leg up. So it does look like, Tim, that ultimately we're going to see another record on the S&P 500 today.
Yeah, the Dow Jones Industrial Average underperforming the other major indices, mostly due to IBM revenue missing estimates, a stock down more than 9%, dragging down the entire Dow. I'm also watching Bitcoin after yesterday's record of nearly $67,000. Bitcoin down about 5%.
Yeah, but it is interesting, that sudden desire to be getting into equities as we head towards the close. Even the Dow trying to break unch at the moment, getting into positive territory, even though we still keep having the same concerns about inflationary pressure, about transitory. But maybe it's just the commodities coming off the boil today that let us breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief when it comes to inflation.
Yeah, and you still have the earnings season going fast and furious here. It's going to pick up next week here. But so far, what we've heard out a lot of these companies, I mean, it has to encourage you if you're an investor here. You're still seeing those margins holding up. You're still seeing some of that sales growth holding up. And more importantly here, the outlook that a lot of these CEOs and CFOs are giving is still positive.
Well, it's still positive, but you want to talk about inflation, Romaine. 5-year break-evens are at a 16-year high. 5-year yields are the highest since February 2020. Yeah. Are we repricing forward expectations?
All right, don't break it down here, Taylor. Look at that. Even the Dow Jones Industrial Average heard what you just had to say, and it's now trying to push into the green here. Oh, it's basically going to finish the day relatively unchanged. And right now on the screen, it's down about 10 points here. It takes a moment for these numbers to settle, but call it unchanged on the day. The S&P 500, there it is, folks, 45.49 and change, up 14 points. That is a new record high, 0.3% gain on the day, and nevertheless a record high. And Carol, real quickly, your NASDAQ going to finish the day higher by about 0.6%.
Yeah, but let's watch, because we're going to see pressure on those major equity averages, because Intel already down 3.5% in the after hours. Their earnings just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Let's get to it. Third quarter adjusted EPS, $1.07. $1.71. That's a beat. The estimate was for $1.11. Third quarter adjusted revenue, $18.1 billion. Folks, this is where we get concerned. It's a little bit light. $18.24 billion was the estimate. Data center group revenue, $6.5 billion. That also, Tim, coming in light. It was supposed to be about $6.65 billion. And talking about the fourth quarter, the outlook, fourth quarter adjusted EPS, 90 cents. That is light. The estimate on the street, $1.02 a share. And as for revenue, they're looking at about $19.2 billion. Again, Tim, that stock down 3.6% in the after hours.
Yeah, we're also learning that Intel CFO George Davis announcing plans to retire in May of 2022. The company saying that it's seeing fourth quarter adjusted revenue of about $18.3 billion, beating estimates of $18.26 billion, Taylor.
You know, and Tim, it's interesting, just going through the press release here, perhaps maybe the data center light revenue could be to blame. They continue to say that they're breaking ground on new fabs. They're still looking at regaining some of their process performance leadership, unveiling a lot of information. This, of course, is the relatively new CEO, Pat Gelsinger, but still in the early stages of the process through their journey. Romaine, perhaps maybe a hint of caution.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, you got to give some fairness to Pat here. I mean, he's really trying to sort of steer this ship into, I guess, a much longer term worldview here, and that includes sort of a refocus on fabrication. It includes a refocus here on some of those data center businesses here. Now, he hasn't quite gotten it there. You see that in those numbers, but the question is how long of a leash, I guess, are investors willing to give him?
Chips and ships. We've been talking about it all day right here from the Port of Long Beach as well. And so, I mean, these are the companies that are at the very midst of a supply chain crisis that we talk of, whether it's big chips. We're going to get Mattel, of course, the toy maker, that's going to be struggling with its supply chain. We're fascinating as to how much the toys are going to be on time for this particular season. We've got Chipotle's that are going to be coming out. What about the food inflation? What about the issues there as well?
Well, and what's interesting, going back to Intel for a moment, I mean, this is a company, we saw the story over the last week about Apple, right? They are increasingly doing chips and sophisticated chips in-house. So Intel needs to think about what do they want to be going forward in a market that is increasingly competitive, and they've really lost their edge. And that spending is going to take some time, Taylor, before you actually see those plants online.
Yeah, you know, speaking of their plans online, of course, saying that over the quarter, Amazon was the first customer to use their Intel Foundry services, packaging services. They have a partnership, of course, with Qualcomm. But Tim, and again, you know this more than a lot of us, is there just some concerns about, are they pivoting fast enough, and are they able to make up some of the lost ground fast enough?
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, look, to Carol's point, the fact is it takes a really long time to build something when it comes to fabricating these things. So if there is a shortage, it's not like you can get that supply online very quickly. How much is it going to cost to do that? How much are they spending on that? And how much are they spending on R&D? Some things to keep in mind.
Yeah, I mean, look, and when we talk about, I guess, how you shift, everyone we've talked to says that this isn't something that can be done in any type of short order. This is a multi-year process here. And you know, we'll get there eventually, but what does it look like? Is it going to be onshoring? Most people say no. We'll get some of it, Caroline, but not all of it.
And also, if you're pouring through some of the releases, and of course, kudos to our producers for pulling them out here, and talking about disruptions in transportation, disruptions in customer operations, supply chains, they're worried still about the virus. I mean, we're here in a conferences, and we're getting back a little bit more to normal, but everyone's hearing of some family member, some friend who's getting the virus, and they're saying there's some issues to key personnel and harm ability to perform with critical functions. They're changing their business practices over at Intel.
You know, and what's interesting is we do look at the share of the market. How often do we talk about Intel, but then we talk about the upstart, or, you know, quote unquote upstart AMD, that has increasingly been taking share from Intel. I mean, the market, you know, for such a long time, Intel owned it for so many years, and it's not been that way for some time, Taylor. And, you know, they're playing catch up to some extent at this point. Yeah,
you know, and it's interesting, just to go back to some of the retirement news. I'm just going through some of the mentions of that CFO, Intel CFO George Davis, saying, of course, announcing plans to retire from Intel in May 2022, going to continue to serve in his current role while Intel conducts a search for a new CFO and they name a successor, Tim. So I'm still trying to sift through some of these headlines and hear a little bit more about what's going on.
Yeah, and look, we're still seeing that we're still seeing, Taylor, Intel mention in its earnings release the COVID-19 pandemic previously adversely affected significant portions of Intel's business that could have material adverse effects on the financial condition and a result of operations. Taylor, I know you're keeping an eye on Mattel that's just crossing right now. What are you seeing?
Yeah, because we've been talking a lot about some of the supply chain issues and where is some of the toys floating out around. The look, adjusted gross margin guidance, forward guidance, that remains unchanged. CapEx guidance remains unchanged. But here are the numbers. Third quarter net sales coming in better than expected, $1.76 billion versus estimates of $1.68. Third quarter adjusted earnings per share also better, 84 cents versus estimates of 72 cents. And seeing full year net sales now, you guys, up 15%. Earlier, full year sales were only going to be up only 12 to 14%. Now seeing that up about 15%. So raising some of the forward guidance, despite the forward guidance on expenditures and gross margins remaining unchanged. So certainly here, Carol, looks like an improvement.
Yeah, absolutely. Stock's up about 16.5% here so far in 2021. We're seeing a pop in the after hours to up 3.3%. This is a company, too, that you want to know about the supply chain, right? You think about so much manufacturing that goes on overseas. We've talked with the CEO. We'll be talking to him tomorrow, and they seem to be able to manage that so far. And in terms of growth, Tim, they continue to do partnerships whether it's with WWE or others to propel some momentum and create some revenue growth.
Well, Ynon Krai is calling out the supply chain in the statement today, saying this was another strong quarter for Mattel. We successfully navigated ongoing global supply chain disruption, Romaine, achieving sales growth and, per the NPD Group, continue to gain market share.
Are you guys taking a look at Whirlpool as well here? Because, I mean, we talk about managing those supply chains. You talk about the work that the CEO of Mattel is doing, but what about the work going over there at Whirlpool? The work that right now has actually led them to actually lower their guidance a little bit, at least coming in lower than what the street was expecting. And I'm just wondering how close enough you're looking at that, Taylor, because when you see those types of numbers, it gets straight to a lot of the issues that we're dealing with out here.
Mark Bitzer, of course, he's been joining the show plenty of times from Whirlpool, and he was saying how hard it was for him to just travel out and see all of his manufacturing. Now we're seeing, of course, the issues with, I mean, I know last time you went into a big box retailer when I tried to buy my washing machines, or it's impossible to get hold of them. They are all sat out perhaps in a container right here, or they're unable to be made because they are full of chips. This is, again, supply chain pain being shown so front and center with our high-cost goods.
The high costs certainly, though, are going to be pushing up sales, and I think that's what we're seeing with Mattel and Whirlpool, of course, as you're continuing to still see net sales. I mean, of course, coming in a little bit maybe lighter than expected, but how much do you think?
Is that unit sales?
Full year net sales is what I'm seeing here, remain up about 13% versus estimates full year. That was previously about 16%, so maybe some of the inventory issues are starting to hit them.
Matt KitchenAid.
Yeah.
All right, lots of earnings, folks, and we're definitely seeing stocks move in the after hours. As we mentioned, we're seeing some pressure on Whirlpool. We're definitely seeing that stock down about 1.4%. Quick check on Intel as we wrap this up. This earnings parade, it's down almost 6%. We're still waiting, on Chipotle, on Snap,
Boston Beer Company.
On Boston Beer Company. So we got to run. All right, that's going to do it for our cross-platform coverage on radio, TV, and YouTube. Beyond the Bell. We'll see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
Earnings parade. I like how you described that.
Well,
that's absolutely what it is.
And it's a really mixed bag. You've got Intel, you've got Whirlpool. We're waiting on Sam. We're waiting on Sam Adams, Boston Beer Company. We're waiting on Chipotle. So these are really tapping into different parts of our economy and tell us so much. But Intel, we know they are trying to pivot. The new CEO, or relatively new CEO, spending billions in terms of, building new foundries and factories. But it takes some time. Stock down, though, about 6.25%. And that has to do with that forecast.
And the other side of the coin is Mattel shares higher by more than 6% right now. We're going to have Ynon Krai on the show
Barbie
tomorrow.
and Ken galore.
Yeah.
Just going to say.
Let's get to Washington, D.C. for a check of the latest world and national news. Hey, Nancy Lyons.
Hey, Tim. The House is voting on whether to hold ex-Trump advisor Steve Bannon in criminal contempt. Caucus Chairman Hakeem Jeffries urged his colleagues to act.
We must hold Steve Bannon accountable for his blanket defiance of a congressional subpoena for undermining the rule of law.
Congressman
is above the law.
Congressman Jim Jordan countered Jeffries' argument, calling it a partisan sham.
We got a completely partisan commission, 9 Democrats on this commission, on this select committee, targeting their political opponents.
There are 2 Republicans on the committee. There would have been more if Republicans had not voted against an independent bipartisan committee. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is citing great progress in negotiations over a sweeping social spending bill.
Although it's a smaller bill, it's still historic, transformational, and will make an enormous difference in the lives of America's working families.
Pelosi says the spending package will be paid for and will pass soon. The leader of the Haitian gang that police say kidnapped 17 members of a U.S. missionary group is now threatening to kill them if he does not receive what he's demanding. In a new video, Wilson Joseph also threatened Haiti's prime minister and chief of police. The gang is seeking a ransom payment of $17 million, $1 million for every hostage. Royal Caribbean is announcing what it calls the ultimate world cruise, sailing to more than 150 destinations. Royal Caribbean Serenade of the Seas will set sail in 2023 on what the cruise line says will be the longest and most comprehensive world cruise, lasting 9 months. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take.
You know the expression, hit the ground running. We think it's a better idea to hit the ground listening. Karen Moscow.
The pandemic is having a major impact on the labor market.
Nathan Hager.
President Biden is setting a new goal.
Bloomberg Daybreak.
A landmark trial kicked off this week.
Weekday mornings at 5 Eastern.
We really haven't seen that kind of move happen.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
Melissa from Michigan. I work an extra part-time job serving lunch at my child's school, but I still can't afford to put food on our table.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
What's the difference between you and your competition?
What's your vision in this relationship?
We're guessing one thing is that you are better informed.
European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde had this to say.
Actually, we're not guessing.
The realism of this is tangible.
Up-to-the-moment news.
Some of the biggest states could see most of the money.
Expert analysis.
Does that mean you're focusing on banks and other financials?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. The market news you need.
Rates are low, earnings are pretty good.
Along with the insights you didn't know you needed.
When I'm walking my dog, when I'm taking Steve around the block. Steve is the name of your dog? Yeah, Steve.
Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
My dream scenario is that Paul sells his house, then the bubble bursts, and then I can find one.
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern.
Never met Steve? I have not met Steve. He's been on TV a lot.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at seic.com/seize change.
Introducing Bloomberg Quick Take. Our global stories take on tomorrow today. Watch live news on the events changing your business and your world, and go deeper with original shows on business, technology, politics, and culture. Don't settle for a news network built for yesterday. For a global view and an informed take, Bloomberg Quick Take. Now streaming free on Bloomberg.com/quicktake. Brought to you by Accenture, American Express, and AT&T Business.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. 182 over 100. And I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest. And then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life.
A lot of people don't understand, including myself, I didn't, now I do, the impact of having a stroke.
My memory is shot.
When I woke up, I couldn't speak.
Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
It's a new life, but I'm gonna make it better. Coming back. Ask your doctor, check your blood pressure.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Earnings fast and furious. After the closing bell, lots going on. Got to keep it locked into Bloomberg Business Week. Intel, first of all, down 6%. CFO George Davis plans to retire in May of next year. Intel sees fourth quarter adjusted revenue about $18.3 billion, estimates $18.26 billion, but Intel shares, they're selling off after hours, down now by 6%. Snap, a major story right now, reported revenue for the third quarter that missed the average analyst estimate. Snap shares plunging 29%. Chipotle's third quarter comparable sales came in with a gain of 15.1%, better than estimates of 13.7%. Chipotle shares after hours up now by 2%. And Mattel, it reported adjusted EPS for the third quarter that beat the average analyst estimate. Mattel shares, they're rallying now by 6%. So those will be stocks to watch in the next session. And this update is brought to you by Witham. More than CPAs, they are trusted advisors offering smart business solutions to help companies innovate, grow, and stay secure in today's complex world. Visit Witham.com for more. A day of records on Wall Street with the S&P up 13, a gain of 0.3%. The Dow, late day rally, but still ended with a loss, down 6, a drop there of less than 0.1%. NASDAQ up 94, up by 0.6%. 10-year yield 1.68%. Spot gold little changed, up 90 cents the ounce at $17.82. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, $82.64 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, appreciate that. We are definitely watching Intel down 6% in the after hours, Snap down about 26%. We're going to get back to that Snap story in just a moment. Let's talk a little bit about what's going on today, because if you didn't notice, it's actually a day without water day, October 21st. We've covered a lot of this here at
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Bloomberg.com/professional.
Bloomberg Green and City Lab and our team more broadly about the growing global water crisis, Tim.
Mami Hara is Chief Executive Officer at the U.S. Water Alliance. Joins us now on the phone from Seattle. Today, Mami marks the 7th annual Imagine a Day Without Water. What is the message that you were trying to get across to the millions of Americans who don't think about this each and every day?
Take it for granted.
Thank you for asking. Imagine a Day Without Water is the Value of Water campaign's annual education and advocacy event on the value of water. Because our water systems are so often out of sight, we generally don't stop to acknowledge how important they are to our daily lives and what would happen if there was a day without water. This is an opportunity for people across the country to share why water is essential to them, to their businesses, and their community. And importantly, this is a day where we are asking everyone to learn where their water comes from and where their wastewater goes.
Well, and what's interesting is we talk about a day without water, but yet today some 785 million people globally do not have access to basic water services. The World Health Organization estimates that in less than 4 years, half of the world's population will be living in water-stressed areas. We already see water tables being compromised, right?
We just got back from California, Carol.
Right.
Where it's, as a Californian, it's almost all I think about when I think of California.
We made a joke in San Francisco, oh, might it rain or did we have to make some provisions for it? And they're like, it never rains here. Don't you guys see what we're going through? So, all right. So tell us about some of the things that we need to be thinking about, we need to be doing, Mami, in terms of thinking about water and taking it for granted as a commodity.
There are many things that your listeners can do during this day and the days following. First, on a personal level, just taking the time to consider how important water is to your daily life and what it would be like if there was no water service in your community helps you to really focus on the importance of water. And then using this day as an opportunity to learn about the water in your community by asking yourself, where does it come from? Where does it go after you use it? Are your local water utilities or providers facing challenges like an aging system, drought, floods, pollution, or other problems? Are important questions to ask so that you can understand what to advocate for when you speak with people or communicate with those who make policies on investment and on water systems. So then, on the next level, your listeners can really advocate. We need a strong federal partner to invest billions and billions of dollars to modernize our nation's water systems. And right now, our congressional leaders are considering a federal infrastructure bill. This bill would provide much-needed financial support for localities around the country, and it's potentially a historic investment. But it's only one step in closing the huge investment gap between where our water infrastructure needs are and what we currently spend on them. And so, there are many things that your listeners can do to help advocate for better investment.
Well, I'm wondering specifically what can be done, because I think about this and I think about it, we're just battling Mother Nature. I had a professor in college who just flat out said, people weren't meant to live in a state like California with the way that resources are there now. What are the specific policies that our listeners should advocate for, in your opinion?
Well, first and foremost, investment. But then we believe that there are more sustainable approaches for investment that allow for people to thrive in place no matter where they are. You have to remember that a lot of people who live in water-stressed environments are the most disadvantaged in our country, and they don't have necessarily the means to just get up and go where they can be more water secure. And so by investing in ways of managing water that both leverage what we already have in place and that cooperate with nature and take advantage of the tremendous opportunities in engaging with natural cycles.
Right.
People can find more sustainable ways to thrive in place.
All right. Well, certainly some things to think about. And as you say, imagining a day without water, it's that way for many people already, but certainly for the developed world, that would be startling to say the least. Mami Hara, thank you so much. Chief Executive Officer of U.S. Water Alliance, on the phone from Seattle. We do want to just get back to some of the stocks on the move in the after hours, because this will definitely set up the tone of trade in tomorrow's trade. Intel, huge member of so many indexes, including the S&P 500. It is down 6.25% in the after hours, and there are some concerns about the outlook. We know this is a company that's pivoting. They did raise their full-year adjusted EPS, gross margin guidance. They do see fourth quarter adjusted revenue $18.3 billion versus an estimate of $18.26. So it's costly, though, as they look to regain dominance. We know it's going to cost them a lot of money, and investors are going to need some patience. And then there's Snap.
Yeah, Snap down more than 25% in after-hours trading. Revenue for the third quarter missed the average analyst estimates, just barely, though. It's the outlook on the top line and bottom line that is concerning investors. We're also seeing Facebook down 7% and Twitter down 7% in sympathy with Snap.
Right, they all play within that world and certainly get impacted. All right, we're going to dig a little bit deeper into those Snap results in just a moment. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, watching us on YouTube. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Wall Street made it 7 in a row as solid corporate earnings continue to overshadow rising inflation fears. The Dow Industrials fell 6. The S&P 500 gained 14 to a record high. The Nasdaq climbed 94. It could be a record holiday season for Apple if there were enough iPhones, watches, and other gadgets to put under the tree. Shortages across Apple's product line mean devices ordered now will take weeks to arrive. Google is cutting by half the fees it takes from subscription services on its App Store. Commissions will drop to 15% starting January 1st. Developers and lawmakers have been agitating for a cut. Accident investigators say the driver was to blame for a fatal crash of a Tesla Model S in April. Findings show the driver had his foot on the gas moments before the car hit a tree and caught fire. The findings effectively absolve Tesla's autopilot system. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
Remember the last time your family visited the forest? It's a place of wonder and imagination for the whole family, where stories come to life. And it's closer than you think. Ready to plan your next visit? Make the forest part of your story today at a local park near you, or find one at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Would you say it's more important to gather information fast, or to have it first, or to be the most accurate?
They can really move the needle when it comes to programs.
The point in all this, surely, is the level of support you'll get from companies for this.
What if you don't have to choose?
It also has enormous importance for the labor market.
How do they get ahead of different administrations?
We see this move towards digital currencies.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
NJIT makes the workforce of the future, and Greg Sauter, a member of NJIT's Board of Overseers and president of engineering firm WGI, says NJIT graduates have the in-demand skills that drive today's tech-powered workplace.
Our world is moving to a place of connecting the physical with the digital. In the field of engineering and infrastructure, there's not a thing that we do that's not being changed by technology. We've gone from two-dimensional renderings to immersive, augmented, and virtual reality. Solution sets used to be solved one at a time. Now we can run nearly an endless alternatives analysis and optimize the output. And how we construct that future, from autonomous equipment to 3 and 4D printing. NJIT students graduate with that critical understanding of the cyber-physical world and how we move between them. but with that all-important grounding in applied STEM principles.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Mark Boswick, managing partner and leader of Burden's Family Office Services practice.
Every family office is different and needs an advisor who takes the time to ask the right questions to develop a clear understanding of the goals and needs of the family. When choosing an advisor, it is important to select one that will invest the time to understand the desires of each family member, as well as the dynamics and economic realities facing the family as a whole. Burden does this, which enables us to offer a wide range of services, including daily bill pay, portfolio review, and complex tax planning to help preserve a family's wealth while making their lives easier. If you're a high net worth individual or head of a family office, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more Tax Chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
There are a lot of professional speculators out there, but that's not news. Bloomberg Daybreak. That actually is news.
Progress on the vaccine front.
We begin with the latest on the pandemic.
Weekday mornings at 5 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio. Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
All right, so we're watching shares of Snap in the after hours still down about 25% off their lows, but nonetheless, the stock getting cut big time.
Yeah, missed in terms of revenue for the third quarter, but it's the fourth quarter forecast that has investors concerned. The company investors were looking for $1.35 billion, but revenue coming in at $1.17 to $1.21. That's the range for expected fourth quarter.
We're going to dig into it with our Bloomberg Intelligence analyst, Mandeep Singh, in just a moment. But first up, Charlie Pellet, lots of earnings after the close here.
Indeed. We love days like this, Carol. We've got you covered. Let's begin with Intel, the world's largest chip maker, delivering a lackluster forecast for the current period, fueling concerns that the cost of CEO Pat Gelsinger's turnaround will weigh on the company's profits. Shares down now by about 6% in extended trading. You mentioned Snap, that stock recovering just a tad, have been down 29%. Shares, as you mentioned, down now by just about 24%. Chipotle's third quarter comp sales up 15.1%. Estimates there 13.7%. Chipotle after hours up now by about 2%. Mattel reported adjusted EPS for the third quarter that beat the average analyst estimate. Mattel after hours up by 6%. Stocks climbed to a record in a seventh day of gains for the S&P 500 index as investors digested a spate of corporate results amid rising expectations for inflation. Chris Zaccarelli is Chief Investment Officer at Independent Advisor Alliance, and he was our guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
Companies are doing very well. They're increasing sales. They're maintaining their profit margins. It's boom times for U.S. corporations, and so the question is, how long will that last?
10-year yield right now, 1.68%. What about the economic backdrop and what it means for Treasury yields? Jennifer Foster, Co-Chief Investment Officer for Equities at Chilton Investment Management.
What we certainly are seeing is that the underlying forces of the economy, even though there's a lot of noise, are pretty strong, and that could push rates higher. We know the Fed is going to taper starting soon, and that could also sort of gently push those rates higher. we don't see them running away.
And again, 10-year yield 1.68%. S&P up 13, up 0.3. The Dow down 6 points, little change there. NASDAQ up 94, up 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1%, 82.59 a barrel. Gold, little change now at 17.82 the ounce. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, watching this in the after hours. Charlie rehashing. We are too. Snap down about 25%. Third quarter revenue missing estimates, but a lot of it has to do with those privacy changes. Tim, let's get to it.
Yeah, Mandeep Singh is Bloomberg Intelligence senior technology analyst, and he joins us now. Mandeep, we're focused a lot on the outlook, the top line and the bottom line for Snap as to why it's moving lower, but you've had some time to dig into these numbers. Why such a drastic move in the company's stock, down 25% right now in after-hours trading?
Well, they cut the outlook, 4Q outlook, by about 12%. That is a big deal for a company that had an analyst day beginning of the year guiding to over 50% top line growth, and now that it's taking down numbers in the second half, it's not a good sign.
They said multiple years of over 50% growth, right?
Exactly. And I think what it goes to show is we knew IDFA was a wild card.
Explain what that is.
Yeah.
So IDFA is really the identifier for advertisers that is there in the Apple's iOS operating system. They made changes to it. They obviously, basically communicated that to everyone. And what it has done is really reduce the effectiveness of all these ads that are shown, whether it's Snap, Twitter, Facebook. And I think advertisers have realized that ad efficacy has gone down, so maybe they are pulling back ad spending. Obviously, the company hasn't said that in the release, but we can infer, since they mentioned IDFA as one of the reasons, I think it's fair to assume that it is having an impact.
Supply chain weighing on ads. You and I, you came in and you said it to Tim and I, and you're like, I don't know exactly what that. What does that mean? Do we know?
Well, so think of it this way. Snap is exposed more to larger advertisers.
Okay.
Facebook is exposed more to small businesses. And when it comes to large advertisers, there is that seasonality in spending. So maybe some of their larger advertisers were impacted by supply chain and they pulled back on their ad spending.
Oh, that's
so
interesting.
If Unilever has to raise prices for the first time in years and Procter & Gamble is getting hit on margins because of supply chain disruptions, then perhaps they won't spend as much at Snap.
Exactly. And we don't know, we know Snap has more exposure to consumer packaged goods and these more consumer focused. And like I said, the fact that they are more exposed to large advertisers does make them vulnerable. So you may not see the same kind of thing happen to Facebook.
And this is despite they talked about, 306 million daily active users in the period, beating predictions of 302 million. I mean, normally that would have been something that would have kicked the stock higher.
Absolutely. User growth was right in line with estimates. In fact, it did beat estimates. So it's really the ARPU that was down, and ARPU is a function of how much advertisers are willing to bid up on Snap's ad inventory.
You started off saying that they were very optimistic, as Tim said, for multiple quarters. How did they get this so wrong? What did they miss? I mean, what would be the question? You're like, hey, you guys, you were pretty optimistic just a short time ago.
I think they're going to blame it on the Apple's privacy changes. And think of
But they knew it was coming.
Well, they didn't know it will have such a big impact on the ad effectiveness. And obviously, think of it this way. Snap is one app. Facebook has got multiple apps. Now, Apple's privacy changes affect a company that is just single app based. Whereas if you have multiple apps, you can still share data. So Apple's privacy changes don't preclude that. And I think that's where the scale matters now with advertising.
So it's interesting, though, because Facebook and Twitter both down. Facebook down 6%, now Twitter down 6.4%. So now they're concerned, and we'll hear from Facebook for the most recent quarter soon.
Yeah.
What should investors be looking for with these other companies?
Well, so obviously we were in a very, terrific digital ad spending environment for the last few quarters. And we know digital ad spending is cyclical. It goes in line with GDP growth. So maybe it's a sign of things to come, and advertisers may be pulling back, whether it's due to supply chain or anything else. But I think the top line that you had seen with digital ad spending environment, you're going to see that decelerate going forward. That is a leading indicator in my mind.
What is your chief question to the execs on the analyst call?
Well, I want to learn more about the supply chain issues that they talked about. Nobody can make that connection that, supply chain could affect Snap's revenue.
Is there?
Could they not get enough chips? Could they not?
Well, look, Snap is
No, really.
Snap calls itself a camera company.
Yeah.
And is there a container ship full of Snap spectacles somewhere?
Well, they talked about Google, a partnership with Google. So that is a good sign. The fact that they are looking at partnering with Google in some way, and they're trying to fend off, Apple. So the other wild card is Apple here. They've made all these changes, but guess what? It has to benefit them. At the end of the day, those ad dollars may be going to Apple, and Apple could be a formidable competitor in ads going forward.
Apple shares flat in after-hours trading.
Oh my gosh, amazing stuff. Thank you so much. I know it's busy for you, and you're going to probably have to go write a bunch of research, and your day is not over. Mandeep Singh, thank you so much of our Bloomberg Intelligence team. Snap shares, though, again, continuing to just fall off a cliff in the after hours. That stock right now is down 24%.
Well, let's head to Washington, D.C. for a check of the latest world and national news. Nancy Lyons is standing by. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Tim, the CDC is expected to decide any time now whether millions of people can get extra protection from the coronavirus. An advisory panel is considering another dose from Moderna and Johnson & Johnson. CDC Director Rochelle Walensky spoke earlier today to the panel.
Your votes are important, and of equal importance is how you approach each of these data and frame your recommendations.
The final decision will rest with Walensky, who will likely move quickly if the panel does give its recommendation. The Attorney General says he is committed to restoring the Justice Department to a position of independence from improper influence. Merrick Garland testified at a House hearing today and identified some key threats to the U.S., including domestic extremism, violent crime, gun violence, and cyber attacks. He also talked about ongoing efforts to prosecute those involved in the insurrection.
The department is engaged in one of the most sweeping investigations in its history in connection with the January 6th attack on the Capitol.
Garland will soon be receiving a request from a House panel investigating the insurrection. The House voted 229 to 202 this afternoon to recommend contempt of Congress charges against former Trump advisor Steve Bannon for defying subpoenas from that panel. Speaking on the floor, Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger criticized Bannon's claims of executive privilege.
Does anyone really believe Mr. Bannon's actions are covered by a blanket, no questions asked claim of executive privilege? One the former president has never actually made.
Kinzinger, one of two Republicans on the investigative panel, says no one is above the law. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take.
President of the Jewish Communal Fund, Zoya Raines, and her husband Robert Friedman, Jewish activists and philanthropists, talk about why they chose the Jewish Communal Fund for their charitable giving.
As very busy working parents, we wanted to focus more on the charity part of it and wanted to focus more on our children and less on the administration.
The Jewish Communal Fund is one of the oldest and largest donor-advised funds, but at the same time, they're totally up to date and have state-of-the-art systems for us to access and manage our contributions online. The assets in our fund at the JCF grow tax-free, so we can generate more charitable dollars to support the charities that we care about most.
Let JCF minimize your taxes and maximize your charitable giving.
We're incredibly passionate about our charity, and the JCF allows us to focus more on the charity and less on the administration and the headaches.
For more information about Jewish Communal Fund, visit our website at jcfny.org and request a new fund kit.
I spend a lot of time in the garage, but even more time in the rain, sleet, and mud. In '95, I helped tow your moving trailer. In '05, I helped you get out of a ditch. Yeah, I know I'm a bit rusty, and sadly in '09, it was sparks from me, your handy chains, dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire.
Sparks from dragging chains can start a wildfire. Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Economics.
Chairman Powell looks brilliant.
Finance.
Some breaking news for you. A share sale.
Investment.
The narrative of the reopening trade has changed.
The Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast.
Do you want some volatility, Tom? Please. Do you want me to go there?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and the names that shape the world's markets.
Joseph Stiglitz of Columbia University, the laureate.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Listen today at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts.
How are financial services firms managing in this new reality? Claire Santaniello, Managing Director at BNY Mellon's Pershing, explains.
If the current times have taught us anything, it's the critical role that technology plays in client relationships. Global conditions have created a business imperative for firms to digitally transform the way they meet client needs and the way they work. Pershing's industry-leading technology enables you to adapt to the evolving ways your clients want to do business, now and in the future, and can help you build an even stronger digital client experience in a simpler, smarter, and safer environment. We have worked with clients of every size to transform their business. Pershing gives you the foundation to stand on, plus our unique perspective, to help you run your business even during the most uncertain of times. We help you consider everything.
To learn more about how Pershing can help you transform your business, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know, with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President, Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at seic.com/seizechange.
Tech talent is in high demand at Avanade, a joint venture between Microsoft and Accenture. That's why Avanade executive Brett Newton says the company is funding student scholarships at NJIT and earmarking them specifically for women in STEM fields.
What I really like about Avanade's scholarship program with NJIT is it's more than just a financial investment in the students. It's a relationship that we bring them into. We picked NJIT because it's a very different technical university. It's deeply rooted in solving business problems with technology, which is very much like Avanade. They're non-traditional in that they are much more focused and active in marrying technology to solving world problems and society problems. That's not normal of a lot of the engineering schools that we've had relationships with in the past. NJIT is very innovative and very entrepreneurial.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to the real-time financial news, data, and analytics that can take your workflow to the next level. Power up at Bloomberg.com/professional.
And at Bloomberg Quick Take, this is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Lots of earnings after the bell. We're keeping an eye on Intel right now. Shares down roughly 5.5% now. The world's largest chipmaker delivered a lackluster forecast for the current period, fueling concerns that the cost of CEO Pat Gelsinger's turnaround will weigh on the company's profits. Snap shares down now by 21%. They have been down 29% after the owner of the Snapchat app reported third-quarter sales that fell short of analyst estimates. Chipotle Mexican Grill sales last quarter did top analyst estimates as the restaurant chain benefited from price increases and digital ordering, along with vaccination efforts that helped bring some customers back to stores. A record on Wall Street for the S&P 500 index, advancing by 13 points today, a gain of 0.3%. The Dow finished well off session lows, but still lower by 6 points, little changed. Nasdaq up 94, up 0.6%. 10-year yield 1.69%. Spot gold at $17.82 the ounce. Bitcoin today lower by 5%, 62,738 on Bitcoin. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, 82.61 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So when we talk about social networking, crucial to really gaining access to professional opportunities, whether it's business, entrepreneurship, you name it, those networks have often been in place for decades for the establishment, and I'm often talking, Tim, about white men.
Yeah, well, two co-founders and entrepreneurs are working to change that. Nancy Tellem and Natasha Hildebrand are the co-founders of Bass Blue. It's a nonprofit space dedicated to women's needs and fostering a diverse, authentic, and inclusive community. They join us on the phone from Detroit. Nancy, Natasha, how are you?
Great. Thank you for having us. Hello.
Hey, Nancy, I want to start with you. You moved to Detroit a few years ago from L.A. Give us the story about how you started Bass Blue.
Yeah, I moved from Los Angeles to Detroit about 6 years ago, and upon arriving, I was just amazed by the amazing women who I met, but many of whom didn't know each other. And I realized that what was really lacking in the city, and frankly in all cities, is that connection, a space where women can indeed connect, and with that, be able to add resources and support for working women, whether they're starting in the working space, whether they're in it, or they're looking to transition into something else.
Well, and Natasha, come on in on this. I mean, how does it work at Bass Blue in terms of bringing people together? Who are you bringing together? How does it all work? And you've done it before in L.A., New York, London. Tell us the results of bringing these people together. What's the impact?
Yeah, as you mentioned, networks are vital to success, right? And I've seen that success take shape in all of those cities you've mentioned. And that really starts with creating space for those conversations, as Nancy mentioned, to create those connections, as well as space to learn and grow and be exposed to individuals and areas outside kind of your silos. And especially as we, kind of get rooted in our careers sometimes, and even just the world we live in, we kind of stick to those silos. And what Bass Blue is aiming to do is really break those silos and get people talking to one another. And we do that through programming. So everything from having mentorship sessions to member matching programs where we match our members based on interests or life stages, or educational seminars on how to, start over again potentially, or how to brand a business, to education in the other side of the coin of a cooking class, or how to learn how to play poker even, or all the kind of different things that might go into the personal and professional.
Well, it's so true. Like, I think about, guys, forgive me, but, golf, like the amount of networking and deals that get done on the golf course, or just talking sports. I see it just in and around our world, where guys come in, they don't even know each other, but they automatically start talking sports, and there's a connection. Nancy, so much of what happens, whether it's when we're talking diversity, whether it's women, whether it's people of color, I mean, we need to figure out how to create that pipeline so individuals can create companies or really have a trajectory to some of those senior positions in companies.
For sure. I mean, to your point, and this is obvious, something that I've experienced personally throughout my whole career, is that men do have an easier way through golf, through men's clubs, sorts of things to connect, and they connect on a I'll say on a much more base level through sports and through actually playing of golf. For women, actually, our connection is a little bit more complex. And what we came up with Boss Blue, that we wanted to create a home-like feeling. So when people came to the space, it was very accessible and comfortable. And at the same time, using the programming in order to initiate conversation, collaboration, creation. We're really focused on, providing that kind of conversation, providing the network, allowing the members to offer up resources, and to mentor each other to advance.
Well, and it's interesting, too, when you think about, I think about anybody, I've been part of clubs or something, when you actually have, Natasha, a physical space where people could collect, there's something about it where you can go and you can meet people that you've seen before, or meet some new people. And you guys have a great mansion that you've done, I think it's in Midtown on Ferry Street, right, in Detroit. Tell us a little bit about the space itself.
Yeah, so we've got 3 or 4 stories, really, and if you go from the ground up, on the bottom floor, we've got showers and lockers and a wellness and fitness space. We've got some Peloton bikes in there if you want to squeeze in a quick ride, if you will, in between meetings of the day, as well as get ready. I will also be doing a lot of meditation workshops and just kind of general wellness things down there. You then go up to our next floor, and we've got a full cafe and bar area, and that's in partnership with Marrow, which will have an amazing options for breakfast and lunch and happy hour. We've also got a lovely library area, which we plan to stock with books from local luminaries, as well as amazing female authors. You then go up to actually my favorite space in the house, which is kind of like the mezzanine. We have this little nook of a room that is as cozy as they come, which is actually fully stocked for conferences and conference calls and whatnot. And then we've got on the next floor phone booths, as well as a large conference room that is free of use to our members, as well as a little bar area and additional lounge space and meeting space. And then the last floor really is our gathering space. It's all kind of a gathering space, but that is kind of our event space. So when we talk about that programming, a lot of that will be hosted up there. We've got a full screening capability, of course, another bar, because happy hour is a great place to start those networks. And can't forget that. And then little touches throughout the house that really kind of foster collaboration.
Hey, Nancy, you've spent years working for for-profit companies. You were at CBS for 15 years, a senior advisor to the CEO. You're the president of CBS Network Television and Entertainment Group. You're president of Xbox Entertainment Studios. Boss Blue is a nonprofit. So talk to me about the structure and how you plan to keep it making money and why you chose a nonprofit for it.
Yeah, well, you know what? I got to say, honestly, when we first conceived of the idea, we thought of it as a for-profit, much like a lot of other spaces that you find primarily in New York and California. But as we kept going back to the mission, and we felt it was essential that the space be the mission first. And therefore, we really were committed to making it a nonprofit. And particularly, again, as a nonprofit, it kind of liberates us from this drive to actually make money, but to actually, if we could break even and really have our mission first and bring in, as you mentioned, a really diverse, inclusive membership, that's the most important, and provide the programming and those connections that's so needed. So the nonprofit piece of it is extraordinarily important. As far as, we've had, amazing response from donors who really believe in the mission.
That's great.
We also have membership fees that hopefully will also help us reach to this break-even point, hopefully in a couple of years.
Right.
We also, with the private event space, helps us as well.
Nancy, we forgive us because, and we hope you can come back and talk some more about what you guys are doing, because it really is important, and especially in terms of the access that you're giving. Nancy Tellem and Natasha Hildebrand joining us right here. Have a good and safe evening, everyone. This is Bloomberg.
We specialize in complications.
We might have seen something massive today.
Bloomberg Daybreak Asia.
Here in Asia, we continue to see a big surge.
Weeknights at 6 Eastern.
How does that influence your thinking?
On Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Pursuits Look at Luxury, brought to you by Goldman Sachs. It's high time to take to the high seas. Italian yacht maker San Lorenzo expects double-digit growth in revenue for 2022 and 23, on top of a $1.2 billion backlog of new boats this year, with wealthy Americans leading the charge. Want to know bartending's best-kept secret? It's Treacle, a one-of-a-kind spirit from Patagonia that hews between a brandy and a gin, equally at home in a craft cocktail as it is paired with Red Bull. And now it's available for sale directly to the consumer. The Chilean liquor distills 3 wild berries and 5 mountain herbs into a base of crabapple and pear for a botanical, bracing yet mellow elixir with almost a camphor finish. And in movie news, Dune is the sci-fi epic commodities traders have always wanted. By spinning a complex tale about family, revenge, and destiny, the blockbuster has the effect of making markets compelling. It opens in theaters Friday. Karen Chase, Bloomberg Radio.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work.
Sorry, I'm late.
Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working.
Who, me?
Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey.
Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Europe, as you know, is not one place.
Joining us now for more is our Brussels correspondent, Maria Tadeo.
That's why we have journalists in so many countries.
Bloomberg's Aggie Cantrell in Berlin.
Morwenna Coniam joining us down the line from Dublin.
So that you can have news of Europe from any place.
Joining us now from Rome is Bloomberg's John Fallain.
Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, weekdays at 1 a.m. Eastern.
We've got a few stocks of interest on the move.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. Live from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
The United States can never default on its legal obligations. To do so would have catastrophic economic consequences.
We've been way too over-reliant on foreign markets. People want to create these U.S. jobs.
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
The Fed, under Powell's leadership, has basically shown the banks the test in advance.
Mobilizing the business community is a really good thing to do, yes.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
And it's back to the drawing board as Democrats split on taxes, the way to pay for the Biden economic agenda. And you thought that was already hammered out. Bloomberg News reporting congressional Dems are on the hunt for alternatives today as Senators Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema balk at higher corporate tax rates weeks after the House Ways and Means Committee rolled out a plan they seem to be proud of, hiking the corporate tax rate to 26.5%, capital gains to 25%, not even as much as President Biden proposed. But enough to pay for the plan, they said. Now it's on to a possible billionaire's tax, and we'll get into the details with Bloomberg's Tax and Congress reporter Laura Davison. Hear analysis a bit later on from Brandon Arnold at the National Taxpayers Union. Our panel today, Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano, along with Brendan Buck from strategic comms firm 7letter, former advisor to House Speaker Paul Ryan. And if that weren't enough, Donald Trump elbowing his way back onto social media through a SPAC deal today. And it was a rally. We'll get the story from Bloomberg stocks reporter Bailey Lipschutz and Bloomberg national political reporter Mark Niquette. So welcome to the fastest hour in politics, and we start, as always, with a check on the markets and a record today. Here's Charlie Pelley.
Hi, thank you very much. I've got the fastest update on earnings. Let's begin with Intel, world's largest chip maker, out with a lackluster forecast for the current period, fueling concerns that the cost of CEO Pat Gelsinger's turnaround will weigh on company profits. After hours, shares down now by 6%. Definitely a stock to watch tomorrow. Snap shares tumbling 21% after the owner of the Snapchat app reported third quarter sales that fell short of analyst estimates. Chipotle Mexican grill sales last quarter topped analyst estimates, but after hours, shares now down by 1.3%. Briefly, Columbia University's endowment returned 32% in the fiscal year ending in June, but that lagged behind Ivy League schools, including Harvard and Yale. Stocks rose to the first record since September 2nd, powered by a spate of strong corporate results and positive news on the fight against the coronavirus. S&P up 13 to a record 45.49, up 0.3. The Dow down 6, little change. NASDAQ up 94, up 0.6%. 10-year yield right now 1.70%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That Joe Matthew is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, we thank you. Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water, Democrats could be back to square one on the tax component of the reconciliation plan. As I mentioned, Senators Manchin and Sinema opposed the one already released by House Democrats, would have hiked the corporate tax rate to 26.5%, up from 21%, blowing a $540 billion hole in the $2 trillion they need to raise, as I read from Laura Davison and Eric Wasson. But Democratic leaders maintain they are making progress. Or in the words of Speaker Nancy Pelosi, they're coming around the bend.
So here we are down through the stretch. You know, I'm from Maryland. I'm horse racing. Sports. Now horse racing. And we're almost to the stretch. We've rounded the turn, and we're almost to the stretch. And we're making great progress to our goal of securing a framework agreement to build back better in a timely fashion.
Not that we know how this horse race will end. Apologies to our Washington area listeners who live near Pimlico. And we're joined now by the aforementioned Laura Davison, who helped to report and write one of the most read stories today on the terminal. Laura, thanks for being here. What alternatives are they now looking at?
Well, they're kind of looking at square one. Sinema has come out in opposition of some of the corporate tax increases that they were looking at, raising that rate to 26.5%. Joe Manchin is really close. He wants 25. That's probably a manageable difference. But, with Sinema opposing any sorts of increases, that could be a problem. So Democrats are looking at how else can we raise taxes on corporations without actually raising the tax rate. There's a couple things they can do. They can get rid of some of the tax preferences, benefits, credits, deductions that are in the tax code. They could look at imposing a minimum tax. They could look at a tax on stock buybacks. All of these are options that are doable. The question is, are they politically viable and are they administrable? Can they actually come up and draft this language and come up with a deal, in the very short time frame that they're looking at?
Well, you just rattled through a whole bunch of stuff here, Laura. Just to pick through a couple of them quickly. When we talk about a billionaire's tax, am I correct in understanding that's a tax on unrealized gains? How would that be compiled? How would the IRS do that?
Yeah, this would basically be sort of a really scaled back version of the wealth tax that Elizabeth Warren was talking about during the Democratic campaign. She basically, this idea would look at is for the wealthiest Americans. It would look at all of their assets, look at the appreciation on those assets in any particular year, and then tax that. Normally, the way that capital gains taxes are is that you don't pay anything until you sell the asset. The IRS would go around and collect these taxes every year, and it would really be a big change in how, kind of the tax system works.
That's right. And stock buybacks, that was another, right? Corporations would have to essentially pay, a certain capital gains rate on the stocks they're buying? How would that work?
It would be an excise tax, a 2% excise tax on the amount of the stock buyback. Basically, what Democrats and even some Republicans have talked about, is sort of equalizing the treatment between stock buybacks and dividends. There's been a lot of complaint that, corporations are putting too much money into buybacks and not enough into investments. So this would be a way to, encourage companies to invest more rather than just buy their stock back to juice up the stock price.
Now, so I guess 26.5 is out the window. You can tell me maybe it comes back. But that would be essentially replaced by a minimum corporate tax rate. Now, that's something, Laura, we talked about on an international level. It's sort of for foreign exposure. And that's something that's come up with the G20. And there are a lot of implications there. But domestically here, would that also be a 15% minimum? And how would that work?
Well, it's important to note that nothing is off the table yet. The House Democrats met with Sinema this afternoon to talk about corporate tax increases. Those are still ideas that are being bantered around. But the way that the minimum tax would work is, similar to the foreign minimum tax. It would be a 15% rate as Biden has proposed it, and basically that means that that corporations would pay at least 15% on their financial profits, what they report to investors. And this would be a big change because right now companies can actually pay very low rates if they have lots of credits or deductions or things that are available to them for investing in research and development or employee stock compensation. This would really change the deal and would in some ways the criticism of this idea is that it would really kind of change corporate behavior, that companies would have less incentive to invest in things like research. They would have less incentive to invest in renewable energy. It would really kind of shake up the tax code that Congress has created.
We are moving on, though, right, Laura? This House Ways and Means plan is out the window. Is that fair to say?
It's not out the window. It's just a lot of the things that they thought were set are now really being called into question. And the question is, can they get Sinema to agree to at least some of the things that they had planned on, in order to raise the roughly $2 trillion they need to fund this plan.
Laura, great reporting today. Many thanks for being with us. Your column is the first one I read when I woke up this morning. Laura Davison and Eric Wasson on the terminal. And man, if I could borrow just a little bit of Laura's energy, I would be much better for it. Let's bring in Brandon Arnold, Executive Vice President, the National Taxpayers Union, former research analyst at the National Republican Senatorial Committee, the NRSC, recalling our conversation earlier this week with Senator Rick Scott, the chair. He spent a lot of years on the Hill. Brandon, I can only assume you have an allergy to higher taxes, and maybe I'm wrong, you can tell me, is a billionaire's tax better for business than a higher corporate tax rate?
Is it better? Well, first of all, I think you're right. I do have a bit of an allergy when it comes to higher taxes, so I'm not really in the market of saying which tax is better than others. I don't like any of them. But, yes, in some ways, a billionaire's tax would be less economically problematic than a higher corporate rate. Higher corporate tax rate, research shows that the incidence of that falls on workers, primarily on workers. So you see lower wages, you see fewer employees. There's a big impact that, and that's borne out by virtually all the economic research, whether it's from left-leaning groups or right-leaning groups. Now, that's not to say that a tax on billionaires is not problematic. I think it is problematic, especially when you're looking at a situation where we just brought in over $4 trillion in tax revenue. We have tax revenue coming in spades right now. So I would really question the need to raise taxes, but certainly some taxes are more harmful than others.
It's a campaign spot for Republicans, isn't it? To just imagine what would the IRS, how many people would the IRS have to hire to get that done?
Yeah, this is a huge question. Biden's proposal calls for $80 billion in funds going to the IRS. They would use that to hire 87,000 new IRS agents. Now, if we're talking about the wealth tax that you mentioned with Laura a minute ago, Elizabeth Warren crafted a plan that would require $100 billion going to the IRS just to enforce the wealth tax. That's a phenomenal increase. You're talking about far more than doubling the size of the IRS and vastly expanding its scope and ability to assess taxes on individuals. It would be a dramatic impact.
How do you tax unrealized gains? Would that be on? And of course, I realize this isn't done. They haven't written a bill yet. But in concept, would people be reporting? Even though they haven't sold anything, they'd be reporting unrealized gains, or would the IRS have access to accounts to go in there and kind of audit everyone every year?
Yeah, that's a great question. The administrability of taxing unrealized gains is opening an enormous can of worms, and there's a lot of questions that would need to be handled in the legislation as well as in subsequent regulations that come out of the IRS. So I can't really answer those questions with a lot of certainty because I don't think they have established how they would do so. But I think the underlying point is an important one. It would be a tremendous mess, a huge mess to try to figure out how much people have made on their assets, because you're not just talking about stocks and bonds and things like that. You're talking about other forms of assets. It could involve paintings and stamp collections and coins and so forth. And that's one of the reasons why these unrealized gains, which also are taxed in a wealth tax system, why they've created so many headaches for tax collectors that even countries like France have gone back and repealed their wealth tax subsequently because it's been such a nightmare to administer.
How about stock buybacks then? Is that another way to effectively raise the corporate tax rate?
Yeah, I think that's something on the table. Right now they're talking about a 2% excise tax on stock buybacks. I think stock buybacks have really been demonized by people, particularly on the left. We saw that a lot out of 2017 when the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act were passed. And as soon as it took effect, a lot of corporations were using the additional cash that they had on hand for stock buybacks. Stock buybacks aren't inherently evil. They're not inherently good. They provide some value to shareholders. Those shareholders, of course, involve retirees, people with 401ks and IRAs. So they do provide some benefit. They also free up future capital. So companies can reissue those stocks and bring in money that can be used for capital investment. So they provide some flexibility for a corporation that they might not otherwise have. So I kind of view them as a double-edged sword. I don't think we should go assess taxes on stock buybacks and with the notion that these are somehow inherently bad, because I don't think that's the case.
Brandon Arnold, Executive Vice President of the National Taxpayers Union, we thank you for being with us here on Bloomberg Radio today. To be clear, by the way, Speaker Pelosi was asked about all this, said very, very clearly she preferred the higher corporate tax rate, 26.5%, that had come out of Ways and Means. She said it was a more fair approach. Coming up, we assemble the panel. We'll check markets and traffic to help you get home next, so stay with us. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
When was the last...
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
Time you felt fully informed on world and economic affairs.
Is GDP catching up with the zeitgeist, or are we going to have to catch up with a boom economy?
That might have been it.
Is that a move that's accompanied by better bank stock performance?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
It strikes me the degree of policy uncertainty for economists to factor in.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The S&P needed to gain only a single point to close at a new high. It did that and more, posting its first all-time high since September 2nd. For the broader market, it was a mixed day. The Dow lost 6, the S&P was up 14, the Nasdaq added 94. Intel is sharply lower in late trading, a sell-off that doesn't bode well for tomorrow. It offered a lackluster outlook, raising fears that the chipmaker's turnaround plan will hurt profits. Chipotle is charging more for its burritos and bowls and making those prices stick. Its third quarter same-store sales beat expectations, climbing more than 15% from a year ago. Your kid can still get their own WWE title belt. Mattel will continue to make the belts as well as WWE action figures under a new licensing deal. Mattel sold more of everything in recent months. North American sales rose 12% from last year. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
What is dedication?
My daughter is biological and my son is adopted. I love them both so much. From the morning when you wake up to putting them to bed at night and every moment in between. I think a parent's job is to protect our children but also prepare them for the world so they become good, kind human beings.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Richard Goldstein, Senior Principal and Co-Leader of Burden State and Local Tax Practice.
The COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting state and local government restrictions have caused businesses to close their doors and many employees to work in locations that were not included in their company's original business footprints. The new normal of remote working has created a variety of state and local tax challenges, from tax nexus and multi-state income tax apportionment to income tax withholding and tax resident status. Businesses and individuals need to stay ahead of these issues to help reduce the impact they may have on their overall tax liability. If you are a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more Tax Chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
Hey everybody, it's time for today's STEM tip. Want to know how to make your selfies even better? Okay, let's use science. The best time for photos is golden hour. That's the moment right before the sun sets, when the atmosphere scatters blue and violet wavelengths, making perfect, soft, and golden selfie light to show off that beautiful face of yours. Click. Check out Chic and STEM for more inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Where are today's real testing grounds for the latest innovation? Places where advancements in health, transportation, and business happen every day. Cities. Today, cities lead the way, taking local solves and turning them into global solutions. Now, introducing Bloomberg City Lab, a new platform covering the present and future of global cities. Learn more at bloomberg.com/citylab. Brought to you in partnership with Hyundai.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a pair of headlines from the Bloomberg Professional Service. CDC advisors unanimously back Moderna's vaccine booster shot, and the Canadian communications company Rogers Communications has removed Edward Rogers as chairman. Stocks rose to the first record since September 2nd, powered by a spate of strong corporate results and positive news on the fight against the virus. S&P up 13 to a record 45.49, up 0.3%. NASDAQ up 94, up 0.6. The Dow down 6, a drop there of less than 0.1%. 10-year yield 1.70%. Gold at $17.82 the ounce. Spot gold, West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.1%, $82.50 for a barrel of WTI. After the bell, we heard from Intel. It delivered a lackluster forecast for the current period. Right now, Intel is down 6.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
So it's on to Plan B, or well, whatever letter we're on when it comes to taxes to pay for the reconciliation plan, even though it seemed like Democrats were headed for a 26.5% corporate tax rate. That seemed to be baked into the bill, or what will be the bill. Speaker Pelosi suggesting today in a briefing with reporters that, well, that's still her preference.
We had in our House bill, which I was very proud of, an increase in the corporate rate and an increase in the capital gains, and that it was a very well-received proposal because it wasn't punitive. It was fair. But we'll see what survives, what prevails.
We will. The View from the White House, Deputy Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says no matter the tax, what form it takes, the plan will be paid for.
As we're talking about physical infrastructure and human infrastructure is going to be paid for. We see the cost as zero because it's going to be paid for. And the way that we see it happening is making sure that the wealthiest among us, the top corporations, pay their fair share.
And we assemble the panel to talk about it all. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano, and Brendan Buck is with us as well, partner at 7Letter, strategic communications firm here in Washington and former spokesman advisor to House Speaker Paul Ryan. Jeannie, what's your take on this? It's like whiplash. You go to bed thinking there's something in this deal, then you wake up the next morning and there's a column on the terminal telling you the exact opposite. Is the corporate tax rate hike dead?
Joe, I actually wrote "You're reading my mind" whiplash across my notebook today in disgust because, of course, we had been so optimistic, at least I had been so optimistic yesterday that this was finally coming together. We were seeing a light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
To wake up to this today, and Laura's reporting, which is amazing. And, it's mind-boggling. And you hear what the Deputy Press Secretary is saying, that the bill is going to be paid for. But I think the question that I have and so many of us have pass is how do you pay for it if you don't get tax and revenue increases? Now, Sinema, as Laura talked about, does support some tax increases, but we don't know what those are. So there's that end of it. And then there is the fact that, of course, Sinema and Manchin don't agree on a few things, and both of them have to be on board for this to work. So, you've got the president out there selling something. He doesn't quite have any details on it. And this blows up last night. So, there seems like we are still very far off. If you told me right now was, May, I wouldn't be surprised. Last May.
All right. I didn't know if we were going ahead to 2022 because some people are preparing for that. The word from the House Minority Leader, Kevin McCarthy, well, you can imagine.
Whether this bill is $4.5 trillion, $3 trillion, or $1.5, the Democrats' proposal will worsen inflation, continue to harbor and harm our labor shortage, won't do anything to stop the border crisis that we have today, and it will set our country back for decades.
Also on the panel, Brendan Buck, as I mentioned, partner at 7 Letter, used to work with Speaker Paul Ryan. It's great to have you, Brendan. What role, if any, should Republicans be playing in this conversation? Is it the McCarthy approach, hands in your pockets, I'll have nothing to do with this, or should there be an effort by Republicans to help negotiate this to what Republicans view as the best for the country?
Well, I think Republicans already did that in what they're calling the hard infrastructure bill, that bipartisan infrastructure bill, which was bipartisan. Republicans worked on for a really long time, and something that I think a lot of people thought was never going to happen, but they stuck it out and got it done. This separate, which is what we're calling human infrastructure, and I don't really know what that means, but this other bill, I don't think there's any reason to believe Republicans should have any part in it. It's a bunch of tax increases. It's a massive expansion of government. Just the opposite that Republicans have talked about for a long time. And, I don't know that, so I don't think they need to do anything to help them get there. And frankly, I don't think they need to do a whole lot to stop it, because Democrats are doing that quite well on their own.
Well, I understand your view on that, but I mean, obviously Republicans did not want to see the corporate tax rate increase. Is that at least a good thing in your eyes, or are Democrats talking about replacing it with even worse?
Yeah, I have a hard time putting too much credibility in the idea that they're going to replace the corporate tax rate with a wealth tax, because the reason that a wealth tax wasn't on the table in the first place is that's, even as you guys were just discussing, that's really hard to do both politically and administratively. It feels a lot like they're just grasping at whatever they can, and we're playing a Washington game where we're trying to figure out who is leaking what, and it feels like this latest round of news is coming from the Sinema camp, because they want people to understand that she's not backing down, that she's trying to provide solutions. But I don't know that there's a whole lot of buy-in with the rest of the Democratic caucus that this is a good approach. So what's real and what's not, we're trying to really suss out. But I don't think a wealth tax is necessarily something that they can just pick up off the shelf and say, well, here's our solution. There's a lot of work to do to even just construct something like that. It would take a very long time.
I have to admit, Jeannie, when we're talking about Kyrsten Sinema, Joe Manchin, day in, day out, my God, they just get so much airtime. If you were paying attention to what they were saying, this technically is not new, right? We have to keep going back to the trough here to say, are you sure? Are you sure you don't like this? I mean, should we have known in advance that Kyrsten Sinema was going to blow up this whole idea?
Well, Kyrsten Sinema has not spoken, obviously, to the press or the public, but she has been speaking a lot to the White House. And so I'd be surprised if they didn't know. And, of course, Schumer knew about Manchin, but we find out back in the summer.
The panel with us for the hour, Jeannie Shanzano and Brendan Buck. And coming up, did you hear about the SPAC? Donald Trump has one, and why not? It creates a path to get back on social media, we are told, and we'll explain next with Bloomberg's Bailey Lipschultz, Mark Niket. I'm Joe Matthew, and this is Bloomberg.
Jody Schwartz.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Noted tax attorney tells us why she recommends Jewish Communal Fund.
I recommended JCF to my clients, to my colleagues, to really anyone who asks a question about charitable giving because it's convenient. It allows you the maximum tax deductions permitted by law, and it just makes your life easier, organized, and simple. Another aspect for clients and for other colleagues who don't want their identities to be known or don't want to talk about the property that they're giving away to charity, I found JCF's confidentiality, its aggregate reporting to be very attractive to people.
JCF can help you and your clients organize your charitable giving with a donor-advised fund. A fund can be established with a tax-deductible contribution of $5,000 or more. Contributions to JCF qualify for the highest tax deduction allowed by law. Visit jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, shares how we help you consider everything.
In today's ever-evolving environment, the team at Pershing's Prime Services wants to know, what are you focused on now? Are you confident in the stability of your counterparty? Do you feel they can help you grow your business? When it comes to fundraising, do you have access to the mindset of the advisor or have what you need to navigate the ODD process? Exceptional service for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. Whether it's customized financing or securities lending solutions, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your demands, so you can focus on growing your business and producing results for your clients.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE SIPC.
This is the Bloomberg Green Business Report. Climate scientists made reducing the consumption of meat an official policy recommendation 2 years ago. They agreed with environmentalists that eating less meat, especially beef, will reduce the emissions attributed to livestock. The recommendation prompted the beef industry to step up efforts to discredit the notion that red meat is a climate culprit. Some sympathetic academics have argued in congressional testimony, newspaper op-eds, and research papers that the climate science is wrong. And the National Cattlemen's Beef Association says American cattle may not be contributing much at all to global warming. They attribute assertions against beef as lies that are being pushed to sell fake meat alternatives. A climate researcher at Australian National University says a simple point is being obscured. He says global methane emissions are skyrocketing and they need to come down immediately. He says every amount of greenhouse gas makes the earth warmer. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com. bloomberg.com/sees change.
A partly sunny, high again 60 to 65. Right now clear in New York. We're at 74 degrees with the best ride. In and out of the city, I'm Ed Kalegi. This is Bloomberg 1130. Bloomberg Sound On continues.
When we say Bloomberg brings you the latest financial and business news anywhere, we've actually given the matter quite a bit of thought.
Let's get now to our guest joining us from Bangkok. She joins us on the phone from the Hudson Valley.
Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg. The world is listening. XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew.
Headline on the terminal, Trump SPAC deal draws YOLO crowd as retail traders fuel jump. And jump it did. It more than tripled today. And we're going to tackle both sides of this story, the stock side and the politics side, with Bloomberg stocks reporter Bailey Lipschultz coming up. We'll speak as well in studio with Bloomberg national political reporter Mark Niket. First, though, let's hear about a record day on Wall Street from Charlie Pellet.
Indeed, up 13 on the S&P. Joe, 45.49 for the S&P, higher by 0.3%. First record since September 2nd. After hours, I'm keeping an eye on shares of Snap Inc., down now by 23%. That's dragging tech companies exposed to digital advertising lower after the owner of the Snapchat app warned that supply chain problems are causing customers to cut back on ad spending. Facebook, Alphabet, Twitter also lower after Snap's report. Again, a record for the S&P. The Dow declined by 6 points today, down less than 0.1%. Nasdaq up 94, up 0.6. S&P up 0.3 to a record 45.49. 10-year yield now 1.68%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That Joe Matthew is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, great work. I read the news release last night announcing the Trump Media and Technology Group. And the first thing I thought was, okay, he's finally launching Trump TV. Remember that? Trump TV. And while that wasn't exactly the goal, it actually may not be that far off. As the former president rolls out a SPAC deal with Digital World Acquisition Corp., an effort to launch what will be the next big thing in social media. And stock went nuts today, a 3-bagger. As we begin our coverage here on Sound On with Bloomberg stocks reporter Bailey Lipschultz carries the byline, Trump SPAC deal draws YOLO crowd, in case you're wondering, by the way. YOLO, you only live once. Hey, Bailey, thanks for being with us. This thing tripled today, huh?
Yeah, the stock was tripled. It was the most traded asset on the Fidelity platform, so that geared towards individual investors. Obviously seeing tremendous volume, over 400 million shares trading. So Wall Street actually obviously having a bit of a hand in the massive run-up, but as you said, up just over 330%, closing at 45.50. Really was the story of the day within the stock market, talking really to anyone, whether it was a Wall Street pro or an individual investor who was patrolling, Reddit or other social media platforms.
Amazing. So much for SPACs being out of style here. I mean, that's a pretty remarkable debut for any stock here. Is it the lure of the Trump name or the idea that he's launching a new social media platform?
I think it's a bit of both. I've talked to some people who really just said, the stock is similar to a cryptocurrency where it's trading off of fundamentals, people just buying and selling it, trying to make a quick buck. Yeah. But I also was talking to some investors who were saying, they view the kind of more right-wing conservative potential for attracting a platform. Obviously, he had millions and millions of followers on Twitter and Facebook. So if he's able to successfully roll it out, there is very much an untapped potential for users because people are obviously on everything from Instagram to Twitter to Facebook. So it could be potentially successful, but it doesn't have it's not rolled out yet. A beta platform will be rolling out in November. They're not expecting a national rollout until the first quarter of next year. Yep. So a lot of fanfare for kind of an early inning story.
Is that when the deal will be done? When does the actual merger take place, Bailey?
Well, they just announced it today. Obviously, SPACs have been known to kind of have ebbs and flows, so that was just the announcement. So it was not that they were closing. Obviously, WeWork traded for the first day today. That was a closed, successfully merged SPAC deal. This one, still not much detail on when it will actually be publicly traded and have to go through a number of obstacles before that is completed.
Okay, great reporting from Bailey Lipschultz. We thank you for being with us here on Sound On, Bailey. And joining me in studio is Bloomberg national political reporter Mark Niquette. It's great to see you, Mark. I'm lucky that you're here with us to talk through this today. I can only imagine what went through your mind when you saw this news release last night, as it says Trump Media and Technology Group will soon be launching a social network named Truth Social. So is everyone who followed him on Twitter going to go here?
Well, I think that's what they're counting on, because we've been waiting for a long time for Trump to roll out something. The expectation was he was going to try to get back to social media in some way, just because he doesn't think, he said that he doesn't think he would have been reelected. He would have been elected in 2016 if he didn't have access to Twitter and he could directly connect with 89 million people. And he used Facebook very successfully to fundraise. But it was always a question about how would Trump get back on social media? Would he acquire an existing platform and rebrand it as Trump Twitter, or try and start something from scratch, which most people doubted because of how expensive and time-consuming and difficult that would be. And it's still unclear what this Trump media technology group is actually going to look like. Like you said, they're talking about rolling out the sort of the Twitter component of this, Truth Social, first quarter of 2022. But we don't know what that's going to look like, if this is new, something they're creating from scratch, or again, if they're going to buy something and rebrand it. We're still looking for details on this.
I clicked on truthsocial.com. There is something there, but to your point, you can't see a lot other than an opportunity to pre-order on the Apple App Store, so you can go get it on your phone or whatever right now. They write in the news release, the aim of the deal is to rival, quote, the liberal media consortium and fight back against the big tech companies of Silicon Valley. So this is just sort of retribution for being kicked off of everything.
Right, but there's also, a sense in Republican circles that big tech, social media, Twitter and Facebook in particular, censors conservatives and censors Trump. You see it daily on Twitter that the Taliban can be on Twitter, but not President Trump.
Right.
And of course, he was kicked off because of questions about whether he actually incited his supporters to attack the Capitol on January 6th. So it's not like it was for nothing that he was removed from these platforms.
Certainly, yes. Now, with all of that said, Mark, this could be a lot more than just a social network. Once you have this company, once this merger takes place, you could buy a news network. You could start a news network. So many people talked about that toward the close of Donald Trump's term. He can't wait to just get back on TV and be able to own it. Do you see that type of thing in his future?
Well, they're kind of suggesting that that's what this new entity could be. That it would have multiple platforms. There'd be like a Twitter platform. This Truth Social. They're talking about a subscription digital streaming service for video, which could be like, Trump TV or something that rivals Netflix or competes with other streaming services. So again, they're talking about sort of a multi-platform media conglomerate or entity, but we still have yet to see the details of how all that's going to be structured and how this is all going to get created.
Could buy a Newsmax or an ON or something like that. Are you open to these possibilities?
Well, that's a question. Is part of this going to be something that's completely created from scratch, or would incorporate existing platforms and technologies or networks and be sort of a distribution channel?
Yes, absolutely. So instead of sending a tweet, in this case, you'd send a truth.
I guess
is that what we're going to call it?
I guess that's the idea.
Yeah, he's pretty good at this. Pretty good at the branding bit.
Yep.
The SPAC more than quadrupled at one point to $45, more than 470 million shares. Mark, there's still something there, huh?
Yep. Well, and I think they have an audience for this. If you have 89 million people following you on Twitter, I think the idea is there's people who want to join.
A built-in and captive audience. Mark Niquette is Bloomberg national political reporter. Great to have you, Mark. Thanks for being with us here on Sound On. We'll reassemble the panel next. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
When was the last...
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Bloomberg.com/professional.
time you felt fully informed on world and economic affairs?
Is GDP catching up with the zeitgeist, or are we going to have to catch up with a boom economy?
That might have been it.
Is that a move that's accompanied by better bank stock performance?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
It strikes me the degree of policy uncertainty for economists to factor in.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
NJIT makes innovation happen. It also makes entrepreneurs like Anya O'Dwyer. Founder of Innovate, a tech-driven civil engineering and construction management firm, Anya says NJIT is defining the future.
NJIT is extremely important as a hub of disciplines all in one space with all of these brilliant minds. NJIT's role is huge when it comes to defining the future and how, from an interdisciplinary point of view, they have it all there, whether it's the innovation hub, the maker space. NJIT is already creating that collaboration between the disciplines, and you have civil engineers speaking to programmers, speaking to electrical engineers, and together they're creating advancements that we wouldn't have been able to do without those three minds coming together and solving a problem as one rather than solving it in isolation.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The home resale market is alive and kicking, with sales rising in September by the most in a year. The National Association of Realtors reports a 7% increase from August, nearly double what analysts had forecast. The job market is getting back to its pre-pandemic self. The government says first-time jobless claims fell last week to 290,000, the lowest since March 2020. Claims were running around 200,000 before the pandemic. Stocks closed mostly higher. The Dow Industrial slipped 6. The S&P added 14, closing at a new high for the first time since September 2nd. The Nasdaq gained 94. WeWork has finally gone public 2 years after a failed initial public offering nearly caused the company to collapse. It began trading on the New York Stock Exchange after a merger with a so-called blank check company. WeWork gained nearly 13.5%. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Lisa Goldman, partner and leader of Burden's International Tax and Advisory Practice.
If you're a high net worth individual with international investments or a business owner with operations overseas, it is essential to have a tax advisor who knows how to protect your assets on a global scale. Owning and investing in foreign corporations comes with certain tax responsibilities. Burden Accountants and Advisors works with clients to ensure that they understand the intricacies of the global market, maximize the tax opportunities available, and reduce the challenges presented by international tax laws.
If you're a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business. For more tax chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
You know the expression, hit the ground running. We think it's a better idea to hit the ground listening. Karen Moscow.
The pandemic is having a major impact on the labor market.
Nathan Hager.
President Biden is setting a new goal.
Bloomberg Daybreak.
A landmark trial kicked off this week.
Weekday mornings at 5 Eastern.
We really haven't seen that kind of move happen.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
The Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council present the story of Tom and Levi.
Tom is the smartest man I know. He's been a professor at 2 major universities, been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, he told me that he was having problems in his classes. I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. And he was telling them that he was doing it as a favor to them, but I think in reality, he just wanted to get out of there. I was really starting to worry because I saw something was wrong.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me, and my love for him was just immense.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
If trying to figure out the future of your business is keeping you up at night,
Are you seeing it come back at all?
at least you have company.
You're hoping to get political pressure.
Do you expect the euro to strengthen? Why even have this hearing?
Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg. The world is listening. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. CDC advisors unanimously back the Moderna vaccine booster shot. Intel, after earnings, now down by 7.9%. Snap Inc., after earnings, plunging 22%. A record day for the S&P 500 index, advancing 13 points today to 4549, a gain of 0.3%. First record since September 2nd, powered by a spate of strong corporate results and positive news in the fight against the virus. The Dow down 6, a drop there of less than 0.1%. NASDAQ up 94, a gain of 0.6%. 10-year yield 1.68%. Spot gold 17.82 the ounce, and crude dropped 1.1% today, 82.50 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
But will there be covfefe on Truth Social? These are the questions. As we learn, Donald Trump is launching his own social media platform through a SPAC deal just announced with Digital World Acquisition. That tripled today on news of this deal, and we reassembled a panel to talk about it with Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano and Brendan Buck, partner at 7 Letter, former spokesman and advisor to House Speaker Paul Ryan. You remember how to covfefe, Jeannie?
I do. You just brought back some great memories. And, of course, I'm still back on this. Now we have to think about truthing in addition to tweeting. I haven't even gotten to the tweeting yet, so I'm way behind.
I just love the idea of sending a truth. Brendan, you sign up for this yet? You got it on the phone?
I will say this. I will believe it when I see it, that Donald Trump gets his act together enough.
Well, Jason Miller will be glad to hear that. Wait,
Yeah.
so you're not buying into this? Brendan, is this just a news release to get me to talk about it?
Well, Donald Trump has a long history of telling us what he's going to do, not things that he's actually done. And so, he may well go through with it, just like I think a lot of us doubted he would run for president.
Can't imagine.
There are certainly many, many, many examples, particularly when he says he's going to sue somebody where it never actually comes to fruition. So it just seems like a lot of work for somebody who, in my opinion, looks like he's actually more interested in running for president.
Yeah,
And I think that's probably his priority above starting a media company.
This could, though, be a platform to do that. Is it right, Jeannie? If he's not allowed on Twitter or Facebook, he needs to have some access, some way to talk to people outside of, yelling on the stump every other night. Social media is the way he did that so successfully.
Well, that's right. And, to Brendan's point, there was From the Desk of Donald J. Trump, I believe it was called, blog, about 20, 30 days. We had that in the spring. That went by the wayside. They're trying this. The reaction seems much more positive. So, unlike most presidents, he's not going, and building his library or doing that kind of thing. He is coming back on social media, most likely because he has a real interest in not just relitigating the 2020 election as he's doing, but potentially running for office and certainly keeping his control over the Republican Party. But, it's a long way between what we're seeing now and what we saw rolled out today, and certainly the reaction on Wall Street was positive, and him actually getting a working platform out there with 80 million users or whatever he had on Twitter.
Yeah, those are two very different things. And I do wonder, by the way, what's going to happen to that stock tomorrow. After running up threefold today, I do wonder. But, look, we can joke about covfefe. I'm the one who said it. There is a serious aspect to this for conservatives who feel like they do not have a home on social media or in big tech, for instance. We all remember this.
Our case will prove this censorship is unlawful, it's unconstitutional, and it's completely un-American.
Donald Trump in July, as he filed yet another lawsuit against tech companies for censorship. Is that a word that you use, Brendan, for conservatives, even Republicans who may not associate themselves with Trump? Do you feel like views are being stifled by the Googles, the YouTubes, the Twitters of the world?
I personally do not. And I think it's important to appreciate why Donald Trump was removed from these platforms. And it was because of all of the actions surrounding January 6th and leading up to it and the election and all of that misinformation. I think conservatives still have a very large platform and voice on social media. If you look at the top 10 Facebook posts every day, it's usually somebody conservative. Mm-hmm. But what this is it plays into Donald Trump's populist victimhood narrative, and it's that the elites are out to get him and his supporters, and it sells. And he uses that very effectively to say that he's fighting on behalf of the little people, and they're targeting him because he's fighting for them. And it's all very circular, but it works for him. I think that it's a fight that he doesn't mind having. I think he'd rather be on Twitter, but if he can't be on Twitter, I think he loves to take advantage of these things and say that he's the victim once again.
I appreciate your view on that, Brendan, but it's not just fringe, Jeannie. I mean, depending on, you can use the labels, but Kevin McCarthy, the minority leader in the House, a lot of lawmakers who are still in elected office here in Washington say they are censored every day by the major social media platforms and by the big tech companies, in many cases that don't even have one.
That's right. This has been the argument from Republicans and conservatives right along. Liberals have their own, beef with the social media companies, the big tech companies. But for conservatives, it has been that they are being stifled. They are being kicked off. I have talked to personally many conservatives who have said they themselves have been victim, as they describe it, of big tech pulling them off the platform. So this is, I was joking about it, but this argument is something that resonates with people across the country who are frustrated with the amount of power that people like Mark Zuckerberg and other, big tech providers and social media companies have. And, I have to say, when you have a former president who isn't allowed on the biggest platforms, it is something that frustrates people.
One of the other stories, and they kind of tie in together today, is this vote to hold Steve Bannon in criminal contempt of Congress. If only we could send a truth on this. It actually did happen today. This follows the initial move to hold him in contempt, but the House indeed voted to hold, this is the full House, Steve Bannon in criminal contempt of Congress, which will now go to the Department of Justice, right? They refer this to DOJ, which will then decide whether there should be criminal charges. And if so, Steve Bannon could, in fact, be going to jail. As we heard from Representative Liz Cheney earlier today, no friend of Camp Trump, and in fact one of the only Republicans on the January 6th commission.
He must have been aware of and may well have been involved in the planning of everything that played out on that day. The American people deserve to know what he knew and what he did.
Brendan, we've talked about this on this program before. It's been suggested that this is in fact good, potentially, for Steve Bannon's brand. Is it good for Trump's brand?
Well, I think, brand aside, I think we should appreciate that this is a serious matter. And a lot of times you hear people talk about censures and congressional terms, but criminal contempt is a real deal, and you can go to jail, and it's serious and doesn't happen very often. And I think what this is going to show all those other 19 witnesses that committee is talking to is that don't mess around here because we'll come after you. And this is the type of thing that rarely happens because usually people understand that and they work together and they come to some type of accommodation and they cooperate. I always, as I was saying before, everything comes back in Trump world to being the victim and to being targeted by the elites. And so, yeah, I'm sure that Steve Bannon can use it to his advantage. Donald Trump can use it to his advantage. But this is not a game I would be willing to play because I don't think you want to find yourself with a chance of being behind bars, which I think he really has a legitimate chance of being.
You still believe that, Jeannie, that we could see Steve Bannon in handcuffs over this? And if that's the case, what does this mean for Mark Meadows? We haven't heard anything about the former chief of staff since we were told he was, quote, engaging with the committee.
That's right. And I think one of the stunning things today as we watch this vote play out was the fact that only 9 Republicans voted to hold Steve Bannon in contempt. Let's not forget, setting aside that this is about January 6th and all of those things, this is about whether Congress has its power of oversight. And when Republicans are in a position of power, they do have the important role of oversight over the executive branch and investigations. And when when they issue a subpoena, that really should be abided by. And of course, Steve Bannon claiming executive privileges is something of a joke. But you're right, Mark Meadows and the others, we've heard, been engaging with the committee. And, I see Mark Meadows as different than Steve Bannon to the extent that Steve Bannon he wants this. This works for him. I don't think Mark Meadows wants this, so I think he'll cooperate, to a certain extent and try to avoid a year in jail.
Yeah, to Jeannie's point, the vote was 229 to 202. 9 Republicans, as Jeannie said, ranks to vote with Democrats and hold Steve Bannon in contempt. Brendan, I don't know what you think about the statement from Steve Scalise, but you've got a member of the House Republican leadership, the House Whip, who is in fact urging members to vote against the measure before this vote was taken. You're whipping members to say no to this. Is that good for the party, or is that good only for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I actually imagine they didn't have to work too hard to get people to vote no on this. Look, the party has made a bet that they need Donald Trump on their side and that they can't turn out Republican voters in the midterm election unless they are engaged. And I think a lot of them have learned the hard way that fighting with them doesn't really work politically. I think the only votes you saw for the contempt on the Republican side were those same people just about who voted to impeach the president last time.
Yep, that's right.
And I salute them. I think that this was the right thing to do. As was said, Congress has an authority, and if you're a member of Congress, you should want to protect that authority. And by saying that you can just look the other way, I think that it weakens the institution fundamentally, and that's wrong. But I think we've also seen that the power of Donald Trump and what he has, the effect he has on base voters, their voters, really takes the day time and time again. And so I don't think they had to assert a whole lot of pressure to get Republicans to vote no, because they know locally, their own politics, their own political incentives, it works for them.
Speaking of leadership, Kevin McCarthy was asked about that, whipping votes against the measure. Jeannie, he said that's because it's an invalid subpoena and it's not a real committee. Is there any truth to that?
No, there's no truth to that. You have a bipartisan committee. The reason we didn't have more of a bipartisan committee was because they refused to play ball with the Democrats. That's the first time that has happened.
Jeannie Shanzano and Brendan Buck, a great panel on an important day here in political history. Aren't they kind of all lately? That's why we have the fastest hour in politics. Thanks for spending time with us. I'll meet you back here tomorrow on Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
For the Jewish...
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now, a global news update.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia for this Friday, October 22nd in Hong Kong, Thursday, October 21st in New York. Coming up this hour.
U.S. stocks rise to a record as investors cheer corporate results.
The Fed restricts trading for officials of the central bank after an ethics scandal.
China Evergrande faces a Saturday grace period deadline on an interest payment.
43 UN countries announce China human rights. China warns the EU about human rights stances. Trump aides Steve Bannon held in criminal contempt of Congress. I'm Ed Baxter with Global News.
Borussia Dortmund star Erling Haaland's salary demands have become public. I'm Dan Schwartzman. I'll have that story and more coming up in Bloomberg Sports.
That's all straight ahead on Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. On Bloomberg 1130 New York, Bloomberg 99.1 Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 106.1 Boston, Bloomberg 960 San Francisco, Sirius XM 119, and around the world on BloombergRadio.com and via the Bloomberg Business app.
So we are wheels up for the Friday edition. What a week it has been in the APAC region. If you're joining from Hong Kong, Singapore, or anywhere else in the region, good morning. I'm Doug Krisner at the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York.
And I am joining you from Hong Kong. I'm Rashad Salam. It's Bloomberg Daybreak Asia presented by IBKR Investment Advisors. Switch to Interactive Brokers for lowest cost global trading and turnkey custody solutions. No ticket charges and no conflicts of your interests at ibkr.com/RIA. Well, Doug, what have you got market-wise?
We got a record high for the S&P, Rashad. The market seemed to be in the process of digesting some corporate earnings, and there's also this issue of rising expectations for inflation. We had the S&P today up about 0.3%, so we're at an all-time high, 45.49. In terms of the earnings story of the companies within the S&P that have reported so far, about 84% have topped estimates. Today, we saw strength in consumer discretionary shares led by Tesla. That stock was up more than 3% after profit beat estimates. We also had Nike today up by more than 2.3%. In the minus column, you got to look at the energy complex. Crude oil prices moved lower, and a lot of the energy producers were down as well. Eastern Europe and Russia are facing some new lockdowns. We had WTI down today 1%, 82.50, and then if you step back and look at the energy group for the S&P, we were off about 1.8% today. The critical question seems to be whether the Fed's notion of transitory inflation will end up being accurate. Market implied expectations for U.S. inflation for the next half decade, now at the highest level in 16 years. Look at the 10-year Treasury. Now we're at 170. We picked up about 4 basis points today. And with those higher rates, a stronger dollar. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up about 0.2%. Now the Dow today down less than 0.1%, although, Rish, we had the NASDAQ comp rising about 0.6%.
Right, well, let's have a look at the other big story in this part of the world, and that is this 30-day grace period for China Evergrande to pay international bondholders running out on Saturday. The company is at risk of defaulting on close to $20 billion in outstanding dollar debt. Now, we're told that offshore creditors may seek a standstill and debt talks in the likely event of a missed payment. Bondholders aren't planning to demand immediate repayment in hopes the company will come to the table to discuss options. Some creditors would also like to see Evergrande and its bondholders reach a formal forbearance agreement that would shield the company from a cascade of demands for immediate repayment while the company discusses restructuring options.
Well, the Fed is imposing some new rules on personal investing for officials at the central bank. This move follows trading disclosures that led to the resignations of Dallas Fed Bank President Rob Kaplan and Boston Fed Bank President Eric Rosengren. Here's Bloomberg's Steve Matthews on the changes.
They're prohibited from purchasing individual stocks, from holding individual bonds, from holding derivatives. The rules require, even for the securities they do hold, they require that they have 45 days advance notice for purchasing or sale of securities. They have to get approval for purchasing or sale of securities, and they have to hold anything that they do hold for at least a year.
That is Bloomberg's Steve Matthews. By the way, Fed watchers were saying today this prompt action taken by Fed Chair Jay Powell could help his chances for renomination. His current term expires in February. Rashad?
All right, well, it is that time of the morning when we check in, or evening, as it were, depending where you are in the world, where we check in with some of the global news. A group of 43 countries has denounced China's human rights record at the United Nations. Ed Baxter has that story and more.
Yeah, exactly, Rish. The group says that it has seen an increasing number of reports of widespread and systematic human rights violations against Uyghurs in Xinjiang, including documented torture, forced sterilization, sexual and gender-based violence, and separation of children from their families. Now, the key to this vote today on the petition is that more countries joined it. So up to 43 this year from 39 last. China claims the rebuke is part of a Western effort to keep China from rising and says the body must not interfere in its internal affairs. China, meanwhile, has shut off Boston Celtics NBA games in China after Boston player Enes Kanter's pro-Tibet statements. Kanter tweeting, "Tibet belongs to the Tibetan people." He says under China's brutal rule, Tibetan people's basic rights and freedoms are non-existent. Trump aide Steve Bannon has been held in criminal contempt for ignoring congressional subpoenas from the committee looking into the January 6th Capitol insurrection. Congressman Jamie Raskin says it's just obvious.
You can't blow off the United States Congress from your sofa and think you're going to get away with it.
Interesting. The vote was 229 to 202. Only 9 Republicans siding with Democrats. Now, this goes all along with the Department of Justice under Attorney General Merrick Garland investigating criminal charges as well.
As the committee is well aware, the department is engaged in one of the most sweeping investigations in its history in connection with the January 6th attack on the Capitol.
Now, Bannon has not yet said he will change his mind and appear. President Joe Biden, meanwhile, is saying that white supremacy motivated the Trump supporters at the Capitol on January 6th, and they had a president who played it, and then they played it. China's warning today that European support for Taiwan could have an egregious impact. The Foreign Ministry says the European Parliament's decision to adopt a report calling for greater ties with Taiwan gravely violates the One China Agreement. The CDC now has officially authorized the Pfizer and Moderna mix and match boosters. Pfizer and BioNTech, meanwhile, are saying research shows their booster shots restore full protection. They say 95.6% effective in people aged 16 and over. UK reporting cases topping 50,000 for the first time since July. The number of people hospitalized has crossed 8,000, more than 1,000 more than a week earlier. Beijing reporting a new local confirmed COVID infection following the first case October 19th. Beijing Daily says it is Delta variant. And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is calling Florida's legislature back into session over vaccine mandates.
What we're going to be doing, in addition to mounting aggressive legal challenges to federal mandates, we're also going to be taking legislative action to add protections for people in the state of Florida.
DeSantis says it can't wait until the next session. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg. Doug.
All right, Eddie, thank you. Let's get to our guest for the half hour. Margie Patel is with us. She is portfolio manager at Wells Fargo Asset Management. Margie, thanks for being with us. Let's begin with this story around inflation, because market implied expectations now for inflation here in the U.S. If you look at that 5-year break even, we're at the highest level we've been in about 16 years. This seems to go beyond the notion that inflation is transitory. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I think it does show that it's going to be a little stubborn, but we're already seeing some signs that inflation has peaked and is coming down slightly. So that's a little bit encouraging. But more to the point, what is important is if the Fed declares it's transitory, they're going to keep their interest rate policy pretty much as it's been and look over to the full employment goal that they also have to ignore inflation being higher than it's been.
But they're in a tough position, aren't they, Margie, ultimately, because, you know, they can't really act against inflation in a huge manner because of the amount of, because their tool and their, one of their, of course, the bluntest tool that they have is their interest rate policy. Now, the thing is, by using that, you've got a lot of debt out there, and that is something which you have to be very mindful of.
Oh, yes, that's right. If they raise rates because they get aggressive on inflation and that causes unemployment to go up, then they are undermining their primary goal, which is to head for full employment. And I don't think that Congress would like a Fed that followed that policy. So, yes, they are trapped to basically say inflation's transitory, ignore it, and hope that we keep seeing these little straws in the wind suggesting it's going to come down.
Well, you mentioned the labor market there, Margie, and I'm wondering whether or not we have to kind of not quite abandon the classical view on the labor market, but maybe modified a bit because of some of the structural changes we have seen in the labor story since the pandemic. I mean, is it fair that we should be targeting job growth and an unemployment rate when many workers are just finding it worthwhile to remove themselves from the workforce?
Yes, that's right. It's about 1% or 1.5% of the participation rate. It's only around 61% of people who are qualified to work are actually either working or looking for jobs. Before COVID, it was actually around 63%. So a whole 1.5% of people are not seeking work, not working for whatever reason. And so that's one of the things that always keeps the Fed in a box is by having this very blunt tool and this very blunt target of 3% unemployment that will give them the space to not act or to act in such a mild way that you won't see much of a change in interest rates.
As you well know, Margie, part of this inflation story has put the spotlight on margins. We heard from Intel after the bell. Gross margins there are under pressure. A number of other companies have expressed the same concern. And I'm wondering how you navigate this on the equity side. Maybe we can take apart that kind of line of thinking when we continue with Margie Patel, a senior portfolio manager at Wells Fargo Asset Management. We're looking at a stronger dollar as we get set for trading in Asia. Chicago Nikkei futures a little bit below where we were yesterday in cash in Tokyo. We'll take a closer look coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Asset manager.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Bloomberg.com/professional.
Managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
NJIT makes the workforce of the future, and Greg Sauter, a member of NJIT's Board of Overseers and president of engineering firm WGI, says NJIT graduates have the in-demand skills that drive today's tech-powered workplace.
Our world is moving to a place of connecting the physical with the digital. In the field of engineering and infrastructure, there's not a thing that we do that's not being changed by technology. We've gone from two-dimensional renderings to immersive, augmented, and virtual reality. Solution sets used to be solved one at a time. Now we can run nearly an endless alternatives analysis and optimize the output and how we construct that future, from autonomous equipment to 3 and 4D printing. NJIT students graduate with that critical understanding of the cyber-physical world and how we move between them, but with that all-important grounding in applied STEM principles.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Even in a time when almost nothing is easy, one thing has been effortless.
And now our most important stories of the morning.
Accessing the world's latest financial and political news.
We see some strength around the European equity story.
Russia very much in focus here in the UK.
A positive move between the US and the EU.
European businesses are still investing heavily in China.
Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Weekdays at 1 a.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Are you looking for ways to earn extra income? Interactive Brokers' Stock Yield Enhancement Program lets you earn extra income on fully paid shares of stock in your brokerage account. Here's how it works. We lend your shares to traders who pay us interest to borrow them, and you receive 50% of the income earned. It's that simple. Open an Interactive Brokers account today and start earning extra income. Find out more at ibkr.com/SYEP.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. It's a quarter past the hour. Time for a check of sports from around the world. Here's Dan Schwartzman.
Thanks, Doug. ESPN is reporting that Erling Haaland would command a salary of £30 million per year if the Borussia Dortmund striker were to move to another club next summer. The 21-year-old has a €75 million lease clause that can be triggered and will be pursued by most major European clubs, such as Real Madrid, Chelsea, and both Manchester clubs. Goal reports that Newcastle United has identified Barcelona's Ousmane Dembele as their target to be the first major signing since a takeover by Saudi Arabia-backed funds, with the France international willing to move to the Premier League. Camp Nou, though, has signaled a willingness to sign the winger to an extension, but no progress has been reported. Japan's Hiroshi Iwata shoots a 7 under 63 to sit atop the Zozo Championship leaderboard in Chiba after round one stroke ahead of both Hideki Matsuyama and Joaquin Niemann. Other notables include Xander Schauffele and Ricky Fowler at even par, with Colin Morikawa at 1 over. Defending champion Patrick Cantley is not playing after deciding to take the rest of the year off. The Dodgers looking to stay alive in the NLCS, down 3-1 as LA hosts the Atlanta Braves in Game 5 of the series. Atlanta will have Max Fried on the mound, while the Dodgers are countering with reliever Joe Kelly as their opener. It's an AFC battle on Thursday Night Football as the 3-3 Cleveland Browns are hosting the 3-3 Denver Broncos. Case Keenum is getting to start a quarterback for the Browns, with Baker Mayfield out with a shoulder injury. I'm Dan Schwartzman. That's your Bloomberg World Sports Update.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
So as we get set for trading in Tokyo in about an hour and 42 minutes from now, we're looking at a much stronger Japanese currency, 113.99 against the greenback, and Chicago Nikkei futures now about 150 points below where we were yesterday in the cash market in Japan. Let's get you caught up on the day that was here in the U.S. Natalia Kunajevich with us in New York for a wrap of U.S. equity action. Where do you want to begin? What stands out to you today?
A sizable move in yields today that was driven by inflation expectations. 10-year Treasury reached 170 and 5-year yields was at 1.21%, and that's the highest level since February 2020. In the stock market, the S&P 500 hit a record. It's now above 45.49, and we had a batch of earnings and strong economic data. U.S. jobless claims fell to the lowest level since March 2020. And two corporate stories I'll mention. Snap fell by 22% after its advertising business was disrupted by privacy changes in Apple. And then Chipotle, it really crushed earnings estimates. The stock was up by almost 22%, but then dropped a little bit. That's after higher menu prices helped the company to offset costs. And the biggest move in commodity sector again was in European natural gas. It fell by more than 5%, and that's despite Russian President Vladimir Putin said Russia is able to start gas deliveries via Nord Stream 2 as soon as it gets approval from German regulator. Doug?
Chipotle, huh? You're making me hungry. Thank you, Natalia. 19 past the hour as we update global news. Let's get to Ed Baxter in the Bloomberg 960 newsroom in San Francisco. Eddie?
Yeah, they have that new brisket salad. Yeah, thanks, Doug. Thanks, Natalia. A group of 43 countries has denounced China's human rights record at the UN, so up to 43 this year from 39 last. China claims a rebuke as part of a Western effort to keep China from rising and says the body must not interfere in its internal affairs. China shut off Boston Celtics NBA games in China after Boston player Enes Kanter's pro-Tibet statements. China is warning today that European support for Taiwan could have an egregious impact. Trump aide Steve Bannon has been held in criminal contempt of Congress. President Joe Biden is saying white supremacy motivated the Trump supporters at the Capitol on January 6th. The CDC has now officially authorized the Pfizer and Moderna mix and match boosters, and Pfizer and BioNTech are saying that research shows their booster shots restore full protection, 95.6%. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg. Rish?
All right. Thank you so much for that, Ed. Let's get back to our guest for this half hour, Margie Patel, Senior Portfolio Manager at Wells Fargo Asset Management. What is the biggest unknown known out there, sorry to quote Donald Rumsfeld, in your view, and the biggest risk to the rally that we see currently?
I would say the biggest risk, but I think it's very, very small, is that the Fed overreacts and raises rates much more than the market is thinking. But I think that's a very low probability. Another risk that we know about is the growth in China, is how much will Chinese growth decelerate, how much of that will fan out through the emerging markets and then back to the developed markets like the U.S.
You know, we heard from Intel after the bell. I mentioned that earlier, the margin pressure there. Even Mattel, the toy maker, with higher cost. In the case of Mattel, I think they were able to compensate somewhat by raising prices. The margin pressure issue, are you concerned by that? Are we going to see some relief going forward, or is this perhaps something that the market really has to struggle to discount even more?
Well, I think what the market is going to do is look at margins and say who can maintain their margins even if they've had a tough quarter here because of supply interruptions and prices that they haven't been able to pass on. So I think they're really going to sort out, and companies that have a good long-term track record of keeping their margins up will look past one quarter that's down. When you look at Intel, you see a company that it isn't just transitory margin pressure. It's really more fundamental pressures with that company as far as where they stand in the competitive universe, and that's really what's, I think, being reflected in the margin pressure, fundamental pressure there. We also had PPG, which is the paint and coatings company, more or less say they had a really bad quarter and they had a whole litany of problems and supply problems and semiconductors and all the rest of it. The market looked right past, and the stock closed several points higher on the day, reflecting the market's feeling that, well, that's just transitory. Their basic model of high margins is very strong.
Yeah. The thing is, you know, we had Whirlpool today, and they were really citing, they were really citing at the moment the whole supply constraints that they've had, supply chain constraints they've had, and blaming that at the moment for having to make a lot of changes in the way that they actually get their goods together and then into the shops there as well. So, Mike, we're going to be hearing more and more of this. How much of a danger is it that this is not just something temporary? Because it's not just, of course, about asynchronistic recoveries taking place around the world, but also, at the same time, it's compounded by energy costs. And on top of that, of course, this whole rejigging of supply chains in light of the tensions between Beijing and Washington. Sorry about the length of that question.
Well, that's right, and but I think that companies have shown great ability to adjust their operations to maintain margins by keeping a more flexible cost structure. And I think we'll see that. As I said, I think what's more important is, do they have revenue growth? Have they cut costs so that if the revenue growth is slowed down because of all these short-term problems, have they been able to increase their earnings? And so far the answer is yes. We've seen growth stocks report higher sales in the quarter than value stocks, but value stocks, in contrast, have showed much higher earnings growth. So the market is going to weigh the difference between that top-line growth and earnings growth, reflecting margins.
Margie, very quickly, in about 30 seconds or so, do you want to have some exposure at this point to EM? Is the damage done to the extent that you see opportunity now?
Well, I think the jury is still out on the emerging markets because it isn't clear how much of their growth is going to spring back because it's so heavily dependent on China. So we're a little skeptical and quite lukewarm until we see some proof that they can generate above-average growth and won't be too depressed from slower Chinese growth.
Margie, thank you so much for joining us. Margie Patel, their Senior Portfolio Manager at Wells Fargo Asset Management, getting her market outlook. Just to say, we are looking at, we were looking at a very positive start for the last trading day in Asia for stocks, but a series of weaker corporate results really has turned that feeling upside down.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Bloomberg.com/professional.
Bloomberg Small Business Report. I'm John Tucker. There are two classes of merchant on Amazon, those who get special protection from counterfeiters and those who don't. The first category includes sellers of some big-name brands. Many lesser-known brands belong to the second group. Fred Ruckel, inventor of a popular cat toy called the Ripple Rug, is one of those sellers. Months ago, knockoff artists began selling versions of his product. Most merchants, many of them small businesses, rely on Amazon's algorithms to ferret out fakes. But Amazon inadvertently gave counterfeiters of Ripple Rug prime placement right next to Ruckel's original copyrighted product. Amazon support teams removed the first few listings Ruckel flagged, but like clockwork, new sellers popped up. Growing desperate with Amazon's response, Ruckel defaced his own product listing, superimposing an SOS on top of the cat mat and warning shoppers to email him before buying. That's the Bloomberg Small Business Report.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Lisa Goldman, partner and leader of Burden's International Tax and Advisory Practice.
It's a smart business practice to diversify your investment portfolio, and many investors look for opportunities in different countries to achieve this objective. However, investing overseas can be complicated and often requires working with a specialist who has a firm grasp of both domestic and international tax law. At Burden Accountants and Advisors, our experienced team works with clients to help them develop cross-border tax plans that minimize their tax liabilities, ensure compliance, and save them money.
If you're a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business. For more tax chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
This is Daniel Blazer. I'm a trustee of the Jewish Communal Fund and chair of the Special Gifts Committee. Back in March, when the world came to a grinding halt with the coronavirus crisis, I turned to the Jewish Communal Fund to make grants to charities that were important to me. Our community of fund holders responded generously, and so did JCF. Through our Special Gifts Fund, which functions like an endowment, JCF made a grant of $1 million to UJA Federation of New York and the Metropolitan Council on Jewish Poverty to fight food insecurity and provide much-needed assistance to Holocaust survivors and single parents who have been impacted by the crisis. If you are not using a donor-advised fund for your giving, now is the time. Working with the Jewish Communal Fund is easy. It's convenient, it's efficient, and it enables you to focus on your charitable giving, especially in difficult moments like these. To find out how JCF can maximize your charitable impact and reduce your tax burden, visit jcfny.org.
I spend a lot of time in the garage, but even more time in the rain, sleet, and mud. In '95, I helped tow your moving trailer. In '05, I helped you get out of a ditch. Yeah, I know I'm a bit rusty, and sadly in '09, it was sparks from me, your handy chains, dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire.
Sparks from dragging chains can start a wildfire. Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Before and after the pandemic.
Is it driven by politics or by science?
That may be how we keep track of our lives from here on out.
What do you think the political effects of that impatience will be?
And through it all, there's been Bloomberg.
We begin on Capitol Hill.
The most accurate business, world, and healthcare news before and after.
The fundamentals do not justify this price action.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. With three bright minds thinking of questions.
How far apart are the two Americas right now?
Someone's bound to ask the one you most want answered.
What defines that as the year goes on?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
How do you explain the fact that you have not seen a cheer from equity traders?
Bloomberg Surveillance.
Will that occur within market stability?
Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119, and around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia.
It is 6:30 in the morning right here in Hong Kong, and over in Singapore it's 6:30 Thursday evening in New York City. I'm Rashad Salam.
And I'm Doug Krisner at the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. A record high today for the S&P 500. We'll take a closer look at all the market action for you momentarily. Australia will be online at the top of the hour, and then in about 90 minutes, Tokyo and Seoul will join in. Let's look at a few of this hour's top business stories. Rish?
All right, well, we've got a critical question for many in the markets, and that is whether inflation is going to be something which is temporary. BlackRock President and COO Jonathan Gray says it's becoming more persistent and pervasive.
I think that's happening for a couple reasons. One is money supply has grown really significantly by more than a third since COVID, which happened monetary fiscal response to the crisis, but it puts more money in the system. And then at the same time, we have some big structural shortages.
Now, what we have also today, market implied expectations for U.S. inflation for the next half decade surging to the highest in 16 years.
After the bell, we heard from Intel. The company gave a lackluster forecast for the current quarter. The chip maker is predicting revenue will drop about 3% from last year. Now, for the most recent quarter, revenue for Intel's data center business was down, get this, 20%. You see, clients such as Amazon and Microsoft are making more chips for themselves, and this is raising worry that Intel could permanently lose some of that business. Stock is down as much as 7% in late U.S. trading. Rashad?
Okay, let's have a look now at Snap shares. They had a rough time of it, tumbling as much as 27%. The drop coming after the social media company said that there are a few factors weighing on its advertising business. One of them, the supply chain crunch. Snap said is discouraging advertisers to spend. The other is Apple's new rule, which requires apps to get users' permission for data collection. Rohit Kulkarni is executive director at MKM Partners. He says the market might be overreacting a little bit.
The big question here is this reaction to Snap. Is this because of Snap, or is this because of the entire industry? We will know more as Facebook and other companies report next week. But as of right now, this feels to me that this is not just Snap standing alone on an island. It is across the industry. So this reaction feels to be a bit too severe.
Well, absolutely. Snap saying that it expects revenue for the fourth quarter to be as much as $1.2 billion, and it's roughly $140 million less than what analysts were projecting.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, we had a record high for the S&P 500 today. Market seemed to be digesting some corporate earnings news. We talked about Tesla yesterday. Today, the stock was up more than 3%, profit obviously beating, and we had Nike joining in among consumer discretionary shares with a gain of something greater than 2.3%. Also, this issue of rising expectations for inflation. The critical question seems to be whether the Fed's notion of transitory inflation will end up being accurate. If you look at the market implied expectations for U.S. inflation over the next half decade, we were talking about this a moment ago, the highest level in 16 years as measured by the 5-year break even. So we had a move up in long-term interest rates. A 10-year Treasury last quoted at 170 and the 5-year today at 120. That's about the highest level we have seen since February 2020. So now the market's also in the process of increasing expectations for a faster rate of Fed tightening. In terms of the equity price action, the Dow today down less than 0.1%, but the NASDAQ composite pushed higher by about 0.6%. The Russell 2000, for its part, was up about 0.3% today. If there is one area to focus on in the minus column, it's got to be energy. A lot of the major producers track the price of crude oil lower. We have Eastern Europe and Russia facing some new lockdowns, and that may suggest a little bit of weakness in demand going forward. In the crude oil space, WTI down 1% today. We settled New York trading 82.50, and then if you look at the S&P 500 energy group, minus 1.8%. That said, some bullish trends do remain intact, right? Supplies remain tight. Power producers, we've been talking about the fact that they have been switching from natural gas to crude oil, fuel oil, right? It's a cheaper alternative as we approach the winter months. Right now, we're looking at 82.48 in WTI, and Brent settled the session at 82.61. We're looking at a much stronger Japanese currency as we get set for trading in Tokyo. 113.98, that's yen vis-a-vis the greenback. And Chicago Nikkei futures now, we're about 28,545. So I'm going to say, Rashad, we're about 150 points below where we were yesterday in the cash market in Japan.
All right, let's check in now with what's going on in terms of some of that global news. Donald Trump aide Steve Bannon has been held in criminal contempt of Congress. Ed Baxter has that and more.
All right, Rich, thank you. Yeah, this, of course, is for ignoring a subpoena to appear before the committee investigating the January 6th Capitol insurrection. Joining us live is Bloomberg congressional reporter Billy House. Billy, thanks again. What is start with the obvious question, I guess. What does this actually do?
Well, it's now up to the Justice Department to decide whether to prosecute Bannon. He could face up to $100,000 in fines and even imprisonment up to a year. Speaker Pelosi wasted no time in signing that citation passed by the House and has already sent it over to the Justice Department to decide what to do. But that's a process that's going to is uncertain. We don't know if they will do anything, and recent contempt actions by the House haven't gone nowhere.
And so this is, but it puts pressure on the Justice Department, I guess, is the bottom line, right?
It does, and one key difference is that this is not a Republican president and his administration not doing something on criminal contempt from Democrats in Congress. This is Joe Biden's administration. So, Attorney General Merrick Garland today, before a congressional panel, said that they would abide by the law, but that's about as specific as he got. And the law does say that they have to present it to a grand jury, but it does allow a lot of discretion on whether to actually go through with prosecution.
Now, does this do anything at this point concrete while this committee meets? Does it lead to any seizure of documents or emails or telephone records?
Quite the opposite. No, it kind of freezes it. And in fact, efforts on another avenue to gain records from the National Archives have already been hit by Trump with suggestion he's going to invoke executive privilege. So that case actually could tie up the Bannon matter as the courts try to decide whether or not this former president in these instances can actually assert that privilege.
Just the politics of this, the pure optics, pretty much a party line vote, only, 9 Republicans crossing. What are they arguing? Because I don't want to sound like I'm opining, but it seems pretty clear he didn't honor the subpoena.
He didn't honor the subpoena. No, he missed his scheduled deposition last week, and he declined to turn over the documents. And the committee, the January 6th committee, says that others they've subpoenaed, including former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, are engaging, quote unquote, whatever that means, with the committee. That Bannon's alone in his defiance. The key question, I think, is what does this committee expect to get from Bannon? And their description of him, essentially, as Republicans would describe it, is the bogeyman, a guy who knew or may even helped orchestrate what happened on January 6th. They don't have proof of that now, but they have statements, certainly, that he made the days beforehand that all hell was going to break loose.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Billy. Really appreciate your help. That is Bloomberg congressional reporter Billy House. All right, Douglas.
Thank you, Eddie. Let's get to global sports. Let's bring in Dan Schwartzman. So, Dano, a Borussia Dortmund star wants how much money?
This is a lot of money, Doug. ESPN reports that Erling Haaland would command a salary of £30 million per year. That's about $41 million if the Borussia Dortmund striker were to move to another club next summer. The 21-year-old has a €75 million release clause that can be triggered and will be pursued by most major European clubs such as Real Madrid, Chelsea, and both Manchester clubs. Japan's Hiroshi Iwata shooting a 7 under 63 to sit atop the Zozo Championship leaderboard in Chiba after round one stroke ahead of both Hideki Matsuyama and Joaquin Niemann. Other notables include Xander Schauffele and Ricky Fowler at even par, with Colin Morikawa at 1 over. Defending champion Patrick Cantlay not playing after deciding to take the rest of the year off. Dodgers looking to stay alive in the NLCS, down 3-1. LA hosting the Atlanta Braves in Game 5 of this series. Atlanta will have Max Fried on the mound. The Dodgers countering with reliever Joe Kelly as their opener. LA, they'll get some bad news. Third baseman Justin Turner out the rest of the postseason after injuring his hamstring. in Game 4. It's an AFC battle on Thursday Night Football. The 3-3 Cleveland Browns hosting the 3-3 Denver Broncos. Case Keenum getting the start at quarterback for the Browns with Baker Mayfield out with a shoulder injury. Cleveland, though, will have Jarvis Landry back. The wide receiver has been activated off injured reserve. Landry had been out since spraining his MCL back in week number 2. NBA, just 3 games on the schedule. Just one local team. The late game tonight on the West Coast, the LA Clippers on the road at the Golden State Warriors. In the NHL, Washington's at the Devils, Islanders on the road at Columbus, and the Rangers are at Nashville. I'm Dan Schwartzman. That's your Bloomberg World Sports Update. Rashad.
Thanks a lot for that, Dan. Just telling you that it's fairly quiet on the data front in Asia. Japan, with its inflation report. This is a country, of course, which is the home of low inflation, and it's likely to show very little sparks of price rises there.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
Are financial services firms managing in this new reality? Claire Santaniello, Managing Director at BNY Mellon's Pershing, explains.
If the current times have taught us anything, it's the critical role that technology plays in client relationships. Global conditions have created a business imperative for firms to digitally transform the way they meet client needs and the way they work. Pershing's industry-leading technology enables you to adapt to the evolving ways your clients want to do business, now and in the future, and can help you build an even stronger digital client experience in a simpler, smarter, and safer environment. We have worked with clients of every size to transform their business. Pershing gives you the foundation to stand on, plus our unique perspective, to help you run your business even during the most uncertain of times. We help you consider everything.
To learn more about how Pershing can help you transform your business, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know, with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at seic.com/seize change.
As a research university, NJIT makes smart technologies even smarter. That's why NJIT graduate and civil engineer Anya O'Dwyer says the university is so important for her industry.
Construction and civil engineering is always going to have cranes and, people and movement, but how we're designing and implementing things, that's what's changing. We have millions of data points now that we never had before, and that's allowed us to think about planning and design in a way that we haven't done so before. NJIT is very much at the forefront of that. Collecting data, understanding data, manipulating data, having access to a facility like NJIT, which is constantly focused on research and innovation, is so important for the industry and what it means to be designing for smarter systems.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
Hi, this is Russell Shinsky, Managing Partner of Anshin. In light of ongoing challenges this year, have you considered if your business could benefit from a more proactive advisor? More than ever, businesses need advisors who specialize in helping them get through these complicated times. Advisors who are focused on partnering with you to get ahead of and navigate proposed tax changes. Let Anshin's accountants and advisors map out a strategy that ensures you're not leaving money on the table. Visit Anshin.com to learn more and to contact me.
BSO Now is your online home for brand new Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. Discover new releases each week that include behind-the-scenes storytelling with conductors including music director Andres Nelsons, guest composers and musicians, plus critically acclaimed archival concerts and more. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsored by Bank of America.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. It's 45 minutes past the hour. Time for a check of sports from around the world. Here's Dan Schwartzman.
Thanks, Doug. Japan's Hiroshi Iwata shoots a 7 under 63 to sit atop the Zozo Championship leaderboard in Chiba after round 1, one stroke ahead of both Hideki Matsuyama and Joaquin Niemann. Other notables include Xander Schauffele and Ricky Fowler at even par, with Colin Morikawa at 1 over. Defending champion Patrick Cantlay is not playing after deciding to take the rest of the year off. ESPN reports that Erlen Haaland would command a salary of £30 million per year if the Borussia Dortmund striker were to move to another club next summer. The 21-year-old has a €75 million release clause that can be triggered and will be pursued by most major European clubs such as Real Madrid, Chelsea, and both Manchester clubs. It's an AFC battle on Thursday Night Football as the 3-3 Cleveland Browns are hosting the 3-3 Denver Broncos. Case Keenum getting the start at quarterback for the Browns with Baker Mayfield out with a shoulder injury. Cleveland, though, will have Jarvis Landry back as a wide receiver has been activated off injured reserve. Landry had been out since spraining his MCL back in week number 2. The Dodgers looking to stay alive in the NLCS down 3-1 as LA is hosting the Atlanta Braves in Game 5 of the series. Atlanta's got Max Fried on the mound while the Dodgers countered with reliever Joe Kelly as their opener. LA getting some bad news, though. Third baseman Justin Turner out the rest of the postseason after injuring his hamstring while running to first base in Game 4. I'm Dan Schwartzman. That's your Bloomberg World Sports Update.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Well, it was looking all so positive for this last trading day of the week for stocks in Asia. U.S. equities hitting all-time highs, powered by a spate of strong corporate results. That euphoric mood, though, quickly soured after the end of the regular session. Those great earnings beats gave way to a string of earnings misses, and that's setting the stage for losses in Asia. We've got losses at the moment for futures contracts in the US as well. Social media stocks sliding in post-market trade, with Snap plunging 23%. The firm's CEO discussing significant headwinds, including advertising shifts, supply chain issues, and labor shortages. S&P 500 index heavyweights Facebook and Alphabet on the way down. Intel heading south as well after a lackluster forecast, and the appliance giant Whirlpool seeing a drop after blaming supply chain woes for disrupting its operations. Having looked at the bond market, traders are boosting expectations for U.S. inflation to levels not seen in over a decade. And this is really at the moment down to perhaps supply chain bottlenecks and resurgent consumer demand, which they perhaps are betting or fearing will lift the cost of goods as well as services. Having a look at the 10-year, it's now got a handle of 1.7% right now, and we're seeing the yield curve actually perhaps also steepening somewhat. On the currency markets, not that much of a move, but we do have the yen on 114 yen 2 sen, and the euro on $1.16, sterling trading on $1, nearly $1.38 actually, so a bit of appreciation there taking place. And having a look at Bitcoin, as we did see that high in the session Wednesday, or should I say Thursday, of $66,000. We've come quite a way off that, 4.7% down, 62,550 or thereabouts. And that's a look at your markets. Let's find out what's going on elsewhere as we get over now to Ed Baxter.
Oh, right. Thank you, Rish. A group of 43 countries has denounced China's human rights record at the UN, so up to 43 this year from 39 last. China claims the rebuke is part of a Western effort to keep China from rising and says the body must not interfere. That's a UN body, must not interfere in its internal affairs. China has shut off Boston Celtics NBA games now in China after Boston player Enes Kanter's pro-Tibet statements. China's warning today that European support for Taiwan could have egregious impact. Trump aide Steve Bannon has been held in criminal contempt of Congress. President Joe Biden is saying that white supremacy motivated the Trump supporters at the Capitol on January 6th. CDC has now officially authorized the Pfizer and Moderna mix and match boosters. Pfizer and BioNTech have been saying research showing that their booster shots restore full protection, 95.6%. UK is reporting cases top 50,000 for the first time since July. Moscow officially implemented its lockdown. Tokyo is set to roll back restrictions at limited operating hours at alcohol servers, bars, and eateries. Beijing reports a new local confirmed COVID infection following the first case October 19th. And House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she feels the infrastructure battle is nearing the home stretch. Smaller, but getting to compromise. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg. Rish.
All right. Well, indeed, let's now find out what else is going on out there as we get over to our next guest, Catherine Dowling, Chief Compliance Officer at Bitwise, to discuss the regulatory environment surrounding the launch of this recent Bitcoin futures ETF. So, Catherine, it's seen as a sign of perhaps a further recognition. What's your take?
Oh, thanks so much for having me. It has been a tremendous couple of days here. Seeing the trading volume has told us the incredible appetite there is for this type of product in the market, and it is opening up the door towards more products and hopefully the pathway towards even more regulatory clarity in the space.
Well, talk to me about the regulatory clarity. I mean, in terms of the new ETFs that have been launched, they are backed by the futures contracts on Bitcoin, and the regulator is the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. It's a different story when we get to kind of the underlying asset, to Bitcoin in and of itself, or any crypto, right?
Right. Yeah. Because the CME futures market in Bitcoin, it's the only regulated market in Bitcoin, which is why it is not a surprise at all that this was the first product out the door. The SEC under Gensler has been very much a thematic investor protections first. That's been the theme, and that is why this type of product is the door opener, because it is end-to-end regulation. It is a regulated product, right? Because you have the futures product that are regulated and traded in the CME. They've had a 4-year history, which for Bitcoin is pretty lengthy. So it's got some tried and true history that you can look to. And it's also within what's called a 40 Act fund wrapper. So you also have a fund structure that provides robust investor protections, more so than other types of fund structures. So within that wrapper, you're going to have an independent board, you're going to have a compliance program, you're going to have transparency, and you're going to have constant disclosure. So this is why we are not surprised, and we were not surprised to see that this product was the first out of the gates after Gensler started speaking about the possibility in early August at the Aspen Security Conference.
Catherine, you talk about it as a product and the wrapping. Well, there is a wrapping, certainly, but there's no product. I mean, there's no underlying asset. You have to roll the contract every month, which means that it's going to cost a fortune in terms of management. At the end of that month, you can't take delivery of this product because you can't. And therefore, I'm asking, is this really tarnishing the reputation and spirit of the whole market for exchange-traded funds, given that this is really a non-deliverable forward?
Well, I think it's still a good product. I agree with you that it's got some hair on it, but it's providing exposure to crypto that's been in demand. It is definitely a more costly and a more convoluted product, but it is giving exposure, and it's giving exposure within to financial advisors to open up an area that has not previously been available for investment to a number of folks, depending on how they keep their capital and the management of that capital. we actually hosted a webinar this morning with a group of financial advisors, and it was really interesting, some of the poll results. 33% of them had actually already invested in the Bitcoin futures product in BitO, given that that's the only one that's currently available until tomorrow. And 66% of them said it was better than nothing, and they wanted to get that crypto exposure. But not surprisingly, a whopping 72% of them were still really interested in getting to a Bitcoin spot ETF, which is really the holy grail, the product that we're all striving for, because it is a more perfect product with much more direct link up to the underlying Bitcoin asset.
Well, you put your finger right on it. So in terms of regulation, what we may need to see from the Securities and Exchange Commission to satisfy the regulatory questions around the underlying about Bitcoin in and of itself, are you optimistic that we're closer to that point now? Do you think the SEC is moving closer, or is there a lot more ground that we have to cover between where we are right now and ultimate approval of a Bitcoin ETF?
It's a great question, and we are optimistic. We at Bitwise have been working with the regulators. We have produced 150 pages of research that we made publicly available to show how we have approached this from an academic standpoint to work with the SEC and other regulators to explain that any questions that they come up with, we're going to look at it, we're going to research it, and we're going to provide answers. So I think we are, and we think we are getting closer to that type of a product and getting approval for that type of a product. But we continue to work with regulators to get to that point.
Catherine, why don't I just buy Bitcoin instead?
You could, yeah, absolutely. I mean,
what's the advantage of buying this rather than Bitcoin?
Sorry, what's that?
What's the advantage of buying these products rather than just Bitcoin?
So these products they're available in brokerage accounts. It's easy to get them. You don't have to go set up your own wallet. You don't have to worry about security aspects around setting up your own wallet, which causes concern for some folks. But there are many folks who can go out and create that setup in the spot market. With this type of product, you have a national exchange, and I think that's going to create some much more trust and confidence for a number of investors and open up a swath of the market for folks that have been waiting on the sidelines.
So when we talk on this program about ransomware attacks, I mean, it's a very short walk into kind of the blockchain and the crypto model and the anonymity that gets baked into that accordingly. What can be done to kind of create a little bit more confidence that there is not just a purely nefarious purpose for cryptocurrency?
It's a great question. We continue to work on the educational front to explain the innovation and the financial innovation in crypto. And yes, in the early days, it had the bad reputation, et cetera. But we continue to work with both financial advisors and regulators to get out there and explain that this is an incredibly innovative, game-changing financial technology. It's not something that just that the crooks can use. And frankly, on the anonymity side, there's transparency. So you actually have some keys to unlock who would be behind any nefarious activities.
Catherine, good stuff. Thank you so much for being with us and sharing your perspective on Bitcoin and Bitcoin futures. Catherine Dowling is the Chief Compliance Officer at Bitwise. Thanks to Rashad Salamat spending the hours with us here on Daybreak Asia. Hot headline from the Bloomberg Terminal: the U.S. is seeking a Xi-Biden virtual summit in November, according to Reuters. Details coming up.
This is a
broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia for this Friday, October 22nd in Hong Kong, Thursday, October 21st in New York. Coming up this hour,
U.S. stocks rise to a record as investors weigh corporate results.
The Fed restricts trading for policymakers after an ethics scandal.
China Evergrande faces a Saturday grace period deadline on an interest payment.
43 UN countries announce China human rights. China warns the EU about human rights stances. Trump aide Steve Bannon held in criminal contempt of Congress. I'm Ed Baxter with Global News.
Borussia Dortmund star Erling Haaland's salary demands have become public. I'm Dan Schwartzman. I'll have that story and more coming up in Bloomberg Sports.
That's all straight ahead on Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. On Bloomberg 1130 New York, Bloomberg 99.1 Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 106.1 Boston, Bloomberg 960 San Francisco, Sirius XM 119, and around the world on BloombergRadio.com and via the Bloomberg Business app.
So we made it to the final trading day of the week in Asia. Yay. Okay. We've got the market up and running in Sydney right now. The ASX 200 showing a little bit of weakness here. We'll talk more about markets in a moment. If you're joining from the APAC region, by the way, good morning. I'm Doug Krisner at the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York.
And I'm Kathleen Hayes, joining Doug at Bloomberg World Headquarters. Happy Asia Friday, everybody. And let me just let you know, of course, the Bloomberg Daybreak Asia is presented by Interactive Brokers Stock Yield Enhancement Program. Earn extra income on the fully paid shares of stocks in your brokerage account. Open an Interactive Brokers account today and learn more at ibkr.com/SYEP. So, Doug, final day of the week, pretty interesting day in the U.S. How is it filtering over into Asia trade?
Well, we have a stronger dollar, and I'll get to that momentarily, but we had some corporate earnings news that helped to send the S&P 500 to a record high today. But at the same time, Kathleen, and you know this very well, rising expectations for inflation. Now, in terms of the equity action, the benchmark S&P 500 up 0.3%, all-time high, 45.49. You know, of the companies that have reported in the S&P so far, about 84% have topped estimates. Today, the market reacted to the news from Tesla that happened last night after the bell. Profit beat, stock was up 3%. And we also had among the consumer discretionary names, Nike shares rising by about 2.3%. Energy, however, did track the price of crude oil lower. It looks like Eastern Europe and Russia are facing some new lockdowns. That puts a question over the demand story. WTI coming in by 1% in New York. 82.50. Right now we're trading 82.35 in the electronic session. Oh, by the way, the S&P 500 Energy Group down today by 1.8%. So the Dow comes in about less than 0.1%, although the NASDAQ composite did pick up about 0.6% today. Had a little bit of tech strength, but that was before the Intel news after the bell. More on that momentarily. And, Kat, you know, you saw the yield on the U.S. 10-year rise about 4 basis points. A lot of folks now bringing forward their expectations for rate hikes by way of the Fed in the next year. 10-year Treasury last quoted here in New York at a yield of 1.70. Now, the Intel story, third quarter earnings below estimates. However, on the revenue side, the top line number did beat. But Intel trimmed its fourth quarter outlook just a bit, and there's a little bit of disappointment in late trading. The stock is down. We'll talk more about that momentarily.
Well, let's get a look now, Doug, at some of the day's big stories, especially going to the weekend. Evergrande, it's one of the biggest stories that traders around the world are watching. We're told some offshore creditors to property developer Evergrande may seek a standstill and debt talks. That's in the likely event of a missed payment. Bloomberg's Steve Engel tells us more.
They are actually, a group of them are seeking talks with Evergrande to avoid really what would be and could be a cascade of bondholder and investor demands once these grace periods end. And that could overwhelm Evergrande and force it to declare a default. Some creditors would like to see Evergrande and its bondholders reach a formal forbearance agreement that would shield the company from a slew of investor demands for immediate debt repayment with parties and discuss restructuring options, really.
Well, Evergrande's grace period will run out tomorrow. That's Saturday. The company is at risk of defaulting on close to $20 billion in outstanding dollar debt. And of course, Doug, everybody's waiting to see if the government, if the People's Bank of China ends up having to take more steps to get involved. So far, they seem to be letting the markets do their work. Yeah, the stock began trading yesterday in Hong Kong. I think we gapped lower. It was a very volatile session for Evergrande shares. They had been halted since the early part of the month. Let's pivot now to the Fed. We have breaking news today. The Fed is imposing new rules on personal investing for officials at the central bank. This follows disclosures recently that led to the resignations of Dallas Fed Bank President Rob Kaplan, along with the head of the Boston Fed Bank, Eric Rosengren. Here is Bloomberg's Steve Matthews on the changes.
They're prohibited from purchasing individual stocks, from holding individual bonds, from holding derivatives. The rules require, even for the securities they do hold, they require that they have 45 days advance notice for purchasing or sale of securities. They have to get approval for purchasing or sale of securities, and they have to hold anything that they do hold for at least a year.
That is Bloomberg's Steve Matthews. By the way, we had a number of Fed watchers today saying the prompt action taken by Chair Jay Powell could help his chances for renomination. His current term expires in February.
Of course, very important to note that everything those Fed bank presidents did was fully within the rules, the regulations, and laws in place. And well vetted by their compliance departments. Well, let's get over to Ed Baxter now in the San Francisco 960 newsroom. A group of 43 countries has denounced China's human rights record at the UN. Ed Baxter with Global News. Eddie.
Exactly right, Kathleen. Group says it's seen an increasing number of reports of widespread and systematic human rights violations against Uyghurs in Xinjiang, including documented torture, forced sterilization, sexual and gender-based violence, and separation of children from their families. Now, the key this year is that more countries joined the petition, up to 43 this year from 39 last. China claims the rebuke is part of a Western effort to keep China from rising and says the body must not interfere in China's internal affairs. China has shut off, meanwhile, Boston Celtics NBA games in China after Boston player Enes Kanter's pro-Tibet statements. Kantner tweeting, "Tibet belongs to the Tibetan people." He says under China's brutal rule, Tibetan people's basic rights and freedoms are non-existent. Trump aide Steve Bannon has been held in criminal contempt of Congress for ignoring congressional subpoenas from the committee looking into the January 6th Capitol insurrection. Congressman Jamie Raskin says it's obvious.
You can't blow off the United States Congress from your sofa and think you're going to get away with it.
Yeah, interestingly, the vote was 229 to 202 with only 9 Republicans siding with Democrats. Now this goes along to the Department of Justice under Attorney General Merrick Garland investigating the criminal, which is investigating charges as well. So now, what about the documents that Bannon is said to possess? He's obviously not going to testify. Bloomberg's Billy House says it doesn't give Congress access.
Quite the opposite. No, it kind of freezes it. And in fact, efforts on another avenue to gain records from the National Archives have already been hit by Trump with suggestion he's going to invoke executive privilege. So that case actually could tie up the Bannon matter as the courts try to decide whether or not this former president in these instances can actually assert that privilege.
Yeah, now if Bannon were to be convicted, he could face fine and jail time. The CDC has now officially authorized the Pfizer-Moderna mix and match boosters, and Pfizer and BioNTech are saying research shows their booster shots restore full protection. They say 95.6 effective in people aged 16 and over. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg. Doug.
Thanks, Ed. Let's get to our guest, Hillary Kramer. She's with us for the half hour. Hillary is the CIO of Kramer Capital Research on the line from here in New York. Thanks for being with us, Hillary. A lot of the numbers on the bottom line have beaten. Of the S&P companies that have reported so far, I think the number is around 84% that have topped estimates. But it's clear now, particularly with the numbers we had from Intel after the bell, Mattel in there as well, talking about margin pressures. We've talked a little bit about the inflationary impact on margins. Is this something that's going to be troubling going forward?
Yes, and it's really frightening. There's going to be a lot of pain in the market. Chipotle would be a great example of after the bell came in at $7.02 earnings per share versus $6.32. Chipotle, so that's great, right? They hit it out of the park. However, Chipotle said we made it so well because we were able to raise prices in order to compensate for the higher beef prices we have, the higher freight costs we have. The margin pressures are going to be there because Chipotle, as popular as it is, there's the elasticity of pricing, can only raise their prices so much. And this is across the board. And that's why it'll be very important to hear what 3M, Honeywell, the industrials that are going to start reporting have to say.
Well, Hillary, then we're in the midst of earnings season. what should we be watching for to know if we're seeing a signal that says, oh no, if you pulled back on your stock portfolio, get back in there. It's time to buy and make some money. Or that's going to tell us, you got to keep some feet in the water, but at the same time, this is not a time with so much uncertainty over the Fed and more to be loading up on more stocks.
I think that we've already heard the news, which is keep your powder dry, don't try to catch the falling knife, all of those trite but true sayings, because we've seen, we've just seen too much talk about inflation, about the jam up in components, supply chain, and one in a kind of experiential way just has to go past any car dealership and see that the lots are empty to realize the implications of this. And think of a company like Intel, whose stock to be down 8%. It's onerous. It is onerous. So that's my answer. We've already started to see what. We've already been told.
Yeah, well, I was struck by the fact that today, market-implied expectations for U.S. inflation over the next half-decade, we're looking at the 5-year forward now, the highest level that we have seen in about 16 years. So the market seems to be breaking away a little bit from this idea of, hey, fellas, it's transitory. We can talk about that when we continue. Hillary Kramer, our guest from Kramer Capital Research on DBA. This is Bloomberg.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the Terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work. Sorry, I'm late. Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working. Who, me? Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey. Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Richard Goldstein, Senior Principal and Co-Leader of Burden State and Local Tax Practice.
COVID-19 pandemic state and local government restrictions have caused many people to shelter in place outside their primary state of residence. The new normal of remote working has proliferated potentially costly state and local tax residency issues. For example, if you live in Manhattan but have been residing and working in Connecticut because of the pandemic, you may be a resident of one or both states and potentially taxed twice on the same income. At Burden, we help clients develop a plan to address double residency concerns and non-resident income allocation to minimize their overall tax liability. If you're a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more Tax Chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit BurdenLLP.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
Accounting professional Liam Cohen, CPA, a trustee of the Jewish Communal Fund, and Sephardic Beaker Holem, talks about why he uses JCF's donor-advised fund and recommends JCF to his clients.
JCF is an organization that I've worked with for many years, both personally and in my accounting practice. The ease of giving and managing my donations through their website is very effective. Using it for tax planning and managing all of my charitable gifts giving through one place. JCF's endowment helps support Jewish organizations throughout the tri-state area, and that's very important to me and my clients.
JCF's donor-advised fund is the smarter way to give back. Let Jewish Communal Fund maximize your clients' charitable deductions and streamline their charitable giving. Since JCF handles all the administration, get started now at jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277. We have a gift for giving.
You know the expression, hit the ground running. We think it's a better idea to hit the ground listening. Karen Moscow.
The pandemic is having a major impact on the labor market.
Nathan Hager.
President Biden is setting a new goal.
Bloomberg Daybreak.
A landmark trial kicked off this week.
Weekday mornings at 5 Eastern.
We really haven't seen that kind of move happen.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
The private equity space is more competitive than ever before. Successful transactions require quality, speed, and efficiency. Closing a deal is just the beginning. That's why Witham is dedicated to the entire life cycle of your investment. Private equity investors trust Witham to bring thoughtful financial insights, tax structuring, integration, and cyber risk mitigation to strengthen value creation. Experience the Witham way. Visit witham.com/PE. Witham.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. It's a quarter past the hour. Time for a check of sports from around the world. Here's Dan Schwartzman.
Thanks, Doug. With Chelsea star Antonio Rudiger heading toward a free transfer, as contract talks with the Blues have hit an impasse, clubs such as Bayern Munich and Real Madrid believe the center-back will be leaving Stamford Bridge. Sources say the 28-year-old is looking to at least double his current £100,000 per week wage, while Chelsea is reluctant to go over £150,000. Some believe that as a free transfer, Rudiger could potentially command close to £300,000 per week. ESPN reporting that Erling Haaland would command a salary of £30 million per year if the Borussia Dortmund striker were to move to another club next summer. The 21-year-old has a €75 million lease clause that can be triggered and will be pursued by most major European clubs, such as Real Madrid, both Manchester clubs, and Chelsea. The Dodgers looking to stay alive in the NLCS down 3-1, as Los Angeles is hosting the Atlanta Braves in Game 5 of the series. Atlanta with Max Fried on the mound, the Dodgers starting off with reliever Joe Kelly as their opener. LA, though, getting some bad news as third baseman Justin Turner is going to be out the rest of the postseason after injuring his hamstring in Game 4. An AFC battle on Thursday Night Football, the 3-3 Cleveland Browns are hosting the 3-3 Denver Broncos. Case Keenum getting the start at quarterback for the Browns with Baker Mayfield out with a shoulder injury. Cleveland, though, will have Jarvis Landry back as a wide receiver has been activated off injured reserve. Landry had been out since spraining his MCL back in Week 2. I'm Dan Schwartzman. That's your Bloomberg World Sports Update.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
We're at 17 past the hour right now. We've been trading in Sydney for about 17 minutes or so, and the ASX 200 is down about 0.3% after a mixed session here in the U.S., but we can't lose sight of the fact that the S&P 500 finished at an all-time high today. The market spent the session kind of digesting a number of corporate earnings, and then there's this issue of rising in expectations for inflation. We've got a 10-year Treasury now at 170. Market-implied expectations for U.S. inflation over the next half-decade, so the next 5 years, we are now at the highest level in 16 years, and more the market is beginning to bring forward expectations for a faster pace of Fed tightening, a 2-year Treasury at 45 basis points. Now, we mentioned a record for the S&P today. We had consumer discretionary shares out in front of the advance, chiefly Tesla. Those shares up more than 3% after profit beat. We heard from Intel after the bell. We're going to unpack this on the bottom of the hour with our chip expert, Ian King. Third quarter earnings below estimates. However, on the top line, revenue beat, but the chip maker trimmed forecast for the fourth quarter. Those shares down more than 7% right now in late U.S. trade. As we get set for trading in the APAC region, you're looking at a stronger dollar and a stronger yen now, 113.97. That's weighing on Chicago Nikkei futures. We'll take another look at markets in 15 minutes. Time to get updated on global news. Ed Baxter's in the Bloomberg 960 newsroom in San Francisco. Ed?
Oh, all right. Thank you very much, Doug. A group of 43 countries denounced China's human rights record at the UN, so up to 43 this year from 39 last. China claims a rebuke as part of Western efforts to keep China from rising and says the body must not interfere in its internal affairs. China has shut off Boston Celtics NBA games after Boston player Enes Kanter's pro-Tibet statements. Now, China's warning today also that European support for Taiwan should have an egregious impact. Trump aide Steve Bannon has been held in criminal contempt of Congress. President Joe Biden is saying that the white supremacy motivated Trump supporters at the Capitol on January 6th. And the CDC has now officially authorized the Pfizer and Moderna mix and match boosters. And Kathleen, I'm just looking at a story up that came out of our programming today on Bloomberg Radio and Television. The Long Beach port chief says shop early. He says this is going to, for holiday gifts, he says this is going to land the supply chain through it at least the end of the year. So he said don't wait until the last minute this year.
Well, that's why people are expecting a lot of gift cards to be wrapped up and put under the tree, Ed. Let's bring this up with our next guest as we continue the conversation with Hillary Kramer. She's CIO of Kramer Capital Research. Hillary, just quickly about the Fed. I think what people are missing who watch the Fed is that they are now evenly divided between lifting the rate in 2022 or not. And that was a steady move towards liftoff sooner. First, oh no, they won't do it till 2024. Oh, they won't do it till 2023. And now there's at least 3 who see 2 hikes next year, and they're getting more worried about inflation. There's a lot of stimulus out there. They don't need to keep buying bonds now to keep the economy. They don't need to keep the key rate at 0 to keep the economy going. Is it hard for the stock market to get it through its head that this is going to happen?
The stock market will figure this out. Right now, there's window dressing taking place as we head toward the end of the quarter. So many hedge funds didn't perform, Kathleen, as we know, and you've always pointed out through the past weeks, even as well as individual investors did. So there's this kind of group thing to try to hold up some of these stocks that are positioned to really crater. In terms of the Fed, I thought it was going to happen long before it did, this whole inflation crisis, but it's here. And that 1.7% on the 10-year, when it was just at 1.1, well, it had been close to 2, that it dropped. Now we're back where we are. The Fed is definitely withdrawing support. Yeah, are we going to see cuts? Yeah, I think we're going to have to. But in the meantime, and in a very immediate way, November is going to be the withdrawing of support from basically tapering from all this bond buying. You know, we can't pump asset prices forever, and it's very clear now that, you know, we always kept hearing, look, we're going to pay a price for keeping rates down towards 0. This is the price, right? No one really could articulate it. And then we say inflation. Well, what's inflation anyway? Now, we're doing okay for right now. Homes are the biggest concern of all. So we have inflation, with housing.
And oil. And oil prices, right? Look at oil. WTI 82.50. I mean, what more do you need to know?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, they're alone. I mean, it's in every corner, everywhere. We're seeing this inflation. So, okay, in housing, inventory is going to stay very low. That's going to probably help for a while. It's just a mess. In oil, obviously, the concern about the quarantines over in Eastern Europe.
Right.
There's pain ahead. There's real pain ahead.
But then what stocks do you buy then? Or do you buy stocks? And I thought it was interesting in your notes you sent us, you say Citibank is a hedge, a Fed hedge, for example. You like payment stocks. But again, you have to be very, very selective now. Is that what you got to do at a time like this?
Right. We look for undervalue. We look for undervalue, and Citi is still undervalued. Sometimes it gets in its own way, but doing well, especially in the investment banking side. We see these undervalued companies like Ingredion, which is seeing lower corn prices, sugars, starches, and everything from your ice cream to every kind of snack and cookie and gum out there, as well as in other arenas. But it's selling for less. I mean, to sell for less than 14 times next year. The same, Goldman Sachs selling at 1.4 times book. Yeah, it was better when it was selling at 0.5 times book,
Sure.
which we had years to jump in at that level.
So speaking of the financials very quickly, as we get more slope to the yield curve, net interest margins will expand, but I'm thinking that higher rates will put a little bit of a damper on loan growth. I mean, 30 seconds. You are still bullish on the financials at this point?
Still bullish because they've taken good care of their credit portfolios. Hopefully that won't crack, and there's and that's where the net interest margins will certainly help, and other areas are going to be all jammed up in a mess if they can't get their they can't get their semiconductors.
Alrighty.
They can't get their parts.
All right, Hillary Kramer, thank you so much. Glad we got you here today. CIO of Kramer Capital Research. Keep it right here on Daybreak Asia. We're going to be looking at the Fed coming up. This is Bloomberg.
This is the Bloomberg.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Bloomberg.com/professional.
Green Business Report. America's carbon emissions may be underestimated. An analysis by Bloomberg Intelligence suggests that while domestic emissions have been cut in recent years, they may be more than 6% higher than estimated when emissions linked to imports and exports are included. While the United States has long had an economic trade deficit, it also faces a carbon trade deficit. Emissions from imports outweigh emissions linked to exports, and that adds to emissions linked to domestic production. The United States accounts for 13% of global carbon emissions, second only to China. Factoring in BI's analysis of emissions from the balance of trade would raise the U.S. share of the world's carbon emissions by another 1%, adding 285 million tons to this country's emissions for 2020. The United Nations Climate Change Conference is coming up soon, and accountability may be redefined beyond domestic emissions. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, shares how we help you consider everything.
In today's ever-evolving environment, the team at Pershing's Prime Services wants to know, what are you focused on now? Are you confident in the stability of your counterparty? Do you feel they can help you grow your business? When it comes to fundraising, do you have access to the mindset of the advisor or have what you need to navigate the ODD process? Exceptional service for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. Whether it's customized financing or securities lending solutions, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your demands, so you can focus on growing your business and producing results for your clients.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes. As long as it's coming from love, then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SCI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth.
within asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential and change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/C's change.
When will you be able to go to a meeting where nobody smells like hand sanitizer? Who knows? But we can give you the latest business and financial news, fragrance-free.
Let's tease out some of what you just said.
Are there tools in the toolbox for the Fed? Does that point to the need for continued monetary support?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
You do realize the mark that this is having on a younger generation.
Bloomberg, the world is listening. The market news you need.
Rates are low, earnings are pretty good.
Along with the insights you didn't know you needed.
When I'm walking my dog, when I'm taking Steve around the block. Steve is the name of your dog? Yeah, Steve.
Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
My dream scenario is that Paul sells his house, then the bubble bursts, and then I can find one.
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern.
Never met Steve? I have not met Steve. He's been on TV a lot.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119, and around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia.
It's 7:30 a.m. in Hong Kong. I'm Kathleen Hayes.
And I'm Doug Krisner. We're coming to you from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. It is about a half hour away now until we'll get trading underway in Tokyo and in Seoul. Sydney is trading, and we've got the ASX 200 down about 0.1%. We had a record high for the S&P. We also heard from Intel after the bell. Third quarter numbers below estimates, but sales beat, so the top line was good. However, as we move forward, Intel was forced to trim its fourth quarter outlook, and we want to take a closer look now with Bloomberg semiconductor expert Ian King. He joins us from our bureau in San Francisco. Ian, I'm looking at the stock down right now in late trading by, 8.5%. Give me a sense of what happened on the call to make the market so negative.
Yeah, I mean, as you observed, the report wasn't fantastic, but it wasn't disastrous. But on the call, they decided to give out more long-term forecasts. Revenue next year of around $74 billion, which, again, isn't terrible. But then they went on and said, our margins for the next 2 or 3 years are going to be 51, 53% gross margin. Oh, and by the way, we're going to spend as much as $28 billion on CapEx next year, which would be roughly twice what they normally spend. So, the bottom line here and what really upset people, I think, was that, look, if this company is going to turn itself around, okay, maybe it's going to spend a lot of money, but good grief, that's a lot of money, and it's going to take a while.
Well, remind us what the CEO, Pat Gelsinger, is up against, what he's trying to do, get the manufacturing part of their business going, lift it higher. What do people think of what he's doing so far, and how does it fit into this whole world of chip shortages?
It doesn't really fit into the world of chip shortages other than as a short-term explanation of why there were some missing parts and as many, there were relatively fewer PCs made than perhaps should have been, which is sort of suppressing Intel's earnings a little bit, or at least that's their explanation. But, the step back here is that Gelsinger came back to Intel in February and inherited a company that really had fallen off the pace of the crucial manufacturing area in semiconductors, which had been in the lead for years. So that means higher prices, higher costs, and lower market share than they've had in years. And, that's reflected in the financial performance. And he said, look, to get back in there, to really compete with TSMC and Samsung, we need to spend a lot. And, they accept his enthusiasm. They accept that he's perhaps got the right answer, but they don't like the cost.
Two things that I want to focus on in the remaining minutes that we have with you, Ian. One is the data center business. The other is the Apple story. Begin with describing what's happening in this data center, the chip business.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most lucrative business for Intel out there. You can sell chips up to $15,000 for just one of them, which is obviously a lot of money. what's happening, though, is that the customer base, the real big spenders, the Googles, the Facebooks, the Microsofts, the Amazon, AWS, have started to make their own chips or look elsewhere. And that really hurts. In the quarter, 20% down from a year ago, sales to that group. It was kind of made up by corporate sales, but that's a really big concern long-term for where Intel is going. The Apple situation is that basically, the world's largest technology company has decided that it's better than Intel at making chips and increasingly gone its own way. Not a huge part of Intel, they're only 10% or less of the PC market, but as a symbol, that's really horrible. And, Gelsinger said, look, we're going to have to work really hard to make chips that they just can't resist, and right now nobody can see that.
Ian, good stuff. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Bloomberg's Ian King, who covers the U.S. semiconductor industry for us from our bureau in San Francisco. And again, Intel shares down 8.5%. Certainly weighing on the futures for the E-mini contracts. If you look at the S&P 500 E-minis for the American market, we're down about 0.3%. NASDAQ 100 E-minis now weaker by more than 0.5%. This after we had a record high day today for the S&P 500. Couple of corporate earnings the market was forced to digest along with rising expectations for inflation. We talked earlier about the fact that the market implied expectations for U.S. inflation now over the period of the next half decade, right, the next 5 years, we're now looking at the highest level that we have seen in terms of expectations in about 16 years. Long-term interest rates up today, 10-year Treasury 170. The Dow, for its part, was a little bit weaker. We were down about 0.1%, but the NASDAQ composite rose about 0.6%. As we get set for trading in Asia, you're looking at a stronger dollar, stronger yen too, 113.95. Chicago Nikkei futures now nearly 200 points below where we were in the cash market yesterday. In Japan, we'll get Seoul and Tokyo up and running at the top of the hour. Right now in Sydney, ASX 200 is down about 0.2%. Kathleen?
Well, let's get back to Baxter, our 960 San Francisco newsroom. Donald Trump aide Steve Bannon held in criminal contempt of Congress. Ed Baxter, what's going on?
All right. Thank you, Kathleen. Yeah, this, of course, for ignoring a subpoena to appear before a committee investigating the January 6th Capitol insurrection. Bloomberg's Billy House says it now goes to the Justice Department.
That's a process that's going to is uncertain. We don't know if they will do anything, and recent contempt actions by the House haven't gone nowhere.
Yeah, but Congressman Liz Cheney says there's still a very important vote.
Mr. Bannon's own public statements make clear he knew what was going to happen before it did. And thus, he must have been aware of and may well have been involved in the planning of everything that played out on that day.
Cheney says Congress cannot be ignored. The vote, by the way, was pretty much along party lines. Only 9 Republicans crossing. A group of 43 countries has denounced China's human rights record at the UN, citing systematic human rights violations against Uyghurs in Xinjiang, of torture, of forced sterilization. 43 this year is up from 39 last. China says the effort is just to keep it from rising. Meanwhile, it has warned the EU for support for Taiwan, saying it could have an egregious impact on the globe. Foreign Ministry says European Parliament's decision to adopt a report calling for greater ties with Taiwan gravely violates the One China agreement. This signals the increasing tensions over Taiwan globally. Supply chain, not just a problem at ports in Los Angeles and Long Beach, of course. Benton Kaufman is Vice President, DSV Transportation, a company that navigates through the shipping process for companies.
So you might get a booking confirmation for 2 weeks from now, but you might not actually load it for a month. And our DSV offices in Asia, they fight with the carriers to get on the ships, but it can take 3 or 4 weeks to get on. And it's lack of equipment as well.
And that, along with everything else, causes massive backups. Kaufman on Bloomberg from Long Beach today says all parties need to work together. He says he doesn't see this getting solved until potentially well into next year and potentially beyond that. And the executive director of the port, Long Beach, Mario Cordero, along with dramatic effects on business and production, is telling Bloomberg, shop early.
Shop early, because these delays and bottlenecks are going to continue to the end of the year. Hopefully we'll have some strong mitigating factors in terms of what we're doing. And the good news is there's strong collaboration by everybody in the supply chain to address this issue.
Yeah, Cordero says there are now more than 70 vessels anchored off San Pedro and Bay, ports L.A. and Long Beach. And the CDC has now officially authorized the Pfizer Moderna mix and match boosters. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg. Doug.
All right, time for Global Sports with Dan Schwartzman. Dan, could a Chelsea star be leaving this summer? I'm going to put that question to you. What do you think?
Doug, it's a good question, but it looks like star Antonio Rudiger is going to be heading toward a free transfer. Contract talks with the Blues have now hit an impasse. Clubs such as Bayern Munich and Real Madrid believe the center back will be leaving Stamford Bridge. Sources say the 28-year-old is looking to at least double his current £100,000 per week wage, while Chelsea is reluctant to go over £150,000. Now, Doug, some believe that as a free transfer, Rudiger could potentially command close to £300,000 per week. ESPN reports that Erling Haaland would command a salary of £30 million per year. That's $41 million if the Borussia Dortmund striker were to move to another club next summer. The 21-year-old has a €75 million release clause that can be triggered and will be pursued by most major European clubs such as Real Madrid, Chelsea, and both Manchester clubs. Japan's Hiroshi Iwata's shooting a 763 to sit atop the Zozo Championship leaderboard in Chiba after round one. He's one stroke ahead of Joaquin Neiman and Hideki Matsuyama. Other notables include both Ricky Fowler and Xander Schauffele at even par, Colin Morikawa at 1 over. Defending champion Patrick Cantley's not playing. He decided to take the rest of the year off. Dodgers looking to stay alive in the NLCS, down 3-1. LA is hosting the Atlanta Braves in Game 5 of the series. First pitch coming up in about 30 minutes. Atlanta's going to have Max Fried on the mound. The Dodgers countering with reliever Joe Kelly as their opener. An AFC battle on Thursday Night Football. The 3-3 Cleveland Browns hosting the 3-3 Denver Broncos. Case Keenum getting the start at quarterback for the Browns with Baker Mayfield out with a shoulder injury. I'm Dan Schwartzman. That's your Bloomberg World Sports Update. Kathleen.
Dan, thank you so very much. Well, coming up, we're going to be looking into a very big story. You may recall the presidents of the Dallas Fed and the Boston Fed were called out for trading securities during the pandemic. Well, some new rules have been issued, and maybe it's going to help Jay Powell get renominated at the Fed. Keep it right here. This is Bloomberg.
Greg Sauter is...
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to the real-time financial news, data, and analytics that can take your workflow to the next level. Power up at Bloomberg.com/professional.
is president of WGI, which provides engineering solutions for public infrastructure and real estate development projects. He's also on the board of overseers for New Jersey Institute of Technology and sees firsthand the intense demand by companies to hire NJIT graduates.
It's become almost cliche to say, but a large percentage of the jobs required in the not-too-distant future have not even been identified yet. What that means is we need graduates with problem-solving skills and an understanding of technology, technological dexterity, to be the leaders and innovators of the future. NJIT is rising to that challenge. It's not just about the engineering and the science, but it's also about the application of those in problem solving. Understanding how to apply is something that NJIT is outstanding at, and that's one of the reasons that their student body, that their graduates are sought after.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Mayor Mintz, partner and co-leader of Burden's real estate practice.
Whether it's because of the COVID-19 pandemic or not, it is essential for anyone negotiating a deal to understand the underlying economic assumptions and the current market. From buying or selling assets to forming a joint venture, it's important to work with a sophisticated tax advisor who understands how the changing tax law may impact the structure of the deal. At Burden, we leverage our more than 100 years of transactional experience to help guide clients through the complexities of these structures and ensure that they understand any potential tax impact. If you're a high net worth individual or business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more Tax Chat from Burden, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable.
But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology, makes innovation happen. NJIT faculty mentored Christoph Camacho when he was a student, helping him co-found a startup and patent a device that uses drone technology for reforestation and to collect valuable data for land management.
I founded Paratrees back in 2016, taking what I learned from my research at NJIT and migrating it to a startup. Our technology is to really enhance land management operations, so we work very closely with land management companies. So we have a drone that performs precision reforestation, and we do storm damage assessment, having access to drones that can collect data so it's much faster. And what is more important, we help them drive management decisions. NJIT has been there every step of the way, going full force with my company.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
No company wants to be involved in an international dispute. But when disagreements arise, you need expertise at your side. Take a closer look at ICDR, the International Center for Dispute Resolution. Backed by the longevity and strength of the American Arbitration Association, the ICDR is the world's leading provider of cross-border dispute resolution services, handling more cases than any other institution. Find out why global expertise matters. Visit ICDR.org.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. It's 45 minutes past the hour. Time for a check of sports from around the world. Here's Dan Schwartzman.
Thanks, Doug. Goal reports that Newcastle United has identified Barcelona's Ousmane Dembele as their target to be the first major signing since a takeover by Saudi Arabia-backed funds, with the France international willing to move to the Premier League. Camp Nou, though, has signaled a willingness to sign the winger to an extension, but no progress has been reported. ESPN reports that Erling Haaland would command a salary of £30 million per year if the Borussia Dortmund striker were to move to another club next summer. The 21-year-old has a €75 million lease clause that can be triggered and will be pursued by most major European clubs, such as Chelsea, Real Madrid, and both Manchester clubs. Japan's Hiroshi Iwata shoots a 7-under-63 to sit atop the Zozo Championship leaderboard in Chiba after round one stroke ahead of both Hideki Matsuyama and Joaquin Niemann. Other notables include Xander Schauffele and Ricky Fowler at even par, with Colin Morikawa at 1 over. It's an AFC battle on Thursday Night Football as the 3-3 Cleveland Browns are hosting the 3-3 Denver Broncos. Case Keenum getting the start at quarterback for the Browns, with Baker Mayfield out with a shoulder injury. Cleveland, though, will have Jarvis Landry back as a wide receiver has been activated off injured reserve. The Dodgers looking to stay alive in the NLCS as LA is hosting the Atlanta Braves in Game 5 of the series, down 3-1. Atlanta with Max Fried on the mound, while the Dodgers are using their bullpen with Joe Kelly as their opener. I'm Dan Schwartzman. That's your Bloomberg World Sports Update.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it's brought to you by SEI. Asset managers don't get the results that are off the charts when their solutions are off the shelf. You can learn how SEI's operating platform can turn infrastructure into a competitive advantage. It's all at SEIC.com/IMS. We're going to get trading underway in Tokyo and Seoul at the top of the hour. Chicago Nikkei futures now imply a move of maybe 150 points to the downside when Japan comes online. We're looking at a stronger yen here. That's certainly a negative. 113.90 now against the dollar. Right now in Sydney, the ASX 200 is weaker by about 0.2%. In terms of eco data for Japan, core consumer prices up year over year in the month of September by 0.1%. That was smack in line with estimates. Stateside, in terms of equity market action, we had a record high for the S&P as the market kind of embraced some corporate earnings, principally from from Tesla. Those shares up 3% after the company beat after the bell yesterday. And Tesla shares today higher by 3%. That led the consumer discretionary group higher. In that group, we also had Nike up about 2.3%. In the minus column, though, you got to put your finger on the energy complex. Crude oil was down today after Eastern Europe and Russia appear to be facing some new lockdowns, and that put a question mark over the demand component. WTI crude in New York down 1% today. We closed 82.50 right now, trading 82.33 in the electronic session. But I think it's fair to say the critical question for markets at this point is whether the Fed's notion of transitory inflation will end up being accurate. Market implied expectations for U.S. inflation for the next half decade are now at the highest level in 16 years, a 10-year Treasury at 170, and those higher rates help to strengthen the dollar today, with the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index rising 0.2%. We'll do another check of markets in about 15 minutes. Let's get to Ed Baxter for some global news now. He's in the Bloomberg 960 newsroom in San Francisco. Eddie.
Okay, Douglas. U.S. has asked for a virtual summit between President Joe Biden and President Xi Jinping in November. A group of 43 countries now has announced China's human rights record at the UN. So 43 this year, up from 39 last year. China claims the rebuke is part of a Western effort to keep China from rising and says the body must not interfere in its internal affairs. China shut off Boston Celtics NBA games after Boston player Enes Kanter's pro-Tibet statements. China is warning today that European support for Taiwan could have an egregious impact on relations. Trump aide Steve Bannon has been held in criminal contempt of Congress. President Joe Biden is saying that the white supremacy motivated the Trump supporters at the Capitol on January 6th. And the CDC has now officially authorized the Pfizer and Moderna mix and match boosters. And Pfizer and BioNTech are saying research shows their booster shots restore full protection, 95.6%. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg. Kathleen.
Ed, thanks so very much. Well, let's get to a big story about the Federal Reserve, but not the kind of story that you're used to listening to, reading about when they're going to taper, when they're going to raise rates. This is a story about Federal Reserve officials who bought and sold individual stocks and bonds during the pandemic. I have to add, every time I talk about this, though, everything they did was fully vetted by their legal counsel and by the Board of Governors. Nevertheless, when it came to light, it created an uproar about how could they possibly do this. So someone who's been following this story very closely is our Bloomberg ace Federal Reserve reporter, Steve Matthews, joining us from Atlanta. So, Steve, for people who don't know the story, the story is that there's new rules out, stricter rules on Fed trading. So, but start by telling us what happened and what led to this, the Fed saying we need to change the way this is done.
So what happened was that a couple of the Fed presidents, Rosengren of Boston and Kaplan of Dallas, were trading in stocks and bonds and during 2020. And this was not exactly in the middle of the crisis, but was close enough that raised questions about whether the appearance was right. I mean, as you correctly say, they did everything, and they have said they did everything by the rules. But the appearance, in retrospect, looked bad. The Fed intervened in a massive way, unprecedented way, and that boosted stock prices dramatically and affected lots of other asset prices. In looking back, when these revelations came to light, it sure looked fishy. And while they may have done nothing wrong in violating specific regulations, they ended up both stepping down. Then there were additional, revelations about Vice Chair Clarida and, kind of a new look at all of the trading. And in light of all that, Chair Powell has basically imposed very sweeping changes. It's almost impossible to overstate how sweeping they are. From now, senior Fed officials cannot buy individual stocks. They cannot buy individual bonds. Mm-hmm. They cannot do any trading at all for 45 days. They put in a request to buy a mutual fund, that has the S&P 500 in it, for example, and any trades at all, buys or sells, has to be done 45 days in advance, has to be approved. Whenever there's a crisis, there's no trading at all, no buys, no sells.
So much of what the Fed
very, very sweet.
So much of what the Fed does, though, Steve, as you well know, is based on this idea of confidence. And during the last press conference after the September meeting, I believe that Powell himself had to deal with some questions on this topic from a number of reporters, and he was very clear. Does he get credit for addressing this in a very swift way?
I guess in a way it depends on how you think about Chair Powell. If you are someone who thinks of him in a sympathetic way, you look at this as much of Wall Street does and say, he's a hero. He took unprecedented action in a swift way. The government does not move this fast. I mean, it's like think of another government agency that has moved in a couple of months to impose major changes in rules that have been in place for years and years. It's like it just doesn't happen. So, definitely Wall Street is putting on the view that this might enhance his chances to get renominated because it shows he's a real leader. On the other hand, Senator Elizabeth Warren, who is perhaps his biggest opponent in the Senate, spoke to one of our Bloomberg reporters and is just as opposed as ever and is not sure this goes far enough and wants to know details and wants there to be an SEC investigation.
Right. But Liz Warren was against Powell's renomination long before this happened, so it's just put more fuel on her fire. But I wonder, it seems to me that another way of looking at this is that Eric Rosengren and Rob Kaplan both stepped down quickly, not because they thought they did anything wrong, maybe stupid in hindsight, but they didn't break the law. Again, fully vetted by their legal teams and by the team of the Board of Governors. The Board of Governors knew what they were doing, right? And that they did this so that they would not get in the way of Jay Powell's renomination.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a case to be made that was what their effort was about. And, clearly their trades had a bad appearance. And, in fact, in the press conference in September, Chair Powell was asked about it and whether he had confidence in those individuals. And he kind of deflected the question. He definitely did not say he did. And then like a couple of days later, they both announced their early retirements. And it's pretty clear that he was not happy with it. And because of the appearance, although, you are correct. Certainly the series of events looked like they were clearing the way to try to clean up a mess and make it an easier sale to have Chair Powell renominated and get this issue out of the way. And maybe the issue does move out of the way.
Well, we're about to find out because Powell is speaking tomorrow on a panel. Do you think this is likely to come up as a part of the questioning?
Yes, I mean, I think there's an excellent chance it should come up. This has been the biggest news, of the week involving the Fed. So I would be surprised if it doesn't come up. It's a South African led panel, although, Francine Lacroix of Bloomberg is moderator, so I'm sure she will do an excellent job. The other thing that though you can say about this panel is tomorrow is the last day before the Fed goes into blackout. In the November meeting, we expect tapering, bond tapering, and there's been, just incredible amount of chatter about inflation getting out of control and people worried about how long high inflation is persisting. So what he says about that is going to be really important.
That's a very good point, Steve. Thank you so much for being with us. Steve Matthews there, Bloomberg's economics reporter. Kathleen Hayes, always a pleasure. Thank you.
Always a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much for being with us this hour of the radio program. Juliet Solly will come in at the top of the hour from our studios in Singapore, talk you through the open of market action in Tokyo and in Seoul. Sydney is trading a little bit weak after a record high in the U.S. We'll update market action for you in a moment. This is Bloomberg.
With the Bloomberg broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia for this Friday, October 22nd in Hong Kong, Thursday, October 21st in New York. Coming up this hour, Asian stocks look set for a mixed start as investors weigh inflation concerns. The Fed restricts trading for officials after an ethics scandal. And China Evergrande faces a Saturday grace period deadline on an interest payment.
43 UN countries announce China human rights. China warns the EU about human rights stances. Trump aides Steve Bannon held in criminal contempt of Congress. I'm Ed Baxter with Global News.
Borussia Dortmund star Erling Haaland's salary demands have become public. I'm Dan Schwartzman. I'll have that story and more coming up in Bloomberg Sports.
That's all straight ahead on Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. On Bloomberg 1130 New York, Bloomberg 99.1 Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 106.1 Boston, Bloomberg 960 San Francisco, Sirius XM 119, and around the world on BloombergRadio.com and via the Bloomberg Business app.
Good morning to our audience across the Asia Pacific. I'm Juliet Sali in Singapore. Bloomberg Daybreak Asia is presented by Interactive Brokers. You can trade crypto for less coin with commissions just 12 to 18 basis points and no hidden spreads or markups. Learn up more at ibkr.com/crypto. Let's get a check of how things are shaping up for the final trading day of the week here in Asia. Bloomberg's Doug Krisner is here, and Doug, 7 sessions of gains on Wall Street.
Yeah, for the S&P, and we finished at a record high, Juliet. We had a number of corporate earnings to digest, and at the same time, the market grappling with rising expectations for inflation. That point in a moment. I'll take a closer look at that. I want to begin in Japan, where we're looking at a much stronger yen, strengthening even now in early Asian trading at 113.88. We did have core consumer price inflation data for the month of September for Japan, a gain of 0.1% year over year, and that was pretty much in line with estimates. Using the WEI function on the Bloomberg terminal, you go inside the market in Tokyo, you can see that energy is leading the decline. As a group, down 1.3%, the Nikkei weaker by about 0.2%. Now, the energy story is interesting because we were down here in New York as well, at least where crude oil was concerned. WTI now 82.42. Eastern Europe and Russia are facing some new lockdowns as a result of the virus, and that is putting a question over the demand component. That said, there are some bullish trends that do remain intact. Supplies, as we know, remain tight. And the story on power producers switching from natural gas to fuel oil, that continues. It's a cheaper alternative, right? Especially as we approach the winter months. Crude oil in New York was down 1%. We settled 82.50 and again 82.44 now in the electronic session. In Sydney, ASX 200 weaker by just 0.1%. Energy is weak. Also material stocks in Australia. Now in Seoul, the Kospi has been fluctuating between gains and losses. On the positive side, healthcare stocks stronger, but energy, as we've been saying, weaker. We've got a long-term interest rate now. If you look at the 10-year Treasury in the Tokyo session, just under 170. I'll talk more about the interest rate component coming up when we check markets in about 15 minutes. Jules.
Thanks, Doug. Well, we're told some offshore creditors to Evergrande may seek a standstill and debt talks. This is in the likely event of a missed payment, and Bloomberg's Stephen Engel tells us more.
They are actually, a group of them are seeking talks with Evergrande to avoid really what would be and could be a cascade of bondholder and investor demands once these grace periods end, and that could overwhelm Evergrande and force it to declare a default. Some creditors would like to see Evergrande and its bondholders reach a formal forbearance agreement that would shield the company from a slew of investor demands for immediate debt repayment with parties and discuss restructuring options, really.
Evergrande's grace period will run out on Saturday, and the company is at risk of defaulting on close to $20 billion in outstanding dollar debt. The Fed is imposing new rules on personal investing for officials at the central bank. The move follows trading disclosures that led to resignations of Dallas Fed President Robert Kaplan and Boston's Eric Rosengren. Here's Bloomberg's Steve Matthews on the changes.
They're prohibited from purchasing individual stocks, from holding individual bonds, from holding derivatives. The rules require, even for the securities they do hold, they require that they have 45 days advance notice for purchasing or sale of securities. They have to get approval for purchasing or sale of securities, and they have to hold anything that they do hold for at least a year.
Meanwhile, Fed watchers say the prompt action taken by Chair Jay Powell could help his chances for renomination, and Powell's current term ends in February. Coming up to 5 minutes past the hour, time for Global News. A group of 43 countries has denounced China's human rights record at the UN. Ed Baxter has all the latest in San Francisco. Ed.
Yeah, that's right. This is a growing group, Juliet, year to year. A group says it's seen an increasing number of reports of widespread and systemic human rights violations against Uyghurs in Xinjiang, including documented torture, forced sterilization, sexual and gender-based violence, and separation of children from their families. The key this year is that more countries joined the petition, so up to 43 this year from 39 last year. China claims the rebuke as part of a Western effort to keep China from rising and says the body must not interfere in its internal affairs. China, meanwhile, has shut off Boston Celtics NBA games after Boston player Enes Kanter's pro-Tibet statements. Kantner tweeting that Tibet belongs to the Tibetan people. U.S. has asked now for a virtual summit between President Joe Biden and China's President Xi Jinping for November. Bloomberg's John Liu says the timing does make sense.
With Xi Jinping planning not to attend the G20 in Italy and not to attend the COP summit in the UK, doing that meeting virtually would make the most sense. And obviously they have a range of things to talk about: trade, Xinjiang, Taiwan, Hong Kong. There are no shortage of issues between the two countries.
Yeah, John says no official date set yet. Trump aide Steve Bannon has been held in criminal contempt for ignoring congressional subpoenas from the committee looking into the January 6th Capitol insurrection. Congressman Jamie Raskin says it's obvious.
You can't blow off the United States Congress from your sofa and think you're going to get away with it.
Interestingly, the vote was 229 to 202, with only 9 Republicans siding with all Democrats. Now this goes along with the Department of Justice under Attorney General Merrick Garland investigating criminal, which is investigating charges as well. So what about the documents that Bannon is said to possess? Bloomberg's Billy House says it does not give Congress access.
Quite the opposite. No, it kind of freezes it. And in fact, efforts on another avenue to gain records from the National Archives have already been hit by Trump with suggestion he's going to invoke executive privilege. So that case actually could tie up the Bannon matter as the courts try to decide whether or not this former president in these instances can actually assert that privilege.
Billy says if Bannon were to be convicted, he could face fine and jail time. Meanwhile, President Joe Biden is saying that white supremacy motivated the Trump supporters on January 6th. And China's warning today that European support for Taiwan could have an egregious impact. The Foreign Ministry says the European Parliament's decision to adopt a report calling for greater ties with Taiwan gravely violates the One China agreement that signals the increasing tensions over Taiwan globally as they continue to get more tense. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg. Juliet.
Thank you, Ed. Let's get now to Hans Getty, founder and CEO of HD Research, joining us on the line from Singapore to discuss market news of the day. Let's talk about these record high break-even rates in the US and what that is telling us in terms of caution with inflation running hot and what it means for Team Transitory.
Well, inflation is high because of supply chain disruptions, and I think that's something we have to bear in mind. There are two kinds of inflation. It's this kind of inflation, which is supply-driven, and the other inflation will be demand-driven, but that's largely absent. And in a world like this, there's nothing a central bank can do. I mean, you can raise interest rates because inflation is going up, but if the economy at the same time is slowing down, you actually risk pushing the economy into a further slowdown, or at the worst case into a recession. So I believe that this it will be, and ultimately inflation will be transitory, but it's taking a lot longer to sort of solve these supply disruptions than I originally thought. I mean, this could last easily another 6 months or even longer. And I think that's something we have to bear in mind. But again, policymakers can do very little about this.
Can they move faster, though?
Well, I mean, the best thing will be to leave the solution to the private sector. Frankly speaking, I mean, you have a shortage of everything. You have a shortage of labor, a shortage of truck drivers. You have an energy crisis in Europe. You have a shortage of steel, a shortage of aluminum. What can the government do to do this? And I think, and somebody pointed this out, higher prices are usually the solution to everything, because you have in the private sector, you have the innovation to address these problems. If the price of something goes up, the supply of that thing, of that commodity or whatever it is, will go up too. So the cure will come or could come from the private sector, but it will take time.
You mentioned there a lot of headwinds, and obviously the supply chain bottleneck is a large one. We do have an interesting piece on the Bloomberg, though, showing that some ocean freights have been declining over the past month or so. Do you think there is some suggestion that perhaps some of this stress could have peaked?
Well, it could. I mean, you have, for instance, you have private companies like Costco or Target. They're basically chartering their own ships, and they're shipping goods from Asia to the United States through ports which are not as congested. That's one example of a private sector response. So I think you will see more of this. Again, this is going to be transitory, but it's going to take time.
All right. And how do you play this then? You're continuing to favour some defensive sectors.
Yes, because it looks like the economy is slowing. We have, earnings season has been good if you look at the year-over-year number, but if you look at the quarter-over-quarter numbers, it's quite a different story. And if input prices go up for companies, and if they cannot pass all the price increases onto the end consumer, that puts pressure on margin. So you do have possibly earnings estimates coming down. So I would say playing this will be defensive sectors, which are doing well in a slowing economy.
All right, we'll pick up shortly on more of your thoughts and themes. Hans Getty is founder and CEO of HG Research, on the line for us from Singapore here on Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. We are seeing a little bit of a risk-off tone here in Asia, despite the S&P 500 hitting a record and rising for 7 sessions. The Nikkei 225 in Tokyo is down by around 0.5%. We've got a flat market, or a loss of about 1/3 of 1% in South Korea, I should say. This is Bloomberg.
For the Jewish community.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Bloomberg.com/professional.
Fund. Barbara Novick, investment professional and philanthropist.
I think JCF has one of the best funds out there. It's very reasonable in its pricing. It's very flexible in its investments. And I give them an A+ for client service.
A fund may be opened with a $5,000 contribution of cash or appreciated securities and can be used as an alternative to a private foundation. At any time, you may suggest which charities you would like to support and in what amounts. Choose from the menu of high-rated investment options, and your charitable fund can earn tax-free income.
It's a very client-centric organization. They have a very user-friendly website, and I find they make my life easier.
Let the Jewish Communal Fund be your personal connection to charitable giving. Open a JCF fund now to lock in this year's tax deduction. Call 212-752-8277, 212-752-8277, or visit jcfny.org.
What's the true value of your custodial relationship? Ben Harrison of BNY Mellon's Pershing explains.
As sophisticated investors demand more from their advisors, advisory firms, in turn, need to rely on their custodian to help them grow their complex businesses. At BNY Mellon's Pershing, supporting the rapid growth of RIAs is our #1 priority. We understand what it means to deliver true value to our clients who are looking for a custodian that is aligned with their best interest and delivers high-value solutions, all in an open architecture environment with flexibility, choice, and transparency. Learn why so many of the largest advisory firms turn to us for the financial strength, resiliency, and high-touch service that BNY Mellon Pershing provides. When you work with Pershing, we put your business first. Can your custodian say that?
Learn more at Pershing.com or call 800-445-4467. Pershing Advisor Solutions, LLC. Member FINRA SIPC.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at seic.com/seize change.
Europe, as you know, is not one place.
Joining us now for more is our Brussels correspondent, Maria Tadeo.
That's why we have journalists in so many countries.
Bloomberg's Aki Cantrell in Berlin.
Rowena Coniam joining us down the line from Dublin.
So that you can have news of Europe from any place.
Joining us now from Rome is Bloomberg's John Fallane.
Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, weekdays at 1 a.m. Eastern.
We've got a few stocks of interest on the move.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
The market is unpredictable, BAM gives you certainty. In the face of market volatility and illiquidity, BAM insured municipal bonds deliver default protection, value preservation, and a durable AA rating from S&P. BAM's insurance protects against everything that causes a default, including natural disasters, financial fraud, pension issues, and economic disruption. So while America rebuilds, BAM has you covered. BAM. Build America Mutual. Talk to your investment advisor or visit buildamerica.com.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. It's a quarter past the hour. Time for a check of sports from around the world. Here's Dan Schwartzman.
Thanks, Doug. ESPN is reporting that Erling Haaland would command a salary of £30 million per year if the Borussia Dortmund striker were to move to another club next summer. The 21-year-old has a €75 million release clause that can be triggered and will be pursued by most major European clubs, such as Real Madrid, Chelsea, and both Manchester clubs. Goal reports said Newcastle United has identified Barcelona's Ousmane Dembele as their target to be the first major signing since a takeover by Saudi Arabia-backed funds, with the France international willing to move to the Premier League. Camp Nou, though, has signaled a willingness to sign the winger to an extension, but no progress has been reported. Japan's Hiroshi Iwata shoots a 7 under 63 to sit atop the Zozo Championship leaderboard in Chiba after round one stroke ahead of both Hideki Matsuyama and Joaquin Niemann. Other notables include Xander Schauffele and Ricky Fowler at even par, with Colin Morikawa at 1 over. Defending champion Patrick Cantley is not playing after deciding to take the rest of the year off. The Dodgers looking to stay alive in the NLCS, down 3-1 as LA hosts the Atlanta Braves in Game 5 of the series. Atlanta will have Max Fried on the mound, while the Dodgers are countering with reliever Joe Kelly as their opener. It's an AFC battle on Thursday Night Football as the 3-3 Cleveland Browns are hosting the 3-3 Denver Broncos. Case Keenum is getting the start at quarterback for the Browns, with Baker Mayfield out with a shoulder injury. I'm Dan Schwartzman. That's your Bloomberg World Sports Update.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Tape. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Right now, the equity market in Tokyo is a little weak, not by much. The Nikkei down about 0.3%. Real estate and material shares leading the decline. We're contending with the effects of a stronger Japanese currency. Right now, 114 even against the dollar. That is yen against the greenback. Eco data for Japan earlier. This is core consumer prices for the month of September. A gain year over year of 0.1%. That was smack in line with estimates. Right now in Seoul, the Kospi ahead by about 0.1%. In this case, material and information tech leading the advance, although in Sydney, the ASX 200 is now down about 0.2%. Material and energy stocks leading this decline. We had weakness in energy shares in the U.S. They tracked the price of crude oil lower. WTI was down about 1% in New York, 82.50. This on word that Eastern Europe and Russia are facing some new lockdowns. Despite that, there are a few bullish trends that do remain intact. Supplies remain tight, and power producers we know have been switching from nat gas to crude oil because it's a cheaper alternative, especially as we face the winter months. coming up. 10-year Treasury right now yielding 170 in the Tokyo session. And where Hong Kong is concerned, Dow Jones reporting that China's internet watchdog has suggested that Didi Global, Full Truck Alliance, and Kanjun explore listings in Hong Kong. We'll talk more about that as we continue here on Daybreak Asia at 19 past the hour. Ed Baxter has global news from the Bloomberg 960 newsroom in San Francisco. Eddie.
All right, Douglas, thank you. U.S. has asked for a virtual summit between President Joe Biden and President Xi Jinping in November. Group of 43 countries has announced China's human rights record at the UN up to 43 this year from, 39 last. China claims a rebuke as part of a Western effort to keep China from rising and says the body must not interfere in its internal affairs. China has shut off Boston Celtics NBA games after Boston player Enes Kanter's pro-Tibet statements. China is warning today that European support for Taiwan could have an egregious impact. Trump aide Steve Bannon has been held in criminal contempt of Congress. The CDC has now officially authorized the Pfizer and Moderna mix and match boosters. And just up on the Bloomberg terminal a couple of minutes ago, Director Rochelle Walensky has just endorsed that recommendation. And Pfizer and BioNTech are saying research shows their booster shots restore full protection 95.6%. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg. Jules?
Thanks, Ed. Let's get back to Hans Getty, founder and CEO of HG Research, who joins us on the line from Singapore. So yesterday, Hans, we saw Evergrande shares resume trade, but they sank quite substantially on this worsening cash crunch, even though you're continuing to hear authorities say it can be contained, and that gave a bit of a boost to other developer stocks. Are you confident that this can be contained, or what are you seeing in terms of risk in the property sector?
Well, the jury is out on this one. We have heard the same in the United States during the subprime crisis, which was supposed to be contained. I'm not saying this will not be. It's possible. The central bank insists that spillover can be controlled. But again, there is the risk of a spillover, and we've seen it. We have some other companies, property companies, have defaulted on their bonds. So this is a very fluid situation where the outcome is still quite uncertain. We really don't have the answer whether Evergrande will default or will be restructured.
But you have the power crunch, you have slowing growth as well. It is a lot of headwinds that China is grappling with. How do you kind of try and look for the best opportunities here?
China is slowing down clearly, like some other countries as well. But all these factors, like the shortages, the power crunch, and everything, I would think if you're investing in China, you probably have to identify companies that are least affected by government crackdowns. You find them somewhere. That's something you will probably want to do. But other than that, for us, we underweight China at the moment, at least. Not that we're seeing a big bear market or anything, but I think there are better opportunities elsewhere.
All right, so underweight China, and looking from the spillover from China to the global economy earlier, you did mention that you like defensive sectors in the US. What are you looking at elsewhere in terms of markets here in this region?
I think in Asia, what you want to see, first of all, you want to watch the dollar. If the dollar continues to go up, that's clearly a headwind for Asia. And also the COVID situation in Asia is still not the way it should be. It's still a lot of headwinds from that side. But I think the dollar strength should also be relatively temporary. So at some point, you're going to have some capital flowing into Asia again. But I think we have to solve this COVID situation first. And I think in this sense, governments should communicate more clearly what the roadmap is for reopening, and I think that would restore a lot of confidence.
Well, that's what we're seeing here in Singapore too, some very kind of mixed messaging coming through. How does that sort of propel in terms of reopening when you have economies that aren't kind of moving as forward as you would expect, even though you have high vaccination rates?
Well, exactly. That creates uncertainty, it creates confusion. There was an article in the Straits Times yesterday that suggested we should open the economy, and I fully agree to that. We have an 84% vaccination rate, and the number of cases is irrelevant in the sense that 98.6% have no or mild symptoms. And essentially, keeping the whole economy into a semi-lockdown creates problems, and I think the government is very well aware of that. And I would think that these measures will probably be eased relatively soon, at the very latest in 4 weeks, maybe even earlier.
Well, let's hope it's earlier for both you and I, but we are looking at some reopening. Singapore has announced some vaccinated travel lanes. You're seeing the likes of Australia start that too. Do we start to see some more optimism in the travel tourism sectors and, of course, what that means for the energy space too?
That's right. I think the demand for jet fuel and so on will start to go up, and I'm glad that we actually start to have travel lanes here, and I think people can get out. It's also good for their mental health, but I think that also would support the case for oil prices to go higher, which, by the way, for the global economy is more like a tax rather than anything else. So that's something we have to observe as well.
All right, Hans, great to chat to you. Thank you so much. Hans Getty is founder and CEO of HG Research on the line for us from Singapore here on Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. As we look to this Friday session, we did have 7 sessions of gains on the S&P 500, hitting a record, but a little bit of a pullback here in Asia. You've got the Nikkei 225 down 0.1% in early trade. South Korea's Kospi is pretty flat. Australia's ASX 200 down 0.1%. Doug Krisner will be along shortly to give us a full wrap of market action as we see US futures fall. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Pursuits look at luxury. The boss of Danish Crown, Europe's top meat processor, said beef will become a luxury like champagne because of the climate impact of producing it. Meat companies are coming under pressure to curb greenhouse gases, with 57% of all food industry emissions coming from making animal products, according to one study. And to curb methane, pork is what they're hawking as the new steak. Meanwhile, in London, the British Museum will display what it says is the world's oldest surviving map of the stars in a major upcoming exhibition on the Stonehenge stone circle. The 3,600-year-old bronze Nebra sky disk is 12 inches in diameter, features a blue-green patina, and is decorated with inlaid gold symbols thought to represent the sun, the moon, and the constellations. And in Italy, luxury car maker Maserati is the latest victim of the global chip crunch that's disrupted many auto companies for months. The Stellantis-owned brand has delayed the premiere of its Grecale SUV to next spring from November 16th. Karen Chase, Bloomberg Radio.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
182 over 100. And I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest. And then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life.
A lot of people don't understand, including myself. I didn't, now I do, the impact of having a stroke.
My memory is shot.
When I woke up, I couldn't speak.
Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
It's a new life, but I'm going to make it better. Coming back. Ask your doctor, check your blood pressure.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
NJIT makes the workforce of the future, and Greg Sauter, a member of NJIT's Board of Overseers and president of engineering firm WGI, says NJIT graduates have the in-demand skills that drive today's tech-powered workplace.
Our world is moving to a place of connecting the physical with the digital. In the field of engineering and infrastructure, there's not a thing that we do that's not being changed by technology. We've gone from two-dimensional renderings to immersive, augmented, and virtual reality. Solution sets used to be solved one at a time. Now we can run nearly an endless alternatives analysis and optimize the output and how we construct that future, from autonomous equipment to 3 and 4D printing. NJIT students graduate with that critical understanding of the cyber-physical world and how we move between them, but with that all-important grounding in applied STEM principles.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Mark Boswick, managing partner and leader of Burden's Family Office Services practice.
Every family office is different and needs an advisor who takes the time to ask the right questions to develop a clear understanding of the goals and needs of the family. When choosing an advisor, it is important to select one that will invest the time to understand the desires of each family member, as well as the dynamics and economic realities facing the family as a whole. Burden does this, which enables us to offer a wide range of services, including daily bill pay, portfolio review, and complex tax planning to help preserve a family's wealth while making their lives easier. If you're a high net worth individual or head of a family office, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more Tax Chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions. When was the last time you felt fully informed on world and economic affairs?
Is GDP catching up with the zeitgeist, or are we going to have to catch up with a boom economy?
That might have been it.
Is that a move that's accompanied by better bank stock performance?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
It strikes me the degree of policy uncertainty for economists to factor in.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119, and around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia.
It is 8:30 a.m. in Hong Kong and here in Singapore. I'm Juliette Sali. We have trading underway in Tokyo, Sydney and Seoul. We're an hour away from the day's trade in Hong Kong and Shanghai. We are seeing things turn just a little now. The Nikkei was down by about 0.5%. It's pretty flat at the moment. The Kospi is also unchanged and Australia's ASX 200 also unchanged. It is only up by 1 point. Doug will tell us more about market action shortly. Well, after the bell on Wall Street, Intel gave a lackluster forecast for the current quarter. The chipmaker predicted revenue will decline 3% from last year. For the last quarter, revenue for Intel's data center business dropped 20%. Bloomberg's Ian King tells us another reason for concern.
What's happening, though, is that the customer base, the real big spenders, the Googles, the Facebooks, the Microsofts, the Amazon, AWS, have started to make their own chips or look elsewhere. That's a really big concern long-term for where Intel is going.
The raises worries, rather, that Intel could permanently lose some of that business, and Intel shares fell as much as 7% in extended trading. Well, WeWork goes public and investors are more welcoming this time around. Shares were up 13% at the close of trade on Thursday. This is despite nearly a $3 billion loss in the first half of the year. Bloomberg's Anne Vandermeer told us what this means to WeWork's biggest investor, SoftBank.
SoftBank has put in $17 billion, and it's a little unclear if they're going to make that back, and we won't know for a while. But one takeaway is that even if they break even, people are going to think that it is a win. You know, coming out flat on this will not be bad for SoftBank, especially considering that WeWork has been close to death multiple times now in the last 2 years.
This week's deal is the peak of a 2-year saga to take WeWork public. When it last tried in 2019, the company was one of the world's most valued startups and a giant in real estate. Southwest Airlines says it will continue to adjust capacity into next year. This comes as it struggles to hire enough workers to avoid airline delays. The carrier trimmed its flight schedule for the second time since August. It said fourth quarter capacity will be down about 8% from 2019's pre-pandemic level, and it had previously projected a 5% drop. Still, despite the airline's cautious outlook, Southwest CEO Gary Kelly says that he's optimistic about travel going forward.
We're beyond the survival stage and into the stabilizing phase, and it's just a matter of getting our staffing aligned well with our flight activity and our customer activity. So it's been a really sharp, the good news is there's been a sharp improvement in demand and travel and revenues.
Southwest also wants to provide more reserve crews to recover when its operations are disrupted. The airline has hired about half of the 5,000 new workers it needs this year. That's part of its plan to add 25,000 over 3 years. And worth noting, Doug Krisner, Qantas putting more lines on today as well, more routes on as it ramps up its airline travel as well.
So the recovery is happening, Juliet. You can breathe a sigh of relief.
I am.
All right. Right now in Tokyo, we've got the Nikkei advancing by 0.3%. We've been fluctuating in Japan between gains and losses. On the positive side, information tech out in front as a group up about 1%. In the minus column, though, we have to highlight real estate along with material and financial shares in Japan. In terms of eco data, we learned a short while ago core consumer prices in Japan for the month of September were up 0.1%. That's year over year and smack in line with estimates. Even before trading began in the Tokyo session, we were looking at a much stronger yen, right now 113.97 against the greenback. Stateside, we had a record high for the S&P 500, couple of earnings reports that the market had to digest, and then there's the issue of rising expectations for inflation. We had a 10-year Treasury rising to 1.70% during the New York session. We were up a little more than 4 basis points. One of the critical issues here, market implied expectations for U.S. inflation over the next half decade. They have surged now to the highest level in 16 years. We're using the 5-year break-evens as the metric. But right now in the Tokyo session, the 10-year Treasury down nearly 2 basis points in yield. We're at 1.68%. Crude oil in the New York session was down a little more than 1%. We've got indications that Eastern Europe and Russia are facing some new lockdowns. That has or is suggesting maybe a little weakness in demand. Right now, 82.56 WTI in the electronic session. There are some bullish trends that do remain intact. Supplies, as we know, remain tight. And we've been talking about the power producers who have been forced to switch from natural gas to fuel oil as a cheaper alternative as we approach the winter months. And if you look at what's going on in the currency market where the offshore Chinese yuan is concerned, a little bit of weakness, not by much, 6.3957 against the greenback. I'm Doug Krisner at the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We'll check more on markets in 15 minutes. Jules.
All right. Thank you, Doug. 35 minutes past the hour. Time for Global News. And Donald Trump and Steve Bannon have been held in criminal contempt of Congress. Let's get to Ed Baxter with all the latest. Or Donald Trump aides Steve Bannon, excuse me. Very much misread that. Sorry, Ed.
Oh, you're excused. Yeah, no problem ever. Yeah, thank you, Juliet. You're right. This, of course, is for ignoring a subpoena to appear before the committee investigating the January 6th Capitol insurrection. Bloomberg's Billy House says it now goes to the Justice Department.
That's a process that's going to is uncertain. We don't know if they will do anything, and recent contempt actions by the House haven't gone nowhere.
Yeah, and Congresswoman Liz Cheney says no matter that, this was still a very important vote.
Mr. Bannon's own public statements make clear he knew what was going to happen before it did, and thus he must have been aware of and may well have been involved in the planning of everything that played out on that day.
Cheney says that Congress cannot be ignored. The vote, by the way, was pretty much along party lines, only 9 Republicans crossing. A group of 43 countries has denounced China's human rights record at the UN, citing systematic human rights violations against Uyghurs in Xinjiang of torture, forced sterilization. 43 this year is up from 39 last. China says the effort is just to keep it from rising in response. Meanwhile, it has warned the EU for support for Taiwan, saying it could have egregious impact. Foreign Ministry says European Parliament's decision to adopt a report calling for greater ties with Taiwan gravely violates the One China agreement. Supply chain, not just a problem at ports in Los Angeles and Long Beach. Benton Kaufman is vice president at DSV Transportation, a company that navigates through the shipping process for companies.
So you might get a booking confirmation for 2 weeks from now, but you might not actually load it for a month. And our DSV offices in Asia, they fight with the carriers to get on the ships, but it can take 3 or 4 weeks to get on. And it's lack of equipment as well.
Now, Kaufman says that he doesn't see this getting solved until potentially way into next year and potentially beyond. And the executive director of the port, Mario Cordero, says along with dramatic effects on business and production, well, the upcoming holidays.
Shop early, because these delays and bottlenecks are going to continue to the end of the year. Hopefully we'll have some strong mitigating factors in terms of what we're doing. And the good news is there's strong collaboration by everybody in the supply chain to address this issue.
Yeah, Cordero says there are more than 70 vessels anchored off San Pedro Bay ports, L.A. and Long Beach. And the CDC has now officially authorized the Pfizer and Moderna mix and match boosters, and the director has signed off on it, so that can begin in San Francisco. I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg. Juliet?
Thank you, Ed. Let's get to sport now. It is 38 minutes past the hour. Dan Schwartzman joins us. Dan, could a Barcelona star be the first big signing for Newcastle United's new ownership?
That could be the case, as Goal reports that Newcastle has identified Barca's Ousmane Dembele as their target to be the first major signing since the takeover by Saudi Arabia-backed funds, with the France international willing to move to the Premier League. Cam Nodo has signaled a willingness to sign the winger to an extension, but no progress has been reported. ESPN, though, reports that Erling Haaland would command a salary of £30 million per year if the Borussia Dortmund striker were to move to another club next summer. The 21-year-old has a €75 million lease clause that can be triggered and will be pursued by most major European clubs, such as Real Madrid, Chelsea, and both Manchester clubs. Japan's Hiroshi Iwata shooting a 7 under 63 to sit atop the Zozo Championship leaderboard in Chiba after round one stroke ahead of both Hideki Matsuyama and Joaquin Niemann. Other notables include Xander Schauffele and Ricky Fowler at even par, with Colin Morikawa at 1 over. Defending champion Patrick Cantlay not playing after deciding to take the rest of the year off. The Dodgers looking to stay alive in the NLCS, down 3-1. They're just underway in L.A. as the Dodgers are hosting the Atlanta Braves in Game 5 of the series. Atlanta with Max Fried on the mound. The Dodgers are countering with their bullpen with Joe Kelly as their opener. An AFC battle on Thursday Night Football underway as the 3-3 Cleveland Browns are hosting the 3-3 Denver Broncos. Case Keenum getting the start at quarterback for the Browns with Baker Mayfield out with a shoulder injury. I'm Dan Schwartzman. That's your Bloomberg World Sports Update. Juliet.
All right, thank you so much, Dan. Coming up, we are going to chat to Shirley Zhao, Bloomberg's conglomerates and telecom reporter, about China shutting off live streaming for upcoming games of Boston Celtics. We're also going to talk more about Evergrande's grace period running out on Saturday, the company at risk of defaulting on close to $20 billion in outstanding dollar debt. Having a look at equity markets here this Friday after we saw Wall Street rally on the S&P 500 to a record. We are seeing a bit more positivity coming through. The Nikkei 225 is now up by 0.2% in Tokyo. This is Bloomberg.
President of the Jewish...
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Bloomberg.com/professional.
Communal Fund, Zoya Raines, and her husband Robert Friedman, Jewish activists and philanthropists, talk about why they chose the Jewish Communal Fund for their charitable giving.
As very busy working parents, we wanted to focus more on the charity part of it and wanted to focus more on our children and less on the administration.
The Jewish Communal Fund is one of the oldest and largest donor-advised funds, but at the same time, they're totally up to date and have state-of-the-art systems for us to access and manage our contributions online. The assets in our fund at the JCF grow tax-free, so we can generate more charitable dollars to support the charities that we care about most.
Let JCF minimize your taxes and maximize your charitable giving.
We're incredibly passionate about our charity, and the JCF allows us to focus more on the charity and less on the administration and the headaches.
For more information about Jewish Communal Fund, visit our website at jcfny.org and request a new fund kit.
I spend a lot of time in the garage, but even more time in the rain, sleet, and mud. In '95, I helped tow your moving trailer. In '05, I helped you get out of a ditch. Yeah, I know I'm a bit rusty, and sadly in '09, it was sparks from me, your handy chains, dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire.
Sparks from dragging chains can start a wildfire. Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
How are financial services firms managing in this new reality? Claire Santoniello, Managing Director at BNY Mellon's Pershing, explains.
If the current times have taught us anything, it's the critical role that technology plays in client relationships. Global conditions have created a business imperative for firms to digitally transform the way they meet client needs and the way they work. Pershing's industry-leading technology enables you to adapt to the evolving ways your clients want to do business, now and in the future, and can help you build an even stronger digital client experience in a simpler, smarter, and safer environment. We have worked with clients of every size to transform their business. Pershing gives you the foundation to stand on, plus our unique perspective, to help you run your business even during the most uncertain of times. We help you consider everything.
To learn more about how Pershing can help you transform your business, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
Cybercrime pays. Ransomware, phishing, insider threats, and other digital attacks cost U.S. businesses billions per year. Constella Intelligence allows you to protect your key employees by continuously monitoring their digital footprint, detecting threats that others miss with real-time alerts to protect you and your company from a targeted attack. Try Constella Intelligence for free at constellatrial.com and see if your data has been exposed. That's constellatrial.com.
Is it time to pivot? Commonwealth Financial Network can help you recognize when you've reached an inflection point in your business. Whether you're a solo practice that's slightly overextended or a multi-advisor firm looking to improve integration. For more than 40 years, we've provided advisors the support they need to position themselves for continued growth and success. Visit Commonwealth.com today and propel your business forward. Commonwealth Financial Network, member FINRA SIPC, a registered investment advisor. Is it time to pivot? Commonwealth Financial Network can help you recognize when you've reached an inflection point in your business. Whether you're a solo practice that's slightly overextended or a multi-advisor firm looking to improve integration. For more than 40 years, we've provided advisors the support they need to position themselves for continued growth and success. Visit Commonwealth.com today and propel your business forward. Commonwealth Financial Network, member FINRA SIPC, a registered investment advisor.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. It's 45 minutes past the hour. Time for a check of sports from around the world. Here's Dan Schwartzman.
Thanks, Doug. Japan's Hiroshi Iwata shoots a 7 under 63 to sit atop the Zozo Championship leaderboard in Chiba after round one stroke ahead of both Hideki Matsuyama and Joaquin Niemann. Other notables include Xander Schauffele and Ricky Fowler at even par, with Colin Morikawa at 1 over. Defending champion Patrick Cantlay is not playing after deciding to take the rest of the year off. ESPN reports that Erlen Haaland would command a salary of £30 million per year if the Borussia Dortmund striker were to move to another club next summer. The 21-year-old has a €75 million release clause that can be triggered and will be pursued by most major European clubs such as Real Madrid, Chelsea, and both Manchester clubs. It's an AFC battle on Thursday Night Football as the 3-3 Cleveland Browns are hosting the 3-3 Denver Broncos. Case Keenum getting the start at quarterback for the Browns with Baker Mayfield out with a shoulder injury. Cleveland, though, will have Jarvis Landry back as a wide receiver has been activated off injured reserve. Landry had been out since spraining his MCL back in week number 2. The Dodgers looking to stay alive in the NLCS down 3-1 as LA is hosting the Atlanta Braves in Game 5 of the series. Atlanta's got Max Fried on the mound while the Dodgers countered with reliever Joe Kelly as their opener. LA getting some bad news, though. Third baseman Justin Turner out the rest of the postseason after injuring his hamstring while running to first base in Game 4. I'm Dan Schwartzman. That's your Bloomberg World Sports Update.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
47 past the hour. Let's get you caught up on market action. We'll get trading underway at the top of the hour in Taiwan and Singapore. For those markets in the APAC region that are now trading, it's mixed. We'll begin in Tokyo, where the Nikkei is pushing higher by just 0.1%. The Japanese equity market has been fluctuating today between gains and losses. On the positive side, information tech is advancing, but we're seeing weakness in real estate and material shares. We had some eco data for Japan earlier. Core consumer prices in the month of September up 0.1%. That's year over year, and it's right in line with estimates. The yen ever so well, it's slightly weaker now. We saw quite a bit of strengthening in New York trading. Right now, a little bit above 114 against the greenback. In Seoul, the Kospi now down about 0.2%. Weakness in energy leading the decline. Crude oil right now is at 82.54. We were down about 1% in New York on indications that Eastern Europe and Russia will be facing new lockdowns as the result of the virus, and that is kind of implying maybe a little bit of weakness in demand going forward. Right now in Sydney, ASX 200 ahead just about 0.1%. In this case, consumer discretionary leading the advance. That was certainly the story here in the U.S., where consumer discretionary stocks led the S&P to a record. Tesla out in front of that advance with a 3% gain after beating profit estimates. We're looking at a dollar that is little changed against the majors. E-mini futures now for the American market showing some weakness. NASDAQ 100 contract down about 0.5%. After the bell, Intel reported third quarter numbers on the earnings side below estimates. Sales did beat. However, the company trimmed its fourth quarter outlook. Those shares were down by more than 8% in late New York trade. We'll take another look at market action in 15 minutes. Let's get global news next. Ed Baxter in the Bloomberg 960 newsroom in San Francisco. Ed.
All right. Thank you, Doug. U.S. has asked for a virtual summit between President Joe Biden and President Xi Jinping in November. Group of 43 countries has denounced China's human rights record at the UN, so up to 43 this year from 39 last. China claims the rebuke is part of a Western effort to keep China from rising and says the body must not interfere in its internal affairs. China has shut off Boston Celtics NBA games after Boston player Enes Kanter's pro-Tibet statements. China is warning today that European support for Taiwan could have an egregious impact globally. Trump aide Steve Bannon has been held in criminal contempt of Congress. President Joe Biden saying that white supremacy motivated the Trump supporters at the Capitol on January 6th. Now, the CDC has officially authorized the Pfizer and Moderna mix and match boosters, and the director has just endorsed that recommendation. And Pfizer and BioNTech are saying research shows their booster shots restore full protection, 95.6%. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg. Jules?
Thanks, Ed. All right, let's get more on that story you were discussing. China shutting off live streaming for upcoming games of Boston Celtics. That's after one of its players criticised China's rule over Tibet. Joining us in our Hong Kong studio now is Shirley Zhao, Bloomberg Conglomerates and Telecom reporter. So tell us a little bit more, Shirley, about what the player Enes Kanter has done here, because we know that China's tolerance of outside criticism has been waning significantly under President Xi.
Right. So on Wednesday, Kanter posted a tweet about calling Chinese President Xi Jinping a brutal dictator and said Tibet belongs to Tibet people. And along with the tweet, there is an almost 3-minute video in which he said that he can no longer stay silent, and he criticized Chinese government's brutal rule over Tibetan people, which has been hurting their basic rights and freedoms. So on Thursday, although there wasn't that big of a discussion in China's social media platforms, Tencent pulled all the live streaming for the Celtics games upcoming, and that made fans pretty confused, and they were asking why in Tencent's page on Weibo, one of the largest social media platforms in China. There was some kind of discussion and some pretty prominent influencers are saying they're no longer going to update anything about the Celtics games. But by midday on Thursday, the keyword Cantor didn't seem to be searchable anymore. So if you search Cantor in Chinese and in English,
not there.
in Weibo, no results came up.
So some censorship coming through there. But tell us more broadly about what this means for the deals as well, because Tencent back in 2019 had signed that $1.5 billion deal for NBA games, and NBA is quite popular in China, right?
Yeah, exactly. NBA is like the most popular U.S. sports league in China, and it's a $1 billion business. And in 2019, right after Tencent signed that deal, NBA got into trouble after its Houston Rocket manager Daryl Morey tweeted in support of Hong Kong's pro-democracy protests. And after that, CCTV, China's state media, suspended NBA games for almost a year. And Tencent also suspended streaming of the games for about a week. So this is not the first time NBA has got into trouble in China. This time, the reaction so far is not as big as in 2019, but we'll still have to see what's coming next.
Have we heard any more from Enes Kanter?
We haven't. We have sent queries to NBA and NBA China, and neither responded to our requests for comment, and Tencent didn't respond either.
All right, Shirley, great reporting. Thank you. As always, Shirley Zhao is Bloomberg Conglomerates and Telecom reporter, and talking about the Boston Celtics player Enes Kanter's pro-Tibet statements. He did say he can no longer stay silent on Tibet. Let's stay in Hong Kong now and join Richard Frost, Bloomberg's senior editor. We're talking about Evergrande's grace period running out tomorrow. That's Saturday. The company at risk of defaulting on close to $20 billion in outstanding dollar debt. So, Richard, yesterday we saw Evergrande shares come back online, sinking quite badly on this worsening cash crunch. Where are we at today?
Yeah, that's right. A deal that they'd tried to arrange to sell stake in a unit for $2.6 billion US dollars collapsed, and in fact, the party that they tried to sell the deal to is pretty unhappy about what happened with that. That's added pressure on the company to try and meet this payment. It's relatively small for a company that has $300 billion US in liabilities. It's 83.5 million interest payment on a 2022 bond. They originally missed the payment almost a month ago. The 30-day grace period ends on Saturday, and if they fail to, the company hasn't made any indication whether it will pay or not. It has said it may fail to meet its financial obligations in the wake of this failed deal.
And so what are we hearing from the creditors? They want to have talks, right?
Yeah, that's right. If it fails to pay, while credit agencies would call it default, we're hearing from some of the bondholders that hold the debt that they wouldn't immediately ask for repayment. They want to arrange some to have some agreement in terms of working out when they can get paid. Part of this is to avoid what can happen, which is a series of cross defaults. I mean, the company has more than $19 billion worth of dollar debt, and they want to make sure that the owners of this bond will be able to get their money. We have also seen distressed debt investors piling into Evergrande's bonds in recent weeks.
When you look at the price action of some of the other developers yesterday, it does seem like the market is believing that this can be contained. Is that your kind of sense?
Yeah, it's been interesting that in the last week or so, the government, having been very, very conspicuously silent on Evergrande and what was happening in the property market, has become much more vocal. We've seen central bank officials, we've seen the Vice Premier all come out and suggest that risks in the property market are controllable. Any individual companies who may be in trouble, that doesn't reflect a sort of broader contagion issue. But at the same time, it's clear that they're not going to pull back necessarily from those measures. So what we're seeing is a divergence where the stronger property developers are doing well, but we are seeing increasing number of defaults by the weaker ones. I mean, there was a default just this week by a smaller developer called Cynic, and that was after a surprise default by another one called Fantasia a week or so ago. You'd think that what Beijing is trying to do is try to sort of prevent as much shock from a potential default as possible,
Richard, we should
emanating
just
throughout the market.
We should just get your reaction too to this red headline coming across the terminal. Evergrande paying $83.5 million of bond interest due September 23, according to the Security Times. So perhaps starting to pay back some here.
So that is exactly what they owe. That would mean that they've avoided default pretty much at the 11th hour. Tomorrow was so Saturday is the deadline.
Grace period, so they've done it.
That.
Just in time.
They live to survive another day, and we get to talk about Evergrande for a lot longer.
For another day. Can't wait, Richard. Great. Have a good weekend. We'll discuss it again next week. Richard Fost is Bloomberg's senior editor. So just at the 11th hour there, Evergrande avoiding default, paying $83.5 million of bond interest due September 23, according to the Security Times. This is Bloomberg.
This is the Bloomberg casting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia for this Friday, October 22nd in Hong Kong, Thursday, October 21st in New York. Coming up this hour.
Asian stocks are mixed as investors weigh inflation concerns.
The Fed restricts investing for central bank officials after an ethics scandal.
And China Evergrande faces a Saturday grace period deadline on an interest payment.
43 UN countries denounce China human rights. China warns the EU about human rights stances. Trump aides Steve Bannon held in criminal contempt of Congress. I'm Ed Baxter with Global News.
Borussia Dortmund star Erling Haaland's salary demands have become public. I'm Dan Schwartzman. I'll have that story and more coming up in Bloomberg Sports.
That's all straight ahead on Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. On Bloomberg 1130 New York, Bloomberg 99.1 Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 106.1 Boston, Bloomberg 960 San Francisco, Sirius XM 119, and around the world on BloombergRadio.com and via the Bloomberg Business app.
9 in the morning in Hong Kong. It's going to be a very interesting day of trading in the equity market in Hong Kong at the bottom of the hour, because we've got breaking news on China Evergrande. If you're joining from the APAC region, good morning. I'm Doug Krisner at the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York.
And I'm Juliette Sarli in Singapore. Yeah, quite an incredible turnaround coming through in Evergrande, according to the Security Times in the last few minutes, Doug.
Yeah, looks like the company may have dodged a bullet, Juliette. We have the report from the Securities Times that China Evergrande is paying $83.5 million of bond interest. Now, this was due back on September 23rd. When the payment was not made at that time, a 30-day grace period went into effect, and this grace period was set to expire on Saturday. It's going to be very interesting to see how Evergrande shares trade in the Hong Kong session. And again, that gets underway at the bottom of the hour. Right now in Tokyo, the market has pushed higher with the Nikkei 225 up by about 0.5%. The yen showing a little bit of weakness now as a result of a drop in U.S. long-term interest rates. A 10-year Treasury in the Tokyo session down about a basis point in yield, and the yen trading 114.10 against the greenback, weaker here by about 0.1%. On the positive side in the Tokyo session, we're looking at information technology and healthcare. Right now in Sydney, ASX 200 with a gain of about 0.1%. In this case, consumer discretionary leading the rise. The market in Seoul has been fluctuating between gains and losses. On the positive side, consumer staples advancing, but the energy complex weak, given a little bit of volatility in the crude oil space. WTI in New York trading was down about 1%, traded at 82.50. Right now we're at 82.70 in the electronic session. We had word earlier that both Eastern Europe and Russia will be facing new lockdowns as a result of the virus. We'll talk more about market action in 15 minutes, Julia.
All right, let's get the latest on Evergrande then, because we are talking about Evergrande, according to the Securities Times, paying this $83.5 million of bond interest due September 23. But we had been told that some offshore creditors could still seek a standstill if they missed a payment. So let's get more from Bloomberg's Steve Engel.
They are actually, a group of them are seeking talks with Evergrande to avoid really what would be and could be a cascade of bondholder and investor demands once these grace periods end. And that could overwhelm Evergrande and force it to declare a default. Some creditors would like to see Evergrande and its bondholders reach a formal forbearance agreement that would shield the company from a slew of investor demands for immediate debt repayment with parties and discuss restructuring options, really.
And that is Bloomberg's Stephen Engel, and obviously, Juliet, we have seen the company apparently, at least in the view of the Securities Times, dodge that bullet. We move to the Fed next. The central bank here in the U.S. is imposing some new rules on personal investing for Fed officials. It follows trading disclosures recently that led to the resignation of two Fed Bank presidents, Rob Kaplan of the Dallas Fed Bank and Eric Rosengren of the Boston Fed. Here's Bloomberg's Steve Matthews on the changes.
They're prohibited from purchasing individual stocks, from holding individual bonds, from holding derivatives. The rules require, even for the securities they do hold, they require that they have 45 days advance notice for purchasing or sale of securities. They have to get approval for purchasing or sale of securities, and they have to hold anything that they do hold for at least a year.
So with these changes now, some Fed watchers were weighing in, and they say the prompt action taken by Fed Chair Jay Powell could help his chances for renomination. His current term expires in February. Jules?
All right, coming up to 5 minutes past the hour, time for Global News. A group of 43 countries has denounced China's human rights record at the UN. Let's get to Ed Baxter with all the latest. Ed.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Juliet. The math is that it went up this year. This is basically an every-year event, but that's the significance. The group says it's seen an increasing number of reports of widespread and systematic human rights violations against Uyghurs in Xinjiang, including documented torture, forced sterilization, sexual and gender-based violence, and separation of children from their families. The key this year is that more countries, as I mentioned, join the petition, so up to 43 this year from 39 last. China claims the rebuke is part of the Western effort to keep China from rising and says the body must not interfere, talking about the UN, in its internal affairs. China has shut off Boston Celtics NBA games after Boston player Enes Kanter's pro-Tibet statements. Kanter tweeting Tibet belongs to the Tibetan people. He says under China's brutal rule, Tibetan people's basic rights and freedoms are non-existent. The U.S. has asked for a virtual summit between President Joe Biden and China's President Xi Jinping for November. Now, Bloomberg's John Liu says that the timing makes perfect sense.
With Xi Jinping planning not to attend the G20 in Italy and not to attend the COP summit in the UK, doing that meeting virtually would make the most sense. And obviously they have a range of things to talk about: trade, Xinjiang, Taiwan, Hong Kong. There are no shortage of issues between the two countries.
Yeah, John says no official date set. Trump aide Steve Bannon has been held in criminal contempt of Congress for ignoring congressional subpoenas from the committee looking into the January 6th Capitol insurrection. Congressman Jamie Raskin says it's a no-brainer.
You can't blow off the United States Congress from your sofa and think you're going to get away with it.
Yeah, interesting. The vote was 229 to 202, with only 9 Republicans siding with all Democrats. Now, this goes along with the Department of Justice under Attorney General Merrick Garland investigating the same charges as well. So what about the documents that Bannon is said to possess? Well, Bloomberg's Billy Howe says it does not give Congress access.
Quite the opposite. No, it kind of freezes it. And in fact, efforts on another avenue to gain records from the National Archives have already been hit by Trump with suggestion he's going to invoke executive privilege. So that case actually could tie up the Bannon matter as the courts try to decide whether or not this former president in these instances can actually assert that privilege.
Now, Billy says if Bannon were to be convicted, he could face fine and jail time. China's warning today that European support for Taiwan could have an egregious impact. The Foreign Ministry says European Parliament's decision to adopt a report calling for greater ties with Taiwan gravely violates the One China agreement. Pfizer and BioNTech are saying research shows their booster shots restore full protection. They say a booster is 95.6% effective in people aged 16 and over. Went on to say that boosters will play a critical role in addressing the pandemic. And the CDC has officially authorized the Pfizer and Moderna mix and match boosters. And Director Rochelle Walensky has passed it on and said that she endorses it. So it's on its way. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg. Douglas.
Thank you, Ed. Let's get to Banny Lam, our guest for the half hour. Banny is the head of research at CEB International Investments. He's on the line from Hong Kong. Banny, we got to begin with the Evergrande story. We're getting indications from the Securities Times that the company will make payment on $83.5 million in bond interest. This was obviously due on the 23rd of September. A 30-day grace period went into effect when that payment was not made. The grace period, as we know, was set to expire Saturday. This has to engender a huge sigh of relief. The question is, where did they get the money?
Yeah, I think we'll be getting the money on selling some assets and in offshore, but watch out because if you see the offshore bonds, I think they issued before actually is a big amount, and just why 3.5 million the interest actually is a very small part of it. So we are still uncertain. Actually, the debt settlements may be working, but I think good thing is the good news of the market may be they will try to do this pay interest a little bit, buy more time actually to sell the assets, actually pay for this interest and also the debt.
So, Banny, is it a little bit of a sense of kicking the can down the road? What does it mean more broadly for the property sector?
I think the property sector is because they quite rely on actually offshore dollar bonds actually to refinance the debt and also launch some new projects. Now all the property stocks actually in Hong Kong, you will see they have to deal with the debt issues first, and they stop issuing new bonds. So all these things actually will hurt their earnings outlook for at least next year. So I think the whole sectors will have enter a period active slowdown, and also most of it, if they're financially very good, some of it, they may be emerge to be the winner. But most of it actually in the market right now is the debt level is quite high. So I will see the whole fourth quarters they have to suffer a huge adjustments of their books on the debt, and also you have to find new money actually to launch new projects.
Banny, very quickly, I mean, if this doesn't speak well for the property developers going forward, if they're going to be restrained in their ability to grow, I mean, the overall economy in China is going to have a material slowdown as well, won't it?
Yeah, I think there's a big portion actually is the property sector is contributing to the growth of the economy. But at the same time, China actually is transiting to a new type of economy, more on consumptions, more on investments, domestic demand is driven the whole economy, and also new economy for example new high tech and those companies actually contribute more.
Banny, when we continue the conversation, let's talk about the regulatory risk that still exists when investing in the mainland. Banny Lam, our guest from CEB International Investments. This is Bloomberg.
Asset managers who...
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know, with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President, Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at seic.com/seizechange.
Tech talent is in high demand at Avanade, a joint venture between Microsoft and Accenture. That's why Avanade executive Brett Newton says the company is funding student scholarships at NJIT and earmarking them specifically for women in STEM fields.
What I really like about Avanade's scholarship program with NJIT is it's more than just a financial investment in the students. It's a relationship that we bring them into. We picked NJIT because it's a very different technical university. It's deeply rooted in solving business problems with technology, which is very much like Avanade. They're non-traditional in that they are much more focused and active in marrying technology to solving world problems and society problems. That's not normal of a lot of the engineering schools that we've had relationships with in the past. NJIT is very innovative and very entrepreneurial.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work. Sorry, I'm late. Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working.
Who, me?
Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi. Oh, hey.
Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
You know the expression, hit the ground running. We think it's a better idea to hit the ground listening. Karen Moscow.
The pandemic is having a major impact on the labor market.
Nathan Hager.
President Biden is setting a new goal.
Bloomberg Daybreak.
A landmark trial kicked off this week.
Weekday mornings at 5 Eastern.
We really haven't seen that kind of move happen.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
The rise of robots is here. Everything you've seen on TV and in movies is true. We'll see you very soon.
That's right. Autonomous security robots already help keep the places you study, work, and visit safe using a unique combination of self-driving technology, robotics, and artificial intelligence. Learn more about the future of security at Knightscope.com. That's Knightscope with a K.
She said visit Knightscope.com now.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. It's 1:15. Time for a check of sports from around the world. Here's Dan Schwartzman.
Thanks, Doug. With Chelsea star Antonio Rudiger heading toward a free transfer, as contract talks with the Blues have hit an impasse, clubs such as Bayern Munich and Real Madrid believe the center-back will be leaving Stamford Bridge. Sources say the 28-year-old is looking to at least double his current £100,000 per week wage, while Chelsea is reluctant to go over £150,000. Some believe that as a free transfer, Rudiger could potentially command close to £300,000 per week. ESPN reporting that Erling Haaland would command a salary of £30 million per year if the Borussia Dortmund striker were to move to another club next summer. The 21-year-old has a €75 million lease clause that can be triggered and will be pursued by most major European clubs, such as Real Madrid, both Manchester clubs, and Chelsea. The Dodgers looking to stay alive in the NLCS, down 3-1, as Los Angeles is hosting the Atlanta Braves in Game 5 of the series. Atlanta with Max Fried on the mound, the Dodgers starting off with reliever Joe Kelly as their opener. LA, though, getting some bad news as third baseman Justin Turner is going to be out the rest of the postseason after injuring his hamstring in Game 4. An AFC battle on Thursday Night Football, the 3-3 Cleveland Browns are hosting the 3-3 Denver Broncos. Case Keenum getting the start at quarterback for the Browns with Baker Mayfield out with a shoulder injury. Cleveland, though, will have Jarvis Landry back as a wide receiver has been activated off injured reserve. Landry had been out since spraining his MCL back in Week 2. I'm Dan Schwartzman. That's your Bloomberg World Sports Update.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm Juliet Sali in Singapore. We check the markets every 15 minutes here on Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. We are focused on China Evergrande. We're hearing from China Securities Times that it has transferred the interest payment originally due September 23 for a dollar bond, wiring $83.5 million in payment. And bondholders will receive the payment before Saturday, which was the deadline where we could have potentially seen a default. Evergrande shares indicated 1.9% higher in Hong Kong after falling substantially after resuming trade yesterday. Elsewhere, we're seeing Asian stocks fairly steady. The Nikkei is an outperformer, up by 0.6% as we see the yen give back some of those very strong gains that we saw yesterday. The yen at 114 to the dollar. We're seeing a little bit of upside coming through in Singapore's market, and the TAIEX is down 0.1%. Australia's ASX 200 is flat, but we are seeing travel shares gain after the national carrier Qantas said it would resume some international flights ahead of schedule. Qantas shares jumping as much as 5% to their highest since February 2020. Sydney Airport, which is the country's main international gateway, is also gaining. A little bit of weakness coming through in the commodities market. Steel futures in Shanghai down by some 6%, but we are seeing WTI crude hold nearing $83 a barrel. In fact, it just jumped there as I'm speaking, up 0.6%. Brent crude at $85.19. The yield on the US 10-year dipping below 1.7%, and we're seeing yields on Australia's notes also fall, notably the 2-year down some 4.3 basis points. Let's get over to San Francisco now for a check of global news.
Ed. Right. Thank you very much, Juliet. The U.S. has asked for a virtual summit between President Joe Biden and President Xi Jinping in November. A group of 43 countries has denounced China's human rights record at the UN, so up to 43 this year from 39 last. China claims a rebuke is part of a Western front to keep China from rising and says the body must not interfere in its internal affairs. China has shut off Boston Celtics NBA games in China after Boston player Enes Kanter's pro-Tibet statements. China is warning today that European support for Taiwan could have an egregious impact. Trump aide Steve Bannon has been held in criminal contempt of Congress. President Joe Biden saying that white supremacy motivated the Trump supporters at the Capitol on January 6th. CDC has now officially authorized the Pfizer and Moderna mix-match boosters. Director has endorsed the recommendation as well. And Juliet, Melbourne has reopened after enduring one of the globe's most prolonged series of lockdowns. Restaurants started to fill. They're preparing at the bars tonight, as well as, well, the not-so-forgotten hair salons and barbers.
Yeah, a lot of emotional. A lot of emotional scenes in Australia. There'll be more on November 1 when the international borders reopen. Thanks, Ed. Let's get back to Banny Lam, Head of Research at CEB International Investment, on the line for us from Hong Kong. I should note that China has set the yuan reference rate at 6.4032 against the dollar, so stronger. Banny, it kind of looks like at the moment we had been seeing a little bit of perhaps unease at how strong the currency had been going. How are you reading the PBOC at the moment?
I think the PBOC right now is try to still stay neutral on the monetary policy. They don't want to throw so much money in the market. So on this front, actually, is to try to stabilize the market. The view that actually they will not throw so much money, actually causing a deep depreciation of the currency. I think that is what China's tried to do, and but we expect actually kind of a little bit slow down actually in the fourth quarter, this year for China economy. But I think for the whole year, 2 to 1, actually the growth actually is very good, actually around 8%.
Benny, we have seen a lot of the regulatory crackdown play out, whether it's consumer-facing tech, the educational, the online educational stocks, even some of the healthcare providers have been caught up. And last week we had the government reports that the government was considering intervening in the coal market. Are you comfortable with the idea that we're near the end of this cycle where Beijing is really kind of leaning into markets in a variety of ways to create some kind of reform? Are you confident that we're near the end of that?
I would say the crackdown will continue, but I think in third quarter actually is the most serious one because they launched most of the things on the affecting most of the sectors. But heavy sell-off you can see in the stocks, the related stocks in the third quarter. But entering the fourth quarter, what we see right now is that China try to deal with the energy issues first. So I think you will see the coal futures and also those the rules, business rules, if they're not very comparable and also causing very fluctuations on the market prices, I think they will intervene and jump in. So I think that this is a kind of new normal for China. But if you on the other way to looking at this is because they're more focused on the energy issues. I think for the tech giants, they may have the relief for the fourth quarter. That's why I also look positive on the tech giants. They fall a lot in third quarter. Actually, is recovering steadily right now.
Let's talk as well about some of the other risks that we're seeing, particularly with the supply chain disruption. Are you concerned that this is going to intensify, or do you think we're seeing signs of perhaps the worst is over?
I think maybe in the beginning of fourth quarter, that's right now, and maybe on the November they will kind of intensify a little bit because you see the prices of the materials, and also the deliveries actually is quite a delay, most of it. So all this thing is affecting consumption maybe in some of the developed nations because of the Christmas time is coming. All these things actually will cause a kind of a slowdown to a certain extent on the economic growth. But I think this is a short term. I would say more adjustment we will see, in particular on the China side. They have a lot of policy actually launched in the last 2 weeks actually try to smooth the logistics issues, and most of it actually is done very well. I hope that all these things will you will not see any more kind of big disruptions actually maybe after November.
Benny, very quickly in about 30 seconds, you were talking about the energy situation in China. We've seen a number of manufacturers negatively impacted by rolling blackouts. Tesla just this week highlighted that fact. Are we nearer to the end of that cycle, or are we going to be dealing with an energy crisis in China for a while longer?
I think the capability for producing coal actually in China is increasing in the last 2 weeks, and also maybe try to import more coal actually for producing more electricity. I think all these things will help maybe
Okay.
that will be popular.
Benny, we're going to have to leave it there. Benny Lam is Head of Research at CUB International Investment. On the line for us from Hong Kong, this is Bloomberg.
With the Bloomberg Small Business Report, I'm John Tucker. There are two classes of merchant on Amazon, those who get special protection from counterfeiters and those who don't. The first category includes sellers of some big-name brands. Many lesser-known brands belong to the second group. Fred Ruckel, inventor of a popular cat toy called the Ripple Rug, is one of those sellers. Months ago, knockoff artists began selling versions of his product. Most merchants, many of them small businesses, rely on Amazon's algorithms to ferret out fakes. But Amazon inadvertently gave counterfeiters of Ripple Rug prime placement right next to Ruckel's original copyrighted product. Amazon support teams removed the first few listings Ruckel flagged, but like clockwork, new sellers popped up. Growing desperate with Amazon's response, Ruckel defaced his own product listing, superimposing an SOS on top of the cat mat and warning shoppers to email him before buying. That's the Bloomberg Small Business Report.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Richard Goldstein, Senior Principal and Co-Leader of Burden State and Local Tax Practice.
The COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting state and local government restrictions have caused businesses to close their doors and many employees to work in locations that were not included in their company's original business footprints. The new normal of remote working has created a variety of state and local tax challenges, from tax nexus and multi-state income tax apportionment to income tax withholding and tax resident status. Businesses and individuals need to stay ahead of these issues to help reduce the impact they may have on their overall tax liability. If you are a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more Tax Chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
Jody Schwartz, noted tax attorney, tells us why she recommends Jewish Communal Fund.
I recommend the JCF to my clients, to my colleagues, to really anyone who asks a question about charitable giving because it's convenient. It allows you the maximum tax deductions permitted by law, and it just makes your life easier, organized, and simple. Another aspect for clients and for other colleagues who don't want their identities to be known or don't want to talk about the property that they're giving away to charity, I found JCF's confidentiality, its aggregate reporting to be very attractive to people.
JCF can help you and your clients organize your charitable giving with a donor-advised fund. A fund can be established with a tax-deductible contribution of $5,000 or more. Contributions to JCF qualify for the highest tax deduction allowed by law. Visit jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, shares how we help you consider everything.
In today's ever-evolving environment, the team at Pershing's Prime Services wants to know, what are you focused on now? Are you confident in the stability of your counterparty? Do you feel they can help you grow your business? When it comes to fundraising, do you have access to the mindset of the advisor or have what you need to navigate the ODD process? Exceptional service for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. Whether it's customized financing or securities lending solutions, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your demands, so you can focus on growing your business and producing results for your clients.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
When Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller bring you the day's market news.
How do you think investors should view Bitcoin?
You can count on some frivolity.
We've never taken them to Disney, so just failure on so many different fronts.
Bloomberg Markets. Extensive, essential, and endlessly entertaining.
I'm not a pet person. I'm a financial analyst. By the way, someone writes in and says, I didn't realize Paul hated American values.
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119, and around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia.
It is 9:30 a.m. in Hong Kong, and here in Singapore, I'm Juliette Sali.
And I'm Doug Krisner at the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. We have trading underway in Hong Kong. Hang Seng out of the gate higher by about 0.5%. A lot to unpack here, and I'll let Juliette begin. Jules.
Well, it seems that China Evergrande could live another day. This according to local media Security Times reporting. Sources telling the paper that Evergrande has wired the $83.5 million payment to bondholders and they will receive it before Saturday. The payment was originally due on September 23 and Saturday was the deadline of the 1 month grace period. We're seeing China Evergrande shares up by almost 6% after falling 12.5% yesterday.
Yeah, we move next to a critical question for markets. It's whether inflation will prove transitory. BlackRock president and COO Jonathan Gray told us it's becoming more persistent and pervasive.
I think that's happening for a couple reasons. One is money supply has grown really significantly by more than a third since COVID, which happened monetary fiscal response to the crisis, but it puts more money in the system. And then at the same time, we have some big structural shortages.
So today, if you take a look at market-implied expectations for inflation here in the U.S. over the next half decade, so that's 5 years, right? We are now at the highest level in about 16 years, Jules.
Well, Snap shares tumbled as much as 27%. The drop coming after the social media company said there are a few factors weighing on its advertising business, one being the supply chain crunch, Snap saying that it's discouraging advertisers to spend. The other is Apple's new rule, which requires apps to get users' permission for data collection. Rohit Kulkarni is executive director at MKM Partners, and he says the market might be overreacting a bit.
The big question here is this reaction to Snap. Is this because of Snap or is this because of the entire industry? We will know more as Facebook and other companies report next week. But as of right now, this feels to me that this is not just Snap standing alone on an island. It is across the industry. So this reaction feels to be a bit too severe.
Snap said it expects revenue for the fourth quarter to be as much as $1.21 billion, and this is $140 million less than what analysts were projecting.
We heard from Intel after the closing bell. The company gave a lackluster forecast for the current quarter. The chip maker is predicting revenue will drop about 3% from last year. Now, if you look back at the last quarter, revenue for Intel's data center business fell 20%. Bloomberg's Ian King tells us it's another reason for concern.
What's happening, though, is that the customer base, the real big spenders, the Googles, the Facebooks, the Microsofts, the Amazon, AWS, have started to make their own chips or look elsewhere. That's a really big concern long-term for where Intel is going.
And beyond that, it raises worry that Intel could permanently lose some of that business. We had shares in Intel down by more than 8% in late U.S. trading. Juliet.
Just want to give another quick update on Evergrande, now up by about 5%. We've been talking about China Evergrande, according to Securities Times, transferring that interest payment of $83.5 million. You're seeing a bit of movement in currency markets too. The Aussie dollar climbing on this news, the yen declining, so risk appetite certainly being boosted by this China Evergrande report. When it comes to what we are seeing in the equity market, we have been seeing Japan's Nikkei really leading the gains. Of course, that weaker yen helping. The Nikkei now up by 0.9%. China's CSI 300 opening the day's trade higher by 0.4%, and we're seeing gains here in Singapore too. The Hang Seng Index opening higher by about 1/3%. It is a broad day of most of these currencies, with the exception of the yen that I've mentioned, moving higher against the dollar. We're seeing a pickup too in the offshore yuan as well, after a stronger fix coming through from the PBOC, and the central bank also injecting $90 billion yuan, I should say, in open market operations today. Another story we're following: Australian travel shares gaining. National carrier Qantas saying it will resume some international flights ahead of schedule. Qantas shares jumping as much as 5% in Sydney to their highest since February 2020. When it comes to the oil price, we're seeing WTI just under $83 a barrel, Brent at $85.14. The US 10-year yield, Doug, dipping below 1.7%.
We're at 35 past the hour as we update global news. Donald Trump aide Steve Bannon has been held in criminal contempt of Congress. Ed Baxter covering it all from the Bloomberg 960 newsroom in San Francisco. Eddie?
Yeah, right, exactly, Doug. This, of course, for ignoring the subpoena to appear before the committee investigating the January 6th Capitol insurrection. Bloomberg's Billy House says it now goes to the Justice Department.
That's a process that's going to be uncertain. We don't know if they will do anything, and recent contempt actions by the House haven't gone nowhere.
But Congresswoman Liz Cheney says this is still a very important vote.
Mr. Bannon's own public statements make clear he knew what was going to happen before it did, and thus he must have been aware of and may well have been involved in the planning of everything that played out on that day.
Cheney says Congress cannot be ignored. The vote, by the way, was pretty much along party lines, only 9 Republicans crossing. Group of 43 countries has denounced China's human rights record at the UN, citing systematic human rights violations against Uyghurs and the Xinjiang, of torture, of forced sterilization. The 43 this year is up, and this is the key from 39 last year, so it keeps growing. China says the effort is just to keep it from rising globally. Meanwhile, it has warned the EU for support for Taiwan could have an egregious impact. The Chinese Foreign Ministry says a European Parliament's decision to adopt a report calling for greater ties with Taiwan gravely violates the One China Agreement. This signals the increasing tensions over Taiwan globally. Supply chain, not just a problem at ports in Los Angeles and Long Beach. Ben Kaufman is vice president at DSV Transportation, a company that navigates through the shipping process for companies.
So you might get a booking confirmation for 2 weeks from now, but you might not actually load it for a month. And our DSV offices in Asia, they fight with the carriers to get on the ships, but it can take 3 or 4 weeks to get on. And it's lack of equipment as well.
And that causes a chain reaction and massive backups. Kaufman on Bloomberg from Long Beach today says all parties need to work together. He says he doesn't see this getting solved until potentially well into next year and potentially beyond. Now, the executive director of the port, Long Beach, Mario Cordero, says along with the dramatic effects on business and production, the upcoming holidays.
Shop early, because these delays and bottlenecks are going to continue to the end of the year. Hopefully we'll have some strong mitigating factors in terms of what we're doing. And the good news is there's strong collaboration by everybody in the supply chain to address this issue.
Yeah, Cordero says there are more than 70 vessels anchored off the San Pedro Bay ports. That's L.A. and Long Beach. CDC has now officially authorized the Pfizer and Moderna mix and match boosters, and it has been authorized by the executive director. Dr. Rochelle Walensky says they'll go ahead. President Joe Biden on CNN says he does not think there are enough votes in Congress for any kind of a tax hike. Meanwhile, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she feels the infrastructure battle is nearing the home stretch.
Although it's a smaller bill, it's still historic, transformational, and will make an enormous difference.
It sounds as if major compromises have been made behind those closed doors. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg. Doug?
Thank you, Ed. Let's get to Dan Schwartzman now as we look at global sports. Dano, could a Barcelona star be the first big signing for Newcastle United's new ownership? What do you think?
That could be the case as Goal reports that Newcastle has identified Barca's Ousmane Dembele as their target to be the first major signing since the takeover by Saudi Arabia-backed funds, with the France international willing to move to the Premier League. Cam Nodo has signaled a willingness to sign the winger to an extension, but no progress has been reported. ESPN, though, reports that Erling Haaland would command a salary of £30 million per year if the Borussia Dortmund striker would have moved to another club next summer. The 21-year-old has a €75 million lease clause that can be triggered and will be pursued by most major European clubs, such as Real Madrid, Chelsea, and both Manchester clubs. Speaking of Chelsea, star Antonio Rudiger is heading toward a free transfer as contract talks with the Blues have hit an impasse. Clubs such as Bayern Munich and Real Madrid now believe the center back will be leaving Stamford Bridge. Sources say the 28-year-old is looking to at least double his current £100,000 per week wage, while Chelsea's reluctant to go over £150,000. Some, though, believe that as a free transfer, Rudiger could potentially command close to £300,000 per week. Japan's Hiroshi Iwata shooting a 7 under 63 to sit atop the Zozo Championship leaderboard in Chiba after round one stroke ahead of both Hideki Matsuyama and Joaquin Niemann. Other notables include Xander Schauffele and Ricky Fowler at even par, with Colin Morikawa at 1 over. Defending champion Patrick Cantlay not playing after deciding to take the rest of the year off. The Dodgers looking to stay alive in the NLCS, down 3-1. They're just underway in L.A. as the Dodgers are hosting the Atlanta Braves in Game 5 of the series. Atlanta with Max Fried on the mound. The Dodgers are countering with their bullpen with Joe Kelly as their opener. L.A., they'll get some bad news as third baseman Justin Turner is out the rest of the postseason after injuring his hamstring while running to first base in Game 4. An AFC battle on Thursday Night Football underway as the 3-3 Cleveland Browns are hosting the 3-3 Denver Broncos. Case Keenum getting the start at quarterback for the Browns with Baker Mayfield out with a shoulder injury. Cleveland, though, does have Jarvis Landry back as a wide receiver was activated off injured reserve. Landry had been out since spraining his MCL back in Week 2. I'm Dan Schwartzman. That's your Bloomberg World Sports Update. Juliet.
Thanks so much, Dan. Coming up, we are going to continue to keep you updated on market action, and we're also going to have an interview with Alex Hopner, CEO of BitMEX. This is to discuss Bitcoin and the latest on everything crypto as we saw Bitcoin run to that record high. This is Bloomberg.
I was in the middle of...
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to the real-time financial news, data, and analytics that can take your workflow to the next level. Power up at Bloomberg.com/professional.
The Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
NJIT makes innovation happen. It also makes entrepreneurs like Anya O'Dwyer. Founder of Innovate, a tech-driven civil engineering and construction management firm, Anya says NJIT is defining the future.
NJIT is extremely important as a hub of disciplines all in one space with all of these brilliant minds. NJIT's role is huge when it comes to defining the future and how, from an interdisciplinary point of view, they have it all there, whether it's the innovation hub, the maker space. NJIT is already creating that collaboration between the disciplines, and you have civil engineers speaking to programmers, speaking to electrical engineers, and together they're creating advancements that we wouldn't have been able to do without those three minds coming together and solving a problem as one rather than solving it in isolation.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
The Audi Q5 represents everything we've learned from building one of the world's most progressive vehicles. With forward-thinking technology like standard rear cross traffic assist, this car was born to non-conform. The Audi Q5 is here. Progress is never blending in.
Take a test drive today at your local Tri-State Audi dealer or go to AudiOffers.com for more information on all the technology the 2022 Audi A5 has to offer.
Today's business professionals have little or no time for delays or interruptions in their car service schedules. UTOG understands this concern, and our tradition of keeping our customers on time is why many of the finest firms in this city have chosen UTOG as their primary carrier. Please visit us at utog.com. That's UTOG.com, or call 718-361-1110 to open a personal or corporate account. Credit card reservations are welcomed.
Last year, businesses in North America and Europe lost more than $4 trillion to supply chain disruptions. That's not acceptable. Not at all. GEP Software helps hundreds of Fortune 500 and Global 2000 companies transform their supply chains to become more agile and resilient. With greater supply chain visibility and control, GEP helps companies eliminate risk and avoid disruption. GEP, Software, Strategy, Managed Services.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. It's 45 minutes past the hour. Time for a check of sports from around the world. Here's Dan Schwartzman.
Thanks, Doug. Goal reports that Newcastle United has identified Barcelona's Ousmane Dembele as their target to be the first major signing since the takeover by Saudi Arabia-backed funds, with the France international willing to move to the Premier League. Camp Nou, though, has signaled a willingness to sign the winger to an extension, but no progress has been reported. ESPN reports that Erling Haaland would command a salary of £30 million per year if the Borussia Dortmund striker were to move to another club next summer. The 21-year-old has a €75 million lease clause that can be triggered and will be pursued by most major European clubs, such as Chelsea, Real Madrid, and both Manchester clubs. Japan's Hiroshi Iwata shoots a 7 under 63 to sit atop the Zozo Championship leaderboard in Chiba after round one stroke ahead of both Hideki Matsuyama and Joaquin Niemann. Other notables include Xander Schauffele and Ricky Fowler at even par, with Colin Morikawa at 1 over. It's an AFC battle on Thursday Night Football as the 3-3 Cleveland Browns are hosting the 3-3 Denver Broncos. Case Keenum getting the start at quarterback for the Browns, with Baker Mayfield out with a shoulder injury. Cleveland, though, will have Jarvis Landry back as a wide receiver has been activated off injured reserve. The Dodgers looking to stay alive in the NLCS as LA is hosting the Atlanta Braves in Game 5 of the series, down 3-1. Atlanta with Max Fried on the mound, while the Dodgers are using their bullpen with Joe Kelly as their opener. I'm Dan Schwartzman. That's your Bloomberg World Sports Update.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
So we have equity trading underway in Hong Kong right now. The Hang Seng is up just about 0.1%. Using the WEI function on the Bloomberg terminal, you go inside the market and you see clearly that real estate is out in front with a gain as a group of about 2%. It seems as though China Evergrande has dodged a bullet and will not default on a bond payment. This is according to the Securities Times, the report indicating Evergrande is paying $83.5 million in bond interest. Now, this was due back on September 23rd, and when payment was not made, a 30-day grace period went into effect. Now, interestingly, that grace period was set to expire on Saturday. If you look at trading in Evergrande shares, it's been a little volatile. Right now, stock is up about 2.7% in the Hong Kong session. Hang Seng has just gone flat. In Tokyo, we've got the Nikkei higher by about 0.8%, helping out a weaker yen now at 114.14 against the greenback. It seems as though the Evergrande news did increase risk appetite just a little bit. We had some eco data for Japan a short while ago. Core consumer prices for the month of September higher by 0.1%. That is year over year, right in line with estimates. In Seoul, the Kospi now up about 0.1%, although in Sydney, the ASX 200 is down nearly 0.2%. And on the Chinese mainland, we have a Shanghai Composite weaker by just about 0.1%. Stateside, a record finish for the S&P 500, thanks to a gain in consumer discretionary stocks, chiefly Tesla. Those shares were up more than 3% after earnings beat estimates. And we had Nike higher by about 2.3% in the U.S. session as well. In terms of the rate story, 10-year Treasury now down about a basis point in yield in the Tokyo session. We are at 1.69%. We'll take a look at market action again on the other side of the top of the hour. Let's check in on global news next. Ed Baxter is in the Bloomberg 960 newsroom in San Francisco. Ed.
All right. Thank you very much, Doug. Melbourne has reopened after enduring one of the globe's most prolonged series of lockdowns. Restaurants started to fill, as well as hair salons and barber shops. And this just up on the Bloomberg terminal. I'll go both ways. Victoria State to end quarantine for vaccinated international travelers. And Juliet posted on our in-house IB. Woohoo. Yeah, good. I know you've been waiting for that, Jules. U.S. has asked for a virtual summit between President Joe Biden and President Xi Jinping in November. A group of 43 countries has denounced China's human rights record at the UN, so up to 43 this year from 39 last. China claims a rebuke is part of a Western effort to keep China from rising and says the body must not interfere with its internal affairs. China has shut off Boston Celtics NBA games in China after Boston player Enes Cantor's pro-Tibet statements. China is warning today that European support for Taiwan could have an egregious impact on the globe. Trump aide Steve Bannon has been held in criminal contempt of Congress. President Joe Biden is saying that white supremacy motivated the Trump supporters at the Capitol on January 6th. CDC has now officially authorized the Pfizer and Moderna mix and match boosters. Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky has just endorsed the recommendation. Pfizer and BioNTech are saying that research shows their booster shots restore full protection, 95.6%. UK reporting cases topping 50,000 for the first time since July, and Moscow has officially implemented its lockdown, shutting down business from October 28th to November 7th. Also, Tokyo is set to roll back restrictions that limited operating hours and alcohol services of bars and eateries starting on Monday. And I want to make sure that especially one listener in Singapore hears that Victoria State is to end its quarantine for vaccinated international travelers. Did you get that?
I did. I'm from New South Wales, you remember, Ed, and we are already open, but that's very exciting for a number of my friends who are from Victoria and will be able to go home for Christmas too. All right, let's talk about Bitcoin now. Alex Hopner, CEO of BitMEX, joins us in our Hong Kong studio. What an incredible week for cryptos, in particular Bitcoin, Alex, as we saw that record above 66,000. Tell us about the change you're seeing in market dynamics with the debut of the Bitcoin Futures ETF.
It is a further tremendous push into mass market adoption of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. We see this with a tremendous interest using the standardized channels that we have. So on the one hand side, showing us clearly there's much more demand than we can actually fulfill to get exposure to the underlying. And as it is still for the classical crypto industry, so to say, a little bit too complicated for the mass market approach, we see this tremendous interest in using the standardized ways to get to the ProShares Bitcoin ETF. However, we have to ask ourselves whether this is an ideal state or situation to get exposure to that underlying, as the ETF is not 24/7 and Bitcoin, the underlying, is 24/7. So there might be some questions around that. But besides that, it's a tremendous push, and it's really something that we see over the last year where Bitcoin went up around 600%. And as we predicted, we'll see end of the year a tremendous growth and the likelihood of seeing $100,000 US dollar per Bitcoin.
Alex, when the conversation around cryptos began, the use case was on the payment side of the equation. I think we've seen a pretty dramatic pivot. It's much more about the investment now, the underlying, and then in the futures contract. And now the futures have options that will trade in tandem with that. Are you concerned that we're kind of taking our eye off the ball a little bit, and the use case for kind of the adoption of Bitcoin or any crypto as a payment system is being lost?
Not at all. I think that cryptocurrencies, as we see the development right now, are an ideal use case, but we're not straying away from the original purpose. We need to have a legal framework to use the cryptocurrencies in the original sense, and that legal framework is developed currently in a lot of countries. So from my point of view, this is a natural intermediate step. We see securitization to be now tokenization coming as the next evolving step, and with tokenization, the possibilities to upload, quote unquote, the next ownership rights onto the tokens and use them for global payment services. We will see a lot of rule sets coming up from that one. So for me, this is just a natural use case that we see now and an evolving step looking forward.
How many products do you have at BitMEX, and what products are you seeing increasing in popularity?
As I said, the probably global's biggest product still traded is the perpetual swap. It's a future that trades like spots, very easy to get exposure and leverage exposure to the underlying without the complexities of the future. It is still, I think, globally's most traded crypto product. And we see it, as said, options on the rise, less leverage products, so more linear products come to the market. And with mass market adoption, naturally high interest in spot products. That's why BitMEX is also launching the Beyond Derivative strategy. But this is a whole ecosystem evolving around access to global financial products on token basis.
So if you look at the futures contracts, and in the case of what happens here in the U.S., where the Commodity Futures Trading Commission is the regulatory body, there is less strict regulation over the underlying Bitcoin or any crypto in and of itself. And I'm wondering whether that gap, to go back to the use case, has to narrow, and whether the market really has to accept the fact that there's going to be much more regulation required on the cryptos themselves before adoption can really grow.
I fully agree. I think what we'll see is that we will adopt a regulatory framework pretty close to what we know from the classical markets. Now, that would a little bit neglect the possibilities of blockchain technology and the possibilities to actually suit some of the issues that we have in classical financial markets, like market risk when you have atomic swap capabilities and atomic settlement. So you don't bear the exact same risk. So what we need to make sure is that we bring on a sensible regulation that helps us pretty close to probably the classical regulation, but not lets us, let's say, hinders the possible and positive aspects of blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies. So yes, I definitely see the development going in that direction, hopefully not all the way.
You were among those who praised El Salvador for adopting Bitcoin as legal tender. Do you see this is a scenario that we could see happen more often? And what do you say to the skeptics?
Absolutely. I think this is something, as I predicted, we will see at least 5 countries jumping onto this during the course of the next year. We see that the dependencies on the global financial markets, high remittance, and so you see the framework developing that the countries will open up to this as a first possibilities for legal tender. We will have to look for countries that have elections in front of us and that have a high dependency on volatility, on
Alex, I want to just ask about the China story very quickly in about 30 seconds or so. Do you expect Beijing to change its attitude on the crypto space anytime soon?
I think China is very innovative when it comes to usage of the blockchain technology. They were very outspoken about accepting CBDCs and are advocating in this direction. We see a lot of countries doing this, and I think CBDCs are the natural next step. And it's very important that more and more countries are adopting this. To zoom out a little bit, the general regulatory framework is developing in a lot of countries. And what we see there is that, yes, every so often one of the countries cracks down, but we'll see a lot of opportunities in the future lying ahead.
Opportunities in the future. Alex, we thank you so much for coming into our Hong Kong studio. Alex Hopner is CEO of BitMEX in our Hong Kong studio here and will be appearing on Bloomberg Television shortly as well. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg. The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
Pursuits look at luxury. The boss of Danish Crown, Europe's top meat processor, said beef will become a luxury like champagne because of the climate impact of producing it. Meat companies are coming under pressure to curb greenhouse gases, with 57% of all food industry emissions coming from making animal products, according to one study. And to curb methane, pork is what they're hawking as the new steak. Meanwhile, in London, the British Museum will display what it says is the world's oldest surviving map of the stars in a major upcoming exhibition on the Stonehenge Stone Circle. The 3,600-year-old bronze Nebra sky disk is 12 inches in diameter, features a blue-green patina, and is decorated with inlaid gold symbols thought to represent the sun, the moon, and the constellations. And in Italy, luxury car maker Maserati is the latest victim of the global chip crunch that's disrupted many auto companies for months. The Stellantis-owned brand has delayed the premiere of its Grecale SUV to next spring from November 16th. Karen Chase, Bloomberg Radio.
When was the moment you discovered that you were meant for the business world?
Have you been getting a lot of inquiries from employers?
And then you started looking for the best sources of information.
Technology is challenging the regulators.
Doctors use kind of a virtual reality look.
I feel like the world is courting Elon Musk.
Which is how you got here.
How are other bankers restricted now?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Markets, you can't predict them.
The Delta variant is ripping up the playbook.
Investors being in a bit of a fog at the moment.
But when you listen to us, you'll come pretty close.
Let's take a look at those small cap stocks.
We're taking a look at some of the sector winners, the sector losers.
Is this bullish or is it bearish?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now, a global news update.
President Biden is remaining confident about getting his agenda passed through Congress. Speaking during a CNN town hall, Biden insisted he thinks a deal will get done on infrastructure and a spending package. The president noted it's all about compromise. After weeks of searching, the FBI says human remains found in Florida are Brian Laundrie. His remains were found in the nature reserve his parents had told police he had gone to for a hike several weeks earlier. FBI officials announced Thursday they confirmed it was Laundrie's remains through dental records. Longtime Trump advisor Steve Bannon is being held in contempt of Congress. Connecticut Democrat Jim Hines spoke after the vote.
What was really on the table today was the institutional prerogatives of the United States Congress. Whether somebody can just say, sorry, I'm going to ignore your subpoenas.
The vote by the full House was 229 to 202. House Democrats crafted the contempt resolution after Bannon defied a subpoena from the committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol. It's now up to Dr. Rochelle Walensky to decide if the Moderna and Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine boosters should get CDC authorization. The CDC director can accept the recommendation of the agency's vaccine advisors as is or make modifications to it. A new poll shows Americans believe Facebook and Twitter do more harm than good. Sarah Bartlett explains.
In fact, 70% responded that way when asked in a survey done by Quinnipiac University. Only 20% believe the social media giants do more good than harm. Those who were surveyed also don't like how Facebook has handled misinformation. 52% give Facebook a poor rating in that area, while only 12% say they're doing a good job.
A former surgeon convicted of killing his wife more than 20 years ago is admitting to committing the murder. Robert Birnbaum had long maintained his innocence in the killing of Gail Katz despite being convicted of the crime in 2000. I'm Brian Shook. The lawyer for former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is accusing the state attorney general of being biased against him. Scott Pringle reports.
Cuomo's attorney Rita Glavin claims that Attorney General Letitia James interfered with the investigation into sexual harassment allegations that were made against Cuomo by several women. Now, Glavin went on to say that James's alleged actions were politically motivated and aimed at destroying Cuomo's reputation. Cuomo resigned as governor back in August. The AG's office fired back at Glavin, saying her attack was baseless and that Cuomo only stepped down to avoid an impeachment hearing.
Olympic gymnast Simone Biles is teaming up with a mental health services company that makes getting help more accessible. As Cerebral's chief impact officer, Biles says everyone's mental health journey is unique and she wants to help others. Cerebral is a one-stop shop online platform that offers resources to counseling, therapy, medication, and other treatment services. Biles says the company is looking to change the stigma and cost barriers that come with mental health care. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy is releasing polling rules for the November 2nd general election. Sarah Lee Kessler has the details.
The governor has issued an administrative order with State Police Chief Patrick Callahan. The rules call for rooms within a building to be used exclusively for voting. For school districts planning to hold in-person instruction that day while also holding elections, voters aren't allowed to make any contact with students or staff. In the meantime, in-person early voting begins this weekend.
Royal Caribbean is announcing what it calls the ultimate world cruise, sailing to more than 150 destinations. Royal Caribbean's Serenade of the Seas will set sail in 2023 on what the cruise line says will be the longest and most comprehensive world cruise lasting 9 months. The itinerary includes visits to 65 countries and all 7 continents. I'm Brian Shook.
You wanted to see me?
Yes, please, have a seat. So here's the thing. When this company brought you on, we took a chance on you. You didn't have that 4-year college degree we typically look for.
Right.
But we gave you a shot anyway. And since then, you've worked incredibly hard and given it your all.
Thanks.
You've been an important asset to the team, but I don't think you can be an intern here anymore. We want to hire you.
You're serious?
Absolutely.
Find your next great employee. Introduce yourself to the grads of life. Who are they? Talent worth knowing about. Young adults of unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or even mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
I won't let you down.
I know.
Don't miss out on a resource many innovative companies have already discovered. Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
Ranger Station, Ranger speaking.
Hi, I'd like to report a bear hug.
Uh-huh, okay.
Well, we were building a bonfire, and I saw some, dry brush and leaves around, so, I said to move the bonfire somewhere else, and out of nowhere, Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Hey, guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
This is Bloomberg Law.
Some complicated international law issues here. What kind of docket is Chief Justice Roberts facing?
Interviews with prominent attorneys and Bloomberg legal experts.
Joining me is Bloomberg News Supreme Court reporter Greg Storr. My guest is renowned constitutional scholar Lawrence Tribe.
And analysis of important legal issues, cases, and headlines.
Is this essentially the Fifth Circuit hunting? He has presided over a so-called hot bench at the Supreme Court.
Bloomberg Law with June Grosso from Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to the Bloomberg Law Show. I'm June Grosso. Ahead in this hour, the Supreme Court appears likely to reinstate the death penalty for the Boston Marathon bomber. The justices take another case over stolen Nazi art, the legal face-off over vaccine mandates, and grounds for appeal in the college admissions scandal.
Over 700,000 American lives have been lost due to COVID-19, including more than 56,000 in Florida and over 68,000 in Texas. And every leader should be focused on supporting efforts to save lives and end the pandemic.
Despite the statistics cited by White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, the governors of Texas and Florida are leading a full-fledged assault on vaccine mandates. On Monday, Texas Governor Greg Abbott issued a broad executive order that bars virtually any COVID-19 vaccine mandate in the state. And on Tuesday, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis made good on his threat to fine local governments that have vaccine mandates, ordering Leon County to pay a $3.5 million penalty.
We are going to stand for the men and women who are serving us. We are going to protect Florida jobs. We are not going to let people be fired because of the vaccine mandate.
Joining me is Harold Krent, a professor at the Chicago-Kent College of Law. So how is DeSantis' $3.5 million fine likely to withstand a court challenge?
I think it will stand if the state government has the authority under Florida law to enact such a ban. States use their authority under either the general powers to act in an emergency and confront a disaster to preclude employers in their state from mandating vaccines. This strikes some of us as odd or bizarre, but it does not likely violate any federal constitutional right. We have not recognized the federal constitutional right to pursue particular types of treatment for diseases. And so in the absence of any kind of federal legislation mandating vaccines, then it's within the state's right to preclude a ban.
Let's turn to the vaccine mandate that OSHA has drafted and sent to the White House for review this week. Does the federal government have the power to mandate a vaccine in that way?
So Congress has delegated to the president the power to ensure workplace safety. And one of the aspects of workplace safety is that workers be free from any kind of exposure to diseases during their working hours. So OSHA, which is the federal agency in charge of ensuring safety, regulates exposure to benzene, exposure to asbestos, and the argument here, which we will see, is that the administration believes that exposure to COVID fits in with the same kinds of measures that have been taken before to protect workers in both private and public workplaces.
So is the legal test going to be whether or not there's an emergency?
OSHA has the power to issue an emergency standard. It doesn't take effect till it's published. Right now, the target date is December 8th. And then supposedly under statute, which is kind of heroic, it has to create a permanent standard or withdraw the temporary standard within 6 months thereafter. But I think it might be helpful just to look at the language that the Congress used, because the question will be challenged in court. If they determine that employees are, quote, exposed to grave danger from exposure to substances or agents determined to be toxic or physically harmful, then they can create a standard. So is there a grave danger from exposure? That's really going to be the question. It was one that hasn't been litigated much in court. OSHA has rarely issued a temporary emergency standard in the past. And so the private companies challenging OSHA's authority will say there is no longer a grave danger. We're sufficiently vaccinated, and therefore there is no power in the federal government to mandate vaccines in the workplace.
So, taking the situation in Texas, private businesses face this dilemma: violate the federal vaccine mandate or violate the state vaccine ban.
Companies are in an unenviable situation, right? You have to either comply with the OSHA standard or with the mandate from the governor of Texas. And what's interesting from a legal perspective is Governor Abbott claims that this is an emergency, and in an emergency, he has these sort of inherent powers to regulate private businesses, which in some ways is a mirror image of what President Biden is arguing through OSHA as well. So obviously, if there's a conflict, usually the federal government wins out under the Supremacy Clause, at least with respect to federal instrumentalities, federal contractors, but probably will win out with respect to private companies as well. But that'll be up for the courts. And they'll have to determine two things: whether the agency has exceeded its authority in providing for this vaccine mandate, and secondly, even if it has, whether the state has the power to override it with respect to state employee situations.
So if this question does get to the Supreme Court, how are the justices likely to rule?
Congress does seem to have given the federal government the authority to regulate harmful substances in the workplace, and exposure to COVID is no big reach. So even though the current Supreme Court has articulated an interest in limiting the power of Congress to delegate wide areas of authority to the agencies, I think at least with respect to regulating the workplace, the Biden administration is on powerful ground. It's not unassailable. We've never done this before. It's unprecedented to have this kind of regulation reaching so deeply into the private workforce. So some members of the Supreme Court may be skeptical, but I think the language of the statute in terms of grave danger fits much more readily with what OSHA is trying to do with this temporary emergency standard.
Thanks, Hal. That's Harold Krent of the Chicago-Kent College of Law. Coming up next on the Bloomberg Law Show, in the first trial in the college admissions scandal, 2 parents were found guilty on all charges. What are the likely appellate issues? I'm June Grosso, and you're listening to Bloomberg.
Even in a time when almost nothing is easy, one thing has been effortless.
And now our most important stories of the morning.
Accessing the world's latest financial and political news.
We see some strength around the European equity story.
Russia very much in focus here in the UK.
A positive move between the US and the EU.
European businesses are still investing heavily in China.
Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, weekdays at 1 a.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Wall Street made it 7 in a row as solid corporate earnings continue to overshadow rising inflation fears. The Dow Industrials fell 6. The S&P 500 gained 14 to a record high. The Nasdaq climbed 94. It could be a record holiday season for Apple. if there were enough iPhones, watches, and other gadgets to put under the tree. Shortages across Apple's product line mean devices ordered now will take weeks to arrive. Google is cutting by half the fees it takes from subscription services on its App Store. Commissions will drop to 15% starting January 1st. Developers and lawmakers have been agitating for a cut. Accident investigators say the driver was to blame for a fatal crash of a Tesla Model S in April. Findings show the driver had his foot on the gas moments before the car hit a tree and caught fire. The findings effectively absolve Tesla's autopilot system. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
I think it's just vapor. Vaping is safer than smoking, isn't it?
There's really not even that much nicotine in them, right?
One vape pod has as much nicotine as one pack of cigarettes.
My kid
knows it's dangerous. 5.4 million American kids vape, and most think it's harmless. Get your head out of the cloud. Talk to your kid about vaping. Visit talkaboutvaping.org. That's talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Lisa Goldman, partner and leader of Burden's International Tax and Advisory Practice.
If you're a high net worth individual with international investments or a business owner with operations overseas, it is essential to have a tax advisor who knows how to protect your assets on a global scale. Owning and investing in foreign corporations comes with certain tax responsibilities. Burden Accountants and Advisors works with clients to ensure that they understand the intricacies of the global market, maximize the tax opportunities available, and reduce the challenges presented by international tax laws.
If you're a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business. For more tax chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Introducing Bloomberg Quick Take. Our global stories take on tomorrow today. Watch live news on the events changing your business and your world, and go deeper with original shows on business, technology, politics, and culture. Don't settle for a news network built for yesterday. For a global view and an informed take, Bloomberg Quick Take. Now streaming free on Bloomberg.com/quicktake. Brought to you by Accenture, American Express, and AT&T Business.
This is Bloomberg Law with June Grosso from Bloomberg Radio.
33 parents caught up in the college admissions cheating scandal chose to plead guilty. The first two parents who chose to have a jury decide their cases were found guilty on all counts, guilty of paying hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes to get their kids into elite schools as bogus athletic recruits. Acting U.S. Attorney Nathaniel Mendel said no one is above the law.
They and their families enjoy privileges and opportunities that most of us can only imagine. Yet they were willing to break the law, and the jury has now found that they did break the law.
The prosecutors had introduced powerful evidence, including secretly recorded phone calls between the two men and Rick Singer, the ringleader of the scheme.
I can send him your $500,000 that you wired into my account to secure the spot for one of your girls.
Joining me is Bloomberg legal reporter Patricia Hurtado, who covered the trial. So, Pat, how long was the jury out?
Well, the jury deliberated just a little over 10 hours over 2 days, and it was a categorical win for the government. They convicted both of these dads who were accused of paying bribes to get their kids into elite schools, convicted of every single count. There was one question from the jury, and it was a complicated charge encompassing the concept of the parents paid bribes to corrupt people, and by doing this bribing, they robbed the colleges of the honest services of their employees to do their job properly and not give slots to kids whose parents paid bribes. And the judge basically gave the jury a smorgasbord of opportunities to convict them just on that one count alone. The jury found guilty on every single count. It was quite stunning. The defense had argued vociferously that they had not paid bribes, and if they had paid money, they understood them to be, quote-unquote, donations to these schools. So they said this corrupt college counselor named William Rick Singer, who had pled guilty and agreed to cooperate against them, he was the con man who had lied to them and misled them about what the true function of the money was going to be.
The prosecutors managed to get this verdict even without the testimony of the mastermind. How did that go?
Well, what they did is they did play the wiretaps of these parents discussing with Singer their plan. And John Wilson is private equity executive, and he was on tape talking to Singer about possibly arranging to pay $500,000 for each of his two daughters, so $1 million to facilitate his daughter's entrance into Stanford and Harvard. And then he asked if he could get a 2-for-1 deal. So he was haggling for a discount. So he didn't want to pay more than $1 million. And the government said that was showing his willingness to engage in a dirty deal. And the other dad, Gamal Abdelaziz, and he's the former Wynn Resorts executive, he was on tape talking to Singer. Singer actually was bragging to him that he wanted to use this fake profile that they used to get his daughter into USC as a purported basketball star, that he wanted to use it for other fake athletes. And Abdelaziz chuckles and says, I love it. So the government said this is the true understanding these two parents had, that they knowingly understood that Singer was corrupting the process.
The judge made some evidentiary rulings that seem like points on appeal.
What the government did in this case, and the judge allowed it, is he allowed the prosecutors to put in evidence from other parents, including emails. And then they called one of these dads who pled guilty. His name was Bruce Isaacson. He's a Northern California businessman. He and his wife pled guilty to paying bribes to Singer to get their kids into college. This dad testified about his mindset. So the government said you can infer from the testimony of this other dad what these two dads were thinking. The defense vociferously argued against this. They said it's unfair. Some of the evidence that the defense argued shouldn't have been seen by this jury because it had nothing to do with these defendants. For example, prosecutors showed jurors conversations and emails with other parents like Felicity Huffman or Lori Loughlin and her husband about their kids that had nothing to do with these two defendants' kids, and also wiretaps of other parents talking to Singer, which they said had nothing to do with their clients.
And the judge also limited the evidence that the defendants could bring in to make their case.
Right. The defendants wanted to bring in more evidence of what exactly was going on at these schools, and they really went after USC, the University of Southern California. And they had this VIP list, which they showed the jury, which had all these students that were admitted as a similar kind of recruited athletes, or they're called walk-ons. So they're not the actual star athletes that are, national champions, but they are students who get in and they get to be on the team as like the manager or second string, for example. And so these two parents would argue they should be allowed to show this transactional aspect college admissions is about at USC. They argued that USC admitted kids, and they had evidence in this spreadsheet of kids that parents had given donations, including a kid whose parents gave USC $5 million, and the kid got admitted as a quote-unquote walk-on tennis recruit. But the judge rejected their ability to call USC athletic department officials to really inquire and explore this, money talks in the admissions process. And the judge said USC was not on trial. So the only thing they could really bring out was if you're a recruited athlete, you have like an 85 to 90% chance of admission. Some of these kids actually get admitted when they're sophomores in high school, and they get a promise of admissions, of guaranteed admissions in sophomore year in high school.
You did a story that there was a debate within the prosecutor's office about whether to target Singer, the mastermind, or use him to go after the wealthy parents. And usually prosecutors go up the ladder. In this case, they went down the ladder.
Yeah, Judge Nancy Gertner, who is a retired federal judge in Boston, and she's a professor at Harvard Law School, and she was saying that this is like using the drug kingpin to have them plead guilty and testify against his clients, the people who buy the drugs for him. This is kind of backwards in the philosophy. Now, there was a quote-unquote raging debate. I spoke to Andrew Welling, who was the Boston U.S. attorney who led the office when they were putting this case together. And he said they decided that it would make a bigger impression against the corrupt parents instead of having a one-off case and just going after Singer and have him get convicted, and then maybe you might be able to implicate one or two parents. But they decided to go big and make a big splashy case against all these parents because under their philosophy, if this national scandal got exposed, it may deter other parents from a perp walk or prison jumpsuit.
So interesting. Thanks, Pat. That's Bloomberg legal reporter Patricia Hurtado. The two fathers are facing years in prison at sentencing, in contrast to the parents who pled guilty and served only months in prison. Coming up next, the Supreme Court takes another case over stolen Nazi art. This is Bloomberg.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
The Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council present the story of Tom and Levi.
Tom is the smartest man I know. He's been a professor at 2 major universities, been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, he told me that he was having problems in his classes. I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. And he was telling them that he was doing it as a favor to them, but I think in reality, he just wanted to get out of there. I was really starting to worry because I saw something was wrong.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me, and my love for him was just immense.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
For the Jewish Communal Fund, past president Noel Spiegel.
People often ask me why it's important to use JCF for their charitable giving. I tell them that JCF has a profound impact on our community. Thanks to the revenue generated from our funds, JCF makes an annual $2 million grant to UJA Federation of New York and makes grants from our endowment, the Special Gifts Fund. This year, we proudly granted more than $800,000 to support a kosher food pantry at Mid-Island YJCC, Jewish daycare at the Ed Alliance, a renovation at Camp Oakhurst, and an intergenerational Holocaust program at Ramaz. I'd like you to hear about our impact from a past Special Gifts Fund recipient.
Plaza Jewish Community Chapel is most grateful to JCF for supplying seed money to start the organization. Almost 10,000 families have relied on Plaza to provide an affordable yet dignified Jewish funeral.
Let JCF maximize your impact. Visit jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277.
This is the Bloomberg Green Business Report. America's carbon emissions may be underestimated. An analysis by Bloomberg Intelligence suggests that while domestic emissions have been cut in recent years, they may be more than 6% higher than estimated when emissions linked to imports and exports are included. While the United States has long had an economic trade deficit, it also faces a carbon trade deficit. Emissions from imports outweigh emissions linked to exports, and that adds to emissions linked to domestic production. The United States accounts for 13% of global carbon emissions, second only to China. Factoring in BI's analysis of emissions from the balance of trade would raise the U.S. share of the world's carbon emissions by another 1%, adding 285 million tons to this country's emissions for 2020. The United Nations Climate Change Conference is coming up soon, and accountability may be redefined beyond domestic emissions. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
What's the true value of your custodial relationship? Ben Harrison of BNY Mellon's Pershing explains.
As sophisticated investors demand more from their advisors, advisory firms, in turn, need to rely on their custodian to help them grow their complex businesses. At BNY Mellon's Pershing, supporting the rapid growth of RIAs is our #1 priority. We understand what it means to deliver true value to our clients who are looking for a custodian that is aligned with their best interest and delivers high-value solutions, all in an open architecture environment with flexibility, choice, and transparency. Learn why so many of the largest advisory firms turn to us for the financial strength, resiliency, and high-touch service that BNY Mellon Pershing provides. When you work with Pershing, we put your business first. Can your custodian say that?
Learn more at Pershing.com or call 800-445-4467. Pershing Advisor Solutions, LLC. Member FINRA SIPC.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know, with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
When Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller bring you the day's market news.
How do you think investors should view Bitcoin?
You can count on some frivolity.
We've never taken them to Disney, so just failure on so many different fronts.
Bloomberg Markets. Extensive, essential, and endlessly entertaining.
I'm not a pet person. I'm a financial analyst. By the way, someone writes in and says, I didn't realize Paul hated American values.
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
President Biden is remaining confident about getting his agenda passed through Congress. Speaking during a CNN town hall, Biden insisted he thinks a deal will get done on infrastructure and a spending package.
It's all about compromise. You know, compromise has become a dirty word, but it's bipartisanship and compromise still has to be possible.
Biden has been meeting with lawmakers this week in an effort to get the proposals passed. The FBI is confirming human remains found at a Florida nature reserve are those of Brian Laundrie. Police have been searching for him as a person of interest in the Gabby Petito homicide for several weeks. The area where the remains were uncovered was previously underwater in the dense and swampy park in southwest Florida. Police are on the scene of what's being called an incident at a movie set in New Mexico. Reports say officers are at the Bonanza Creek Ranch in Santa Fe. The movie currently being filmed there is a Western called Rust. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Annabelle Drulers in Hong Kong. Here are this hour's top business stories and the markets. Property developer Evergrande has reportedly paid bond interest ahead of a Saturday deadline. State-backed paper Securities Times says $83.5 million has been wired. The interest payment was originally due September 23rd, but Evergrande had a 30-day grace period to pay the funds. Evergrande currently popping on the Hang Seng, up around 5%. Coal futures in China, meanwhile, are sliding further, now of more than 20% in 3 days. Authorities are taking action to tackle the nation's energy crisis. Guangdong, a province in the south and home to the likes of Huawei, is the latest. Officials there are removing fixed electricity prices for industrial and commercial users. In Singapore, house prices rose in the third quarter. Private property values climbed 1.1% from the prior 3 months. Singapore's seen strong demand for homes during the pandemic, with buying from ultra-rich foreigners fueling the trend. New Zealand has set one of the highest vaccination rates in the world to ease restrictions. 90% of the eligible population will need to be fully vaccinated before opening can start. The current rate is 68%, though 86% of people have had at least one shot. Australia's central bank has been forced to defend its bond yield target for the first time in 8 months. The RBA announced an operation to buy 1 billion Aussie, or 746 million, face value of April 2024 government securities. This was unscheduled and the RBA's first such purchase since the end of February. Turning to markets now, we're seeing steady trading in Asia. The Hang Seng Tech Index up 1.5%. The Nikkei also 0.8% higher. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. In Hong Kong, I'm Annabelle Drewlers. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Law with June Grosso from Bloomberg Radio.
This is a painting of my aunt. She was taken off the walls of our home by the Nazis.
And now you'd like to be reunited.
Wouldn't that be lovely? And then there's justice.
The film Woman in Gold is based on the true story of Maria Altman, a Jewish woman who won a battle with the Austrian government to regain ownership of a Gustav Klimt painting of her aunt after a ruling by the U.S. Supreme Court involving the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. The justices have decided to take another case involving the same law to decide whether the heirs of a Holocaust survivor can regain a painting by French Impressionist Camille Pissarro that was stolen by the Nazis in 1939. My guest is MC Sangaila, chair of the appellate practice at Buchalter. MC, tell us about the history of this 1897 painting, Rue Saint-Honoré, Afternoon Rain Effect.
So the Pissarro painting at issue in this case was purchased by the Cassier family from a well-known art dealer who had acquired it from Pissarro himself. And it's a very special painting by Pissarro, and in fact was created by Pissarro during the Dreyfus Affair, which involved a violent anti-Semitic movement in France. So he painted from his bedroom window there in France. So in any event, the Cassiers had this painting. It was passed down from generation to generation. It was a family treasure. It was on the living room wall at their home in Munich. And then under the growing shadow of Nazi anti-Semitism, Lily Cassier packed up her belongings and prepared to flee Germany in 1939. And the Nazis would only allow her an exit visa if she, quote unquote, sold them the painting. And she sold it to them for $360. After that, she never saw the painting again. And the Cassier family had no idea what happened to it, but it was eventually sold through an LA art gallery and now is part of a Spanish nonprofit organization and foundation that has a museum and has displayed the painting since 1993.
This went to trial. What did the trial judge find?
So actually, this case is like many of the Holocaust art recovery cases, and it has a very long history of bumping up and down within the court system. So the litigation's been going on for 20 years, and this is, I think it's the fourth appeal of various issues in the case. And I was involved with the earlier Ninth Circuit proceeding in which summary judgment had been granted for the foundation against the Cassiers, and the Ninth Circuit overturned that, saying, no, we think there is a tribal issue of fact with regard to what Spanish law requires and who has proper right to the painting under Spanish property law, which has a different sort of adverse possession law than California law. And the Ninth Circuit said, so we're going to send it back to the district court, and the district court will hold a trial. The district court held that trial and still concluded that the foundation properly has the painting and the Cassiers lost. And now they're challenging that on a fundamental question, which is which law do we apply under the Sovereign Immunities Act to decide the choice of law question? So is it federal common law that decides which law we apply, Spanish or California? Or is it California law that decides whether California or Spanish law should apply? And they argue California law should apply, not Spanish law, and so the outcome would have been different.
The heirs claim that California law never allows the holder of stolen property to obtain good title.
That's frequently the argument that's made, which is you can't get good title from a thief, right? You can only get as good a title from someone as they had to give to you. And that is commonly the rule in U.S. law and various state laws.
What's the rule in Spanish law?
In Spain, it depends on kind of this question of really, like, how bad were you? You can get possessory rights, but it depends on your knowledge, your participation in that. In other words, you can get good title from a thief under certain circumstances if you are, to some extent, innocent of that. Had no idea that it was stolen, all of these various things. Back to that question of willful blindness.
Last term, the justices ruled that the Holocaust survivors who were suing couldn't press their claims for art stolen during World War II against Hungary and Germany in U.S. courts just yet. Does that give any indication of how the court might rule here?
It's hard for me because I always hope that it's going to be positive for the heirs in these cases. And I will say that they have been most interested in the Holocaust art cases involving various issues involving the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. That came up last term in the Germany case. They years ago granted the Maria Altman case because that also involved another issue with regard to Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. So they seem very interested in this particular statute and how and when it applies. And, the gateway to our court system. So we know Altman came out in favor of the claimant, and the Germany case, was not favorable to the claimant. So I would say we're going in with a 50-50 batting average of Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act and Holocaust art cases. So I'm hoping this one goes the way of Altman.
Thanks, MC. That's MC Sangaila of Buckalter. Coming up next, the Supreme Court appears likely to reinstate the death penalty for the Boston Marathon bomber. You're listening to Bloomberg.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
The names that drive politics, policy, and business. Speak to Bloomberg's David Weston. From politicians,
Senator Sherrod Brown, chairman of the Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs Committee,
to CEOs.
Dr. Albert Bourla, he's chairman and CEO of Pfizer. Brian Moynihan, chairman and CEO of Bank of America.
The world's top decision makers join David Weston.
We turn to the Dean of U.S. Diplomacy. Thomas Pickering served as U.S. Ambassador to Russia.
Balance of Power with David Weston. Weekdays at noon Eastern on Bloomberg Radio.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The S&P needed to gain only a single point to close at a new high. It did that and more, posting its first all-time high since September 2nd. For the broader market, it was a mixed day. The Dow lost 6, the S&P was up 14, the Nasdaq added 94. Intel is sharply lower in late trading, a sell-off that doesn't bode well for tomorrow. It offered a lackluster outlook, raising fears that the chipmaker's turnaround plan will hurt profits. Chipotle is charging more for its burritos and bowls and making those prices stick. Its third-quarter same-store sales beat expectations, climbing more than 15% from a year ago. Your kid can still get their own WWE title belt. Mattel will continue to make the belts as well as WWE action figures under a new licensing deal. Mattel sold more of everything in recent months. North American sales rose 12% from last year. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
NJIT makes the workforce of the future. And Greg Sauter, a member of NJIT's Board of Overseers and president of engineering firm WGI, says NJIT graduates have the in-demand skills that drive today's tech-powered workplace.
Our world is moving to a place of connecting the physical with the digital. In the field of engineering and infrastructure, there's not a thing that we do that's not being changed by technology. We've gone from two-dimensional renderings to immersive, augmented, and virtual reality. Solution sets used to be solved one at a time. Now we can run nearly an endless alternatives analysis and optimize the output, and how we construct that future, from autonomous equipment to 3 and 4D printing. NJIT students graduate with that critical understanding of the cyber-physical world and how we move between them, but with that all-important grounding in applied STEM principles.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
With three bright minds thinking of questions.
How far apart are the two Americas right now?
Someone's bound to ask the one you most want answered.
What defines that as the year goes on?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
How do you explain the fact that you have not seen a cheer from equity traders?
Bloomberg Surveillance.
Will that occur within market stability?
Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Lisa Goldman, partner and leader of Burden's International Tax and Advisory Practice.
It's a smart business practice to diversify your investment portfolio, and many investors look for opportunities in different countries to achieve this objective. However, investing overseas can be complicated and often requires working with a specialist who has a firm grasp of both domestic and international tax law. At Burden Accountants and Advisors, our experienced team works with clients to help them develop cross-border tax plans that minimize their tax liabilities, ensure compliance, and save them money.
If you're a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business. For more tax chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
When we say Bloomberg brings you the latest financial and business news anywhere, we've actually given the matter quite a bit of thought.
Let's get now to our guest joining us from Bangkok. She joins us on the phone from the Hudson Valley.
Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg. The world is listening. World markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg 1130. Now, a global news update.
President Biden is remaining confident about getting his agenda passed through Congress. Speaking during a CNN town hall, Biden insisted he thinks a deal will get done on infrastructure and a spending package.
It's all about compromise. You know, compromise has become a dirty word, but it's bipartisanship and compromise still has to be possible.
Biden has been meeting with lawmakers this week in an effort to get the proposals passed. The FBI is confirming human remains found at a Florida nature reserve are those of Brian Laundrie. Police have been searching for him as a person of interest in the Gabby Petito homicide for several weeks. The area where the remains were uncovered was previously underwater in the dense and swampy park in southwest Florida. Police are on the scene of what's being called an incident at a movie set in New Mexico. Reports say officers are at the Bonanza Creek Ranch in Santa Fe. The movie currently being filmed there is a Western called Rust. I'm Brian Shook.
This is Bloomberg Law with June Grasso from Bloomberg Radio.
This week, the Biden administration was at the Supreme Court arguing to reinstate the death sentence for Johar Tsarnaev, the man convicted of setting off one of the bombs that killed 3 people at the 2013 Boston Marathon. That's despite President Biden's opposition to the death penalty. The main issue was whether the trial judge should have admitted evidence of a triple murder allegedly committed by Tsarnaev's older brother, Tamerlan, in order to show Tsarnaev was acting under the influence of his brother. The justices were sharply divided down ideological lines. Here are Justices Elena Kagan and Brett Kavanaugh.
This court let in evidence about Tamerlan poking somebody in the chest. This court let in evidence about Tamerlan shouting at people. This court let in evidence about Tamerlan assaulting a former student, a fellow student, all because that showed what kind of person Tamerlane was and what kind of influence he might have had over his brother. And yet this court kept out evidence that Tamerlane led a crime that resulted in 3 murders?
And the district court said, we don't know what happened. There's been insufficient evidence of who did what, and therefore the theory that Tamerlane was the lead player in that is entirely is unreliable because we don't know, and Tadashev had all the motive in the world.
You to the real-time financial news, data, and analytics that can take your workflow to the next level. Power up at Bloomberg.com/professional.
There are 6 votes to reverse the First Circuit and reinstate the death penalty.
Financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at Bloomberg.com/professional.
All you were doing was listening to the oral argument. I think that was the only thing you considered. You would say, I think that most likely the Supreme Court's going to reverse. But, of course, the Supreme Court is most likely to reverse from the fact that they grant cert. When they grant certiorari, they grant cert to reverse about 80% of the time, just the pure statistics of it. They see a ruling where they think a lower court got it right. They don't usually decide to hear the case so they can say, okay, First Circuit, we just want you to know we think you're doing a hell of a job here. So just from that, you would know that most likely the government's going to prevail. If you just listen to the oral argument, you would think, okay, the government's pretty good chance they're going to prevail. But, there have been a number of cases where it didn't turn out exactly like people anticipated at oral argument. And this, potentially could be one of them. It's one thing to sort of ask questions at a bench. It's another to sit down and write an opinion in the case that makes sense and you can square it with prior precedent.
So let's say Tsarnaev wins at the Supreme Court. What would happen then?
Then I think the government would have to decide, are they going to retry him or are they just going to allow him to serve a sentence of life without parole? I think it's important to bear in mind that his conviction is intact. He's going to be in prison for the rest of his life no matter what. It's just a question of whether his time in prison is going to end from a natural death or from a death by execution.
If the government wins, are there other appeals that Tsarnaev could press?
Yes, he hasn't been through what we normally would call federal post-conviction review or 2255 proceedings, so there would still need to be additional proceedings to look at the quality of the representation. Was he denied the right to the effective assistance of counsel? Was there any type of prosecutorial misconduct we don't know about, and things like that. So even if he loses in this appeal, there still will be multiple years of litigation before there would even be any question of whether the death sentence could be carried out.
When you say multiple years, are we talking like a decade?
On average, yeah, I would say we're talking at least a decade. Cases normally move relatively slowly through post-conviction review. There has to be a new team of lawyers is going to have to be appointed. They're going to have to get up to speed in the case. They're going to have to be given the opportunity to do an investigation to examine what happened, what trial counsel did and didn't do, what the prosecution did and didn't do. So regardless of what happens here, there will be years of litigation left.
Are death penalty opponents disappointed that Biden so far has declined to commute federal death row sentences to life in prison?
No, I wouldn't read that much into that either. I mean, normally, governors or presidents, when they commute sentences, they sort of do it on the way out of office as opposed to on the way in. When you've seen that at the state level, when there have been like significant numbers of commutations, when there was in Illinois and New Mexico and other states, governors have usually done that near the end of their term. So, again, I wouldn't read too much into that either.
Thanks so much for being on the Bloomberg Law Show. That's Professor John Bloom, director of the Cornell Death Penalty Project. And that's it for this edition of the Bloomberg Law Show. Remember, you can always get the latest legal news on our Bloomberg Law podcasts. You can find them on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and at www.bloomberg.com/podcast/law. And remember to join us weeknights at 10 p.m. Wall Street time for the Bloomberg Law Show. I'm June Grosso, and you're listening to Bloomberg.
This is Daniel Blazer. I'm a trustee of the Jewish Communal Fund and chair of the Special Gifts Committee. Back in March, when the world came to a grinding halt with the coronavirus crisis, I turned to the Jewish Communal Fund to make grants to charities that were important to me. Our community of fund holders responded generously, and so did JCF. Through our Special Gifts Fund, which functions like an endowment, JCF made a grant of $1 million to UJA Federation of New York and the Metropolitan Council on Jewish Poverty to fight food insecurity and provide much-needed assistance to Holocaust survivors and single parents who have been impacted by the crisis. If you are not using a donor-advised fund for your giving, now is the time. Working with the Jewish Communal Fund is easy. It's convenient, it's efficient, and it enables you to focus on your charitable giving, especially in difficult moments like these. To find out how JCF can maximize your charitable impact and reduce your tax burden, visit jcfny.org.
You know the expression, hit the ground running. We think it's a better idea to hit the ground listening. Karen Moscow.
The pandemic is having a major impact on the labor market.
Nathan Hager.
President Biden is setting a new goal.
Bloomberg Daybreak.
A landmark trial kicked off this week.
Weekday mornings at 5 Eastern.
We really haven't seen that kind of move happen.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Spend a lot of time in the garage, but even more time in the rain, sleet, and mud. In 95, I helped tow your moving trailer. In 05, I helped you get out of a ditch. Yeah, I know I'm a bit rusty, and sadly in 09, it was sparks from me. Your handy chains dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire.
Sparks from dragging chains can start a wildfire. Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires. Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now, a global news update. From the heart of where innovation, money, and power collide, in Silicon Valley and beyond, this is Bloomberg Technology with Emily Chang.
In San Francisco, and
this is Bloomberg Technology. Coming up in the next hour, tech earnings season in full swing. Snap tumbling as much as 28% in late trading, saying Apple's new restrictions on data collection is hitting ads hard. And Intel falling about 6% on a lackluster forecast, and earnings roundup is just ahead. Plus, second time's a charm. WeWork finally makes its public market debut after near disaster in 2019. New leadership and a pandemic has changed the company dramatically. But one thing has stayed the same. WeWork is still losing money. We'll dive into its SPAC debut. And it's been 20 years since the iPod, the device that ignited a wave of Apple innovation. The inventor of the iPod, Tony Fadell, will join us here live to talk about Apple today and what he thinks the next big thing could be. We'll get to all of that in a moment, but first let's get a look at the markets. U.S. stocks rising to an all-time high in the 7th day of gains. Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta standing by to tell us why. Kriti, take it away.
Well, Emily, green on the screen for the S&P 500, closing at record highs. Really important to note, though, what took it forward. It was once again big tech under the hood, a little bit defensive positioning today. And you can really see that bolstered by the idea that some of those riskier gauges, your Chinese ADRs, which are seen as that riskier trade, or even the Bloomberg Galaxy Crypto Index down on the day. So once again, that cross asset trade was defensive, not just in the stock market. It was in the bond market, too. The bond market, though, is something that I want to pay attention to. And I'll bring it back to the tech show in a second. But really showing you this chart on my terminal here that where you do start to see one of the biggest highlights of today, which is, of course, 5-year break-evens, pricing in more and more inflation, once again hitting a 16-year high. Emily, this matters for tech because the question is, do you start to use tech as an inflation hedge, or do you start to pull out of those growthier stocks because of the effect that those higher yields, those higher rates might have on the company? Something to keep in mind in the days ahead. But really, let's get to the newsiest event after hours, and that is, of course, that earnings wrap-up. Let's start with Intel because that is plunging about 7% after hours after the company trimmed its fourth quarter outlook. Emily, this is a huge deal because we know that the CEO, Pat Gelsinger, is trying to revamp the company right now. But at what cost? Is it hitting profitability? That's the concern that's weighing on the stock after hours. And of course, we have to hit Snapchat in just 8 minutes after reporting its fourth quarter earnings, a weaker fourth quarter, or I should say third quarter, but a weaker fourth quarter forecast, losing a quarter of its value. Now, this has everything to do with the Apple's new data collection restrictions. So they're kind of at a little bit of a disadvantage, but they're also dealing with advertisers not so interested in Snapchat's business model because they're also dealing with supply chain concerns and therefore may not want to be getting new customers. A lot going on for both Intel and Snapchat.
All right, Kriti Gupta, thank you for that roundup. I want to stick with Intel and bring in our Ian King to expand on what's happening there. Ian, shares falling, obviously forecast not what analysts had expected. What are the headline takeaways here?
Yeah, I mean, Intel is going to say, look, hey, there's shortages across the industry. That means not enough PCs are getting made. And so it's not our fault. That's what's hurting us. And that's kind of consistent with what other companies are saying. But if you look behind the numbers and you look at what, investors are really concerned about here, they're like, look, how much of this is the market and how much of this is you losing market share? And the concern there is they're losing market share, and their efforts to get that market share back and be more competitive are costing it in terms of profitability.
So when do we think Gelsinger, the fruit of the efforts that he's making now, the investments he's making in manufacturing, are actually start to be seen? Is it just going to take a long time, a longer time than analysts had expected, to see the benefits?
And that's an excellent question. And if you look at the numbers compared to where they were a year ago, they're down like 6.5 percentage points in profitability. For a manufacturing company, that's really indicative that you are struggling either with competitiveness or your costs. And this is, the abiding concern is to make a new chip plant, 18 months. To design new products, probably as long. So anything that Gelsinger did on day one in February, when he walked through the door, won't materialize until at least next year. And then it's got to, take some, foothold in the market. So no easy solution here is, I think, the concern.
Gelsinger saying they're still in the early stages of the journey, though he still sees enormous opportunity ahead. I guess the question is how much market share is lost while Intel is making this transition?
Yeah, I mean, this is where Intel reports, and then a week later, AMD reports. Intel will come out and say it's this, that, and the other. And then, if AMD comes out like it has done for the last 4 or 5 quarters and shows, tremendous growth, the conclusions are there to be drawn, and they're pretty ugly ones for Intel.
Ian, you've been covering this business for 20 years, the chip business in particular. From your perspective, is the bet on the foundry business, is that a good bet?
I mean, all I can say is they've tried it before and it didn't work. This time, Gelsing is saying, look, we're serious, we're going to put a lot of money behind it, we're going to do it. But, you know, the price and the length of time, the inertia that exists in this business to go from zero to leadership, it's taken TSMC as long as I've been covering the company, this industry, to get there. So it's possible, of course it's possible. Intel is a tremendously powerful company with loads and loads of resources, but it's not going to be easy and it's not going to happen overnight, if it ever does.
All right, Ian King, I'm going to let you get back to reporting on those results and listening into the call. I will be speaking with Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger Friday. You can catch that interview, 1:30 p.m. Wall Street time, 10:30 a.m. here on the West Coast. We'll be putting all of these questions to Pat himself. And sticking with earnings, I want to touch now on Snap. Shares tumbling as much as 28% in late trading on concerns about the company's ad business since Apple's software update limited targeted advertising. Rohit Kulkarni of MKM Partners with us now. Rohit, what's your take? What's happening with Snap here? This after a pretty buoyant quarter last quarter.
Yeah, exactly. I think all of us, as in on the investment community, we thought that there is going to be headwinds across the board from Apple. There are going to be headwinds due to engagement from COVID comms, and also probably a little bit of headwinds from kind of supply chain and other macro issues. So all these three headwinds, I think they have just amplified as the quarter has progressed. And I think the big question here is this reaction to Snap. Is this because of Snap, or is this because of the entire industry? We will know more as Facebook and other companies report next week. But as of right now, this feels to me that this is not just Snap standing alone on an island. It is across the industry. So this reaction feels to be a bit too severe.
And of course, other companies like Facebook have indicated they're going to be feeling the same pain as well. Facebook, however, is facing a slew of negative press. And I wonder how much of Facebook's pain could be Snap's gain.
I feel in the near term, Snap has gained at the cost of Facebook over the near term. Over the longer term, probably it all settles out. But what we have seen over the last probably 6 months, Snap has gained at the cost of Facebook, Instagram, given some of the other issues that Facebook is dealing with. Also, Snap has been executing and innovating at a pace that we haven't seen from other companies. Augmented reality, social commerce, their lenses, various different innovations. I think Snap is well positioned for next year. So far, what I see from this earnings, this reaction feels a bit overblown. We'll know more as the next days progress.
Okay. Evan Spiegel at the Wall Street Journal conference earlier this week threw some shade at Mark Zuckerberg's vision for the metaverse. Spiegel saying he thinks the metaverse is dystopian, and talking about how all of Snap's AR efforts, he would argue, are trying to connect people more to the real world, not trying to send them into a virtual world. What do you make of those two visions and how they're at odds, and who's making the better bet?
Hard to know near term. Again, what I feel is the way the new content is being consumed and being created using augmented reality, that's the way both companies are going to succeed over the longer term. There is a media kind of pitch here that Evan Spiegel is making, which feels more interesting, more realistic. We are yet to see what Facebook's metaverse would look like and what the vision is going to look like over the longer term, although Facebook seems to be planning to spend a lot more in the next, call it 6, 9, 12 months. Right now, Snap is being a little bit more realistic in this kind of, no pun intended, in this augmented reality world.
Meantime, I know you're following our Bloomberg scoop that PayPal has explored buying Pinterest. Do you like this tie-up or not?
It feels like a blast from the past. PayPal feels like it's missing eBay. On a serious note, I think Pinterest is a very unique asset, Emily. It has the staying power that some of the other social media platforms don't have. They have the social and commerce element tied up very nicely, and they're very early from a monetization standpoint. So over the next several years, probably PayPal needs Pinterest more than what Pinterest needs PayPal right now.
Who's got the better handle on social commerce at this point? Is it Pinterest or is it someone else? Is it Instagram?
So far, I think Instagram, with all the various shopping elements that they have put in place over the last 9 months, seems to be having a better handle. They are still very early. Overall, social commerce as a value proposition seems to be evolving. How that becomes, whether they're going to build an Amazon inside Instagram, we don't know that yet, whether they can even sell that. So Instagram seems to have the edge, but Pinterest has the core value proposition and intent, where people are going to Pinterest with an idea to buy something, to find something that could be inspirational shopping as such.
All right, Rohit Kulkarni, thank you so much. And KM, appreciate your insight there. We're going to have a lot more coming up with tech earnings next week, including most of the FANGs, plus a whole lot more. On Monday, we're going to get results from Facebook. Tuesday, it's Alphabet, Microsoft, Twitter, Texas Instruments, and AMD. eBay Wednesday. And Thursday, we've got reports coming in from Apple, Amazon, and Pinterest. Of course, we're going to bring you all the details right here on Bloomberg Television. Coming up, back to WeWork. Shares of the company that tried to go public back in 2019 spike after finally hitting the New York Stock Exchange via SPAC. We're going to bring you all the details on that one next. This is Bloomberg.
There are a lot of ways to look at the world right now.
Interesting that you've got an overweight on Hong Kong.
And the more of them you can access, the better.
What has to be his strategy?
Perspective.
Who's doing school best?
Clarity.
How do we get it so that the benefits get to everybody?
Expertise.
He seems to have exactly the right combination. It's character plus policy.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg. The world is listening. Economics.
All this doom and gloom is out there.
Finance.
Do you see this as a technical correction?
Investment.
What are you looking at to give you some sort of compass through this period?
The Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast.
Lots and lots of talk about what the Fed should and shouldn't do.
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and the names that shape the world's markets.
We speak with Professor Schiller of Yale University.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Listen today at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts. The best of Bloomberg Business Week every business day.
Sales activity soaring.
The Bloomberg Business Week podcast with Carol Messer and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovich.
What does an Apple-developed car look like?
The day's breaking global business, finance, and tech news, along with smart analysis.
This stock has been on a tear.
The Bloomberg Business Week podcast.
Can we just get like 20 seconds from you on Bitcoin?
Listen today on BloombergRadio.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts. The market's in focus every business day. The Bloomberg Markets Podcast with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
Are there some sectors that you want to have more or less exposure to? We've got to vaccinate the whole world.
Analysis of the day's Wall Street action.
What's the thought on Apple here?
From Bloomberg Intelligence, Bloomberg Opinion, and influential newsmakers.
The bond market was the boss.
Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller. Subscribe today at BloombergRadio.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or iTunes.
One of the first things we teach our members is treat everybody the way you want to be treated. Your investors gave you money. It's your job not only to build a long-lasting, meaningful company, but also make them a tremendous return. We're doing quite a good job at that and are planning to keep doing that.
That was WeWork founder Adam Neumann in a trip into the Wayback Machine, May of 2015. And while he is no longer with the company, he's still walking away with a pretty penny, a $2.3 billion fortune to be exact. And it wasn't just a good day for the founder, it was a good day for the company and employees too. The stock popped as trading began, shares opening at $11.28. I want to bring in Bloomberg's Ellen Hewitt, who covers WeWork for us and has meticulously documented its tumultuous journey to now. Ellen, how does the WeWork that went public today compare to the WeWork before the drama a couple of years ago?
Well, it's been 2 years of a lot of tumultuous change for WeWork. They obviously lost their founder CEO, Adam Neumann. Thousands of employees lost their jobs. This was in late 2019. The IPO that they originally wanted to do that year completely failed. They had to get bailout funding from SoftBank. Now, fast forward 2 years, they're trying to do it again. And things are pretty different. They have a different CEO. The company's much smaller. They have decided, to cut off many of the side businesses and investments that Adam Neumann made that made a lot of onlookers kind of scratch their heads. So the company is kind of repositioning itself as like leaner, more serious, much more sober, definitely like very far away as much as possible from the Adam Neumann chaos spiral of 2019. And also they've been through COVID, which has been a big change for them.
So looking at a $9 billion market cap right now, certainly not what was projected in the earlier days, but the pandemic accelerated this trend towards more flexible work. That's really paying off for WeWork and has been a huge tailwind. What do you see as the prospects for the business from now going forward?
Well, it's interesting because COVID, I think, was both a blessing and a curse. They saw their offices completely empty out at the beginning of 2020. Nobody wanted to be in a WeWork. A lot of people may have still had contracts, but nobody was going into the office. I talked to people who described, floors and floors of empty offices, people not really being there. At the same time, now that people are starting to think about going back to the office, there seems to be an advantage for WeWork. They're offering flexible solutions for big companies who aren't sure how much office space to take. Maybe in the past you might have known that more clearly. Now that it's unclear how much your employees might want to be in a physical office, something that WeWork's offering looks a little bit more attractive. So that's really the story that WeWork is trying to tell its investors, saying, hey, COVID may have really knocked us down, but it's also going to be the reason that we're going to succeed a lot better than you might have thought before. People are going to be turning to us to figure out an uncertain future about the office.
All right. Well, it's certainly a new chapter and one without Adam Neumann, though I understand he had a big celebration in the city today. Bloomberg's Ellen Hewitt, thank you for helping us chart that journey. Appreciate it. We do have some breaking news now. A panel of CDC advisors has unanimously backed Moderna's booster shot as well as J&J's booster shot for single shot recipients 18 years and up. This is obviously huge news. Of course, Pfizer, the only one that had been backed to that extent until now. Panel of CDC advisors unanimously backing Moderna and Johnson & Johnson boosters. Okay, coming up, my interview with SAP CEO Christian Klein. We're going to talk about whether the company's shift to the cloud has paid off and how it is being impacted by supply chain issues. That is next. And as we head to break, let's take a look at Bumble, Match, and Spotify. All three popular subscription apps rallied after Google announced it is slashing the fees it takes from services like these on the App Store. From January 1st, the Google Play Store will charge third-party subscription apps a 15% commission. Previously, they were charged 30% for the first year, 15% beyond that. The change, however, won't affect most gaming because they use in-app purchases, which are separate from subscriptions. The move comes after pressure from developers and lawmakers. More to come there. This is Bloomberg.
Before and after the pandemic.
Is it driven by politics or by science?
That may be how we keep track of our lives from here on out.
What do you think the political effects of that impatience will be?
And through it all, there's been Bloomberg.
We begin on Capitol Hill.
The most accurate business, world, and healthcare news before and after.
The fundamentals do not justify this price action.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Would you say it's more important to gather information fast, or to have it first, or to be the most accurate?
They can really move the needle when it comes to programs.
The point in all this, surely, is the level of support you get from companies for this.
What if you don't have to choose?
It also has enormous importance for the labor market.
How do they get ahead of different administrations?
We see this move towards digital currencies.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. We use used to take our freedom of movement for granted. Not anymore.
It's not just the people who work for the airlines.
And it's natural to feel grateful for the things that kept you going.
Does America have a chance to lose our advantage?
Can we get to herd immunity fast enough so that we'll be in good shape?
But really, we were just doing our jobs.
Oxford University is starting a study on patients who've recovered from COVID.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. What's the difference between you and your competition?
What's your vision in this relationship?
We're guessing one thing is that you are better informed.
European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde had this to say.
Actually, we're not guessing.
The realism of this is tangible.
Up to the moment news.
Some of the biggest states could see most of the money.
Expert analysis.
Does that mean you're focusing on banks and other financials?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Customers hoping to get their hands on the latest Apple products may need to wait a bit longer. Orders for the iPhone 13, iPad mini, 9th generation iPad, Apple Watch Series 7, and MacBook Pro won't be fulfilled until November or even December. Bloomberg is reporting that some Apple Store employees say the supply situation is the bleakest in years. Even so, Apple is expected to break sales records during the final 3 months of the year. Well, a year ago, SAP shares plunged when the company cut its forecast and announced a dramatic move away from on-premise software to the cloud. So far this year, though, SAP has raised its forecast multiple times, and cloud revenue jumped 20% last quarter. SAP CEO Christian Klein joined us from headquarters in Waldorf, Germany, to talk about whether he sees this as a victory or if there's more work to do.
We just reported another outstanding quarter, and I guess you can tell the story best when you look at 3 key metrics. Cloud revenue growth once again significantly accelerated. Now we are up 20% year over year. We just also recorded our highest cloud order entry ever since 6 years. And then also our current cloud backlog, which is an important indicator for our future cloud revenue, just surpassed 8 billion, also up 22%. So I'm very happy. I mean, there's always, more you can do, but we are clearly ahead of the plan, and we just also raised our guidance once again.
I remember that day when we spoke a year ago, and it was a difficult day for SAP in the markets. Shares had plunged more than 20%. There was a lot of skepticism about that plan. Looking back now, would you have done anything differently?
Trust me, Emily, I can remember this day also really well. And look, for me, it's very important that we follow the needs and requirements of our customers. And especially during the pandemic, what they asked us to do is help us to transform our business model, help us to create more resilient supply chains, and help us to become a more sustainable enterprise. And that's why the shift to the cloud was without any alternative. So that's the one part. And then the second part, with RISE with SAP, we said, also, let's use the power of SAP as we have access to the best practices of over 400,000 customers. And now we are helping our customers more proactively to change their business model, to build resilient supply chains in our business network. And of course, as we are running many factories and warehouses around the globe, we are also now managing the green line of our customers. So actually, I would do it exactly in the same way. And I guess also the success in the last 12 months proved that the strategy is working.
You've upped competition with Salesforce and Oracle for sure. And still, you've got Larry Ellison out there continuing to mock SAP's transition to the cloud. What do you have to say to him? And what else do you plan to do to increase brand awareness, especially in the United States, where Salesforce and Oracle are more well known?
Yeah, a good question. I mean, first of all, yes, of course, I also hear these claims around, ERP market shares, back and forth, every earnings. First of all, I take it as a credit. When one of our largest competitors talks so much about SAP, I see this as a positive sign. What I also see is the pure numbers. So S/4HANA Cloud revenue backlog is just up 58%. Revenue is up 46%. Actually, our core ERP solution is the fastest growing solution in our portfolio. We are not only winning in our installed base, we also just closed a quarter where we had over 50% of our customers were net new. So we are winning market share. And every time when I also talk to customers who are not running SAP, they come to us because they say, hey, I'm a product company. I want to sell everything as a service. I want to move to pay-as-you-go, subscription license models. This is what SAP can do best, fully automated end-to-end, plus supply chain, plus commerce. And this is why we are winning. And I guess at the end of the day, it's the best to let the customers talk and, of course, to prove it with numbers and figures.
You've got a unique view into the supply chain turmoil with your supply chain management software and also into travel with your Concur business. How much more pain will we see in the supply chain and in the travel business, and when do things return to normal?
That's a good question, Emily. And actually, you're right. Of course, in the public, we hear a lot about the shortage on the semiconductor side. We also hear about, the container ships who can enter the harbor anymore. And there's many more out there where supply chains are heavily disrupted. And what we see with our supply chain software, but even more important with the business network, is that a lot of customers now come to us and said, I want to join this business network. I want to be connected real time with all my suppliers, with all my manufacturers to manage real time the supply chain end to end, not only within my four walls. So yes, the supply chain disruptions are serious. And with some of that, let's talk about semiconductor. I definitely also foresee from what we are seeing is that this will also be the case in the next quarters.
So when do you see a return to normal? How far out is that?
So when I look at the travel business, the good piece is that we actually saw Concur, which is a very good indicator. Concur is back to growth. We definitely see signs of recovery. People are traveling between Europe and the US, so it's picking up. Of course, not everywhere in the world. What we actually foresee and what we also see in our business is that next year, Q1, Q2, I really hope that we can come more back to normal. The back to normal will not be the level what we have seen before the pandemic, but definitely we see higher activities also in our travel business already now and in the quarters to come.
The CEO of SAP there, and Tony Fadell, inventor of the iPod, is next.
If you're the kind of person who gets nervous when there's no news,
what's the administration's message to progressive members of the House?
Then consider this your relaxation zone.
We're all looking to travel reopening.
The latest business and financial news.
Doesn't that necessarily help your investments?
Why did it have the opposite effect?
For those who really, really need it.
That's how we knew that things were coming undone.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. When was the moment you discovered that you were meant for the business world?
Have you been getting a lot of inquiries from employers?
And then you started looking for the best sources of information.
Technology is challenging the regulators.
Doctors use kind of a virtual reality look.
I feel like the world is courting Elon Musk.
Which is how you got here.
How are other bankers restricted now?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Are today's real testing grounds for the latest innovation, places where advancements in health, transportation, and business happen every day. Cities. Today, cities lead the way, taking local solves and turning them into global solutions. Now, introducing Bloomberg City Lab, a new platform covering the present and future of global cities. Learn more at Bloomberg.com/CityLab. Brought to you in partnership with Hyundai.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
We used to take our freedom of movement for granted. Not anymore.
It's not just the people who work for the airlines.
And it's natural to feel grateful for the things that kept you going.
Does America have a chance to lose our advantage?
Can we get to herd immunity fast enough so that we'll be in good shape?
But really, we were just doing our jobs.
Oxford University is starting a study on patients who've recovered from COVID.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
To be able to go back to the movies.
Introduce my family to my new girlfriend.
For my husband, who's been a chronic asthmatic his whole life.
So I can visit friends in a different state.
So I can take my granddaughter out to the park again.
So that I can hug my 85-year-old grandma again.
We each have our own reason for why we're getting vaccinated against COVID-19. What will yours be? Visit getvaccineanswers.org for information on the COVID-19 vaccines. It's up to you. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang in San Francisco. This week marks 20 years since the introduction of the iPod, the device that kicked off one of the biggest waves of innovation at not just Apple, but in technology history. When the iPod was unveiled, Apple had a $7.7 billion market cap. Now the company is worth $2.5 trillion. A lot has happened at Apple in the last 2 decades, including the death of Steve Jobs and the continued rise of Tim Cook. Who better to talk about it all than the inventor of the iPod himself, Tony Fadell, who, of course, also founded Nest. He's now a principal at the global investment firm FutureShape, and it's so wonderful to have you here in person.
Thank you,
You are
Emily.
in town to celebrate the iPod anniversary.
Yes.
Also the anniversary of Nest.
Yep.
We'll get to that. When you invented the iPod, where did you think it would lead in your wildest dreams? Did you see a phone and a tablet and a watch and a whole new ecosystem?
Absolutely not. Where we were coming off of and where I was coming off is like 10 years of failure from General Magic and all kinds of personal handheld devices, which were just, the only thing that was successful was Palm at the time. So a decade of that. And then, Apple called and said, we have iTunes. We want to make an Apple version because we're trying to hook up to MP3 players, right? And so that's how it all came about.
Now, they've just launched their biggest improvement to the Mac in years. How good is it?
It's great.
And how does it change the direction for the Mac going forward?
It's a great question, and if you think about it, the Mac has been basically stuck in whatever Intel could deliver. The Mac kind of worked around it. Now you're going to see incredible innovation, and you've already seen it in just a year from the first Mac with an M1, now M1 Pro and M1 Max. There's going to be dramatic changes because they can change so many things in the hardware, so you can put all kinds of other features on that you've never seen before. So I'm really excited. I've even bought one within minutes after it was announced.
Do you buy everything within minutes? Or
No,
just that?
no. And even from Apple, I don't buy everything.
Yeah.
That one I did.
So look, Apple is moving away from Intel chips dramatically, and
Done. It's done. It's over.
Forever, permanently, never going to go back.
Not going to go back.
What does that mean for a new cycle of innovation? Is so much more possible because that's in-house?
Well, yeah, absolutely, because Apple's schedules were dictated when Intel could release those processors. So all the Macs and everything would have to be in lockstep with Intel. The other one was there had to put in hundreds of extra dollars into a Mac for all the margins they had to pay Intel. So when you have to pay Intel $200, $300, $400 per Mac, what does that mean? Now they can take that money and either drop the prices or innovate and put more things into the Macs.
Meantime, this supply chain crunch is impacting everyone, and even Apple.
Yep.
Even Apple.
Absolutely.
They might have to slash production of 10 million iPhones that had been planned. Employees, we just reported employees say this is the bleakest they've ever seen in terms of wait times. How bad is this?
Well, it's not good. But you have to remember, Apple's been on allocation for all kinds of things over the years. iPod was on allocation for 2-3 years for sales because we couldn't get enough things. But if you look at it, really, Apple has some of the strongest silicon contracts and supply contracts in the world. And so maybe the other ones didn't, other companies trying to get silicon can't get what they need. But Apple has priority allocation. So if there is silicon to be made, Apple's going to get it because they're pretty strict on how they work with their suppliers.
Now, as innovative as Apple has been, there are still those who complain that Apple hasn't innovated as much as it did under Steve Jobs.
Sure,
and I'm curious how you respond to that.
Apple is a much bigger place. I still think it's innovating. I don't think just because you want to see a new hardware platform or a new thing, that's not the only place where you innovate. You innovate all kinds of software and services like we're seeing. So that's great. That's wonderful. We'll see new hardware from time to time. Look at the new M1 Max. Those are absolutely innovation. They might not seem like a whole new product category, but it's going to grow market share tremendously for pros and everything else, and their margins as well.
People want a whole new product category, though.
They always do.
When? And what will it be?
I don't know. Ask them.
AR glasses, a car. Do you think those are things that Apple should be working on that we'll see eventually?
It's one person's opinion. I think, we've looked at AR stuff for a long time, and it's all down to the display technology for AR. Hopefully Apple has something. I think they might. One of our companies at FutureShape has helped Apple with all the mini LED displays inside the Macs. And then the next one really is about, the car. Well, we've heard about, change of leadership 3, 4, 5 times. So maybe there's something there, maybe there's not. I think it's a great space to go in, mobility in general. But, time will tell.
What's your expectation for sort of the next chapter of Apple? It's been 10 years since Tim Cook took over as CEO.
Great 10 years.
And
incredible.
10 more years ahead, maybe. What's going to be the next chapter?
I think what you're going to see is there's going to just be more software and services on the platforms they have. We'll probably see one more big hardware new product category, probably not 2. And you'll see a lot more accessories, like you're seeing the AirPods and things of that nature, which are huge product lines. Those can be Fortune 500 companies in and of themselves. So maybe you're not going to see tremendous stuff like an iPod, an iPhone, iPad, all those kinds of things coming. But there's so much more you can build on around the ecosystem Apple. So I think you got to really look at software and services as where Apple will be headed.
What do you think about the metaverse? Is this where everyone is heading? Is that a good thing?
I've heard about metaverse since in 1988 when we were doing VR glasses back in the day. So I've heard that stuff come up and down and up and down. And we see VR happening and then it's not happening. So I'm still skeptical that it's going to be a big thing. I think it's going to be big in corporate and industrial because there's going to be very specific focused things. But to get that emotional aspect for the consumers and want to be in it all the time, right. That's tougher.
And if it's going to be a big thing, do you think it will be a dystopian thing or a place that we actually will thrive?
Look, we didn't want the smartphone to become, the refrigerator for all this dystopia that we see with social media. I hope it doesn't happen there as well. We've learned a lot of what the unintended consequences of these devices. So let's just hope that, this is not going to come with that. We're seeing dystopia a little bit with, self-driving cars that we have to maintain and monitor. So I think we're gonna have to be really careful about, as we move forward, thinking about the societal impacts.
Do you think that comes down to regulation, or is that choices that executives are making at these companies? Where, who?
It's always down to the executives. It's always down to the executives. I saw when we were, selecting the types of content we were going to put on the iTunes music store and video store, there was a very clear discussion about, well, why don't we sell porn? Why doesn't Apple sell porn? It's very profitable. People digest it all day long. And Steve got up and said, is this the kind of society we want to live in? Is this what we want to have our kids use as products? And he said, absolutely not. Yes, it can make money, but no, that's not the right thing. So you have to, it goes down to the executive teams and the boards of these companies to make sure they're setting and self-regulating, because the government is not going to be able to regulate. And so when you see this dystopian world coming from social media, they must regulate themselves. And I don't want to hear this double talk that we're seeing coming out of Facebook and these other companies. Right. It's just, I'm sorry, total.
Do you have confidence in Mark Zuckerberg that he'll do that?
Next question.
All right. Let's move on to another tech giant, which is Google. You, of course, sold Nest to Google. Yeah. Obviously, they've come out with this new Pixel phone. Some people are saying this could be their first real smartphone hit. You think?
I hope so. They've been trying. They've been trying for years. I don't know. In the Android world, there's a lot of different ways of selling those products, and there's a real tough competition. So maybe it'll work, but it requires more than just hardware. It requires all the services. It requires all the customer support, all the retail, all of those things. And, I just haven't, it takes more than a product. and the customer journey at Google is mostly software driven, and it's log on and and search. So we'll see if they get it right.
Given that they bought Nest, what do you think about their decarbonization plans and what Google and frankly Apple are doing to try to minimize the impact they have on the environment? I think
it's wonderful. We have to do every single thing we possibly can around our operations of companies and how we decarbonize there, but we also have to decarbonize around the products and the supply chain. So when we look at the products, where are they being manufactured? Where are those suppliers and that whole supply chain, and are they decarbonizing? So it's great to have the headquarters do it, but you need the whole chain to do it. And I hope we're going to hear much more from these large companies about that and how they're pushing their suppliers to make sure they're doing more than just labor and watching those kinds of issues.
Amazon just came out with a smart thermostat that is a relatively low price point.
Sure.
You think it's any good?
Honeywell is involved, so I doubt it.
all right. You don't mince words.
Well,
okay.
I have some, a bone to pick with them still.
Well, what about the sort of the connecting of our homes? They've also rolled out this indoor flying drone and a home robot. Do we need all that? Is that exciting to you, or is that terrifying?
There's a lot of things you can make, doesn't mean you should make them. So I think you have to really look at what you're trying to do. And to me, less is more, and that was always about Steve. What are you going to say no to? And so if they want to put more things in, they tried microwaves, they've tried all kinds of other clocks with it, all kinds of other things. I think they need to focus and say, these are the things that really matter. When you do this kind of throw the spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks, it doesn't really work from a marketing point of view, and customers don't get locked in.
So should Amazon have said no to the robot? No to the drone?
I don't know enough about the robot. I haven't seen it. The drone, yeah, I'm just like, come on, really?
That's interesting. I mean, that's interesting, given that drop cam, Nest drop cam.
Yeah. But it's a flying camera. Maybe it'll be successful.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't tried it. I haven't seen it. We'll see. I don't know.
Talk to us about your work at Future Shape. I know you're really interested in sustainability, and there's this big question of how will all of these products ultimately be sustainable? Will they be sustainable? What's the big innovation that you're most excited about?
Well, for me, I'm seeing, in a lot of cases, because we're doing a lot of investment, we have 200 companies around the world that we're directly invested in. We're taking a lot of technology and bringing it to bear in various developing countries, whether that's Southeast Asia or Latin America, and helping small businesses, medium-sized businesses, being able to get access to this technology so that they're able to raise themselves up and do it in a sustainable way. So a lot of that stuff we're doing is to try to help these communities and these individual proprietors, not just big businesses. So when we look at stuff, we're looking at aquaculture and agriculture and ag tech. We're looking at fintech for these small and medium businesses. We're looking at new materials. We're looking across the board. And then we also do the more traditional stuff, which would be synbio, drugs, drug platforms. So there's a lot of really cool stuff that we're working on. And, I'm really excited about one company called Menlo Micro. If you remember the transistor, it moved from the vacuum tube to the transistor. We're going to actually replace all of these energy inefficient relays and kinds of things in the RF, 5G world, EV world, and we have a new micro-mechanical switch that's absolutely as important as the transistor.
And, I know you're spending most of your time living outside the United States, and I'm curious with this global perspective on Silicon Valley, what do you see? Is Silicon Valley doing right by the world or not?
I think Silicon Valley needs to invest more in these climate change directed businesses. We're still seeing too much on buy now, pay later. We're seeing too much on social. And where we're investing and where we're finding stuff is not in Silicon Valley for the most part. We're finding it all over the country, all over the US, but we're also finding it in Europe. We're finding it in Southeast Asia, India. So I'm really bullish and seeing that this Industrial Revolution 2.0 is happening, and it's happening everywhere. And there's many companies outside of Silicon Valley doing it, because it's not going to just come from Silicon Valley. We need to do it everywhere and make sure it's local for the communities and what they need in those countries.
All right. Tony Fadell, congrats on the iPod anniversary. 20 years, 10 years since Nest, and continuing your work at Future Shape. It's really great to have you here in person.
It's great to be here. Thank you,
Thank
Emily.
you for stopping by. All right, coming up. NFTs pushing for more representation. We're going to talk about the new minority-owned crypto investment firm Metaphor in an exclusive interview next. This is Bloomberg.
Start your market day with Bloomberg Surveillance.
The bond market, it's a really interesting soup.
Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Isn't your base case the worst case scenario for most?
Who says finance can't be fun?
Who's in the zoo, guys? Which one of us?
I think it's pretty clear who's in the zoo.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Must listen, must watch.
I think they made a great decision separating us both.
Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television. When you reorganize and declutter, we're probably the first thing you decide to keep.
Is there any serious contemplation of sanctions against China?
Detailed financial and business reporting.
Tell us more about your customers and how they're doing now.
Expert analysis.
You're basically just changing a $5 bill into 5 ones.
Definitely essential.
Looking at high yield, where does that take you these days?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. The composer Joseph Haydn famously said, "I listened more than I studied."
It sounds like a law school hypothetical.
Here at Bloomberg, it's the same thing.
Do you maintain that low-rate regime? Can you see out 2 years?
How do you build a strategy with that eventuality in mind?
Experts, information, news.
The push sets up a potential fight.
What do we know about how it will go public?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. The only way to start the morning is with optimism.
The jobs recovery was sluggish. A lot of people agree on that.
Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Finally, we got some Abramowitz gloom to get in there.
The ultimate sell signal might be when Lisa capitulates.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Must listen, must watch.
Lisa, your data point, go.
Tom, you're great. Never change.
Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Technology. Let's put the focus on cryptocurrencies and get back to our Kriti Gupta for the market moves in crypto. Take it away.
Well, Emily, I decided to go macro to kick off this setup. You really want to look at how Bitcoin is performing relative to the other asset classes, to stocks, to bonds. And right now you're actually seeing stocks outperform bonds once again, and that's really that blue line that you're seeing as shown through ETFs. The white line is Bitcoin. You can really see they're kind of tracking each other. Bitcoin really serving as the sentiment gauge of essentially whether you want to make riskier investments, something that perhaps stocks could also be taking their cue from. I want to show you how the crypto changes this year have actually translated to some of those crypto stocks. So I put together a year-to-date chart here of a Robinhood, of course, which is exposed to crypto. You've got a exchange, a miner, and then at the end of the day, MicroStrategy, a major investor in Bitcoin. At the end of the day, you can see that it is actually MicroStrategy that's made the most returns, a lot of that coming from that Bitcoin investment. But you also have the miner that's still quite exposed. Robinhood not really catching up when it comes to that Bitcoin trade, which brings me to yet another way that you can possibly play that big Bitcoin move, and that is, of course, the Bitcoin Futures ETF, now on its third day of trading and actually making a round trip to where it started. 2 days of gains and 1 day of losses. Of course, now tracking the Bitcoin futures price in particular, but not making a ton of leeway, at least in the last 3 days, Emily.
All right, Kriti, thanks so much for the roundup. Meantime, a new crypto-focused investment management firm is on a mission to help create more ownership opportunities for minorities in the world of NFTs. Metaphor Fund Management is backed by Andreessen Horowitz, and it's launched a new fund to invest in rare specimens of NFTs specifically. Metaphor CEO Brandon Buchanan joins us now from Miami. Brandon, what exactly counts as a rare specimen of NFTs?
Sure. I think rare specimens, at least how we categorize it, are traits that are less than 1% of a collection. That's specifically for what we term as PFP projects, which act as like profile pictures or avatars. But there are one-of-ones that, you know, are obviously super rare. I think ones that are you know, older from an OG perspective, I guess is the terminology in you know, the crypto sphere, those categorize as rare as well.
So what prompted you to start the fund? What's the end goal here?
Well, the end goal for this particular vehicle is to acquire the rarest specimen of NFTs. And so I think for us, you know, we really look at this like an era in time where we're shifting from Web 2.0 to Web 3.0. So to some degree, you know, the assets that we're acquiring have historical significance. So there's some antiquity aspect of it that we really like in the acquisition.
How do you see this helping artists have more ownership over their creations?
Well, again, this kind of traces back to this idea of Web 2 to Web 3. And, you know, using, you know, big tech as an example in Web 2, you know, all of our data is really getting harnessed, repackaged, and sold, whether it be by Facebook, Google, or whoever who are kind of tracking what we do on the web. And in Web 3, we really have this sort of decentralized system that allows the creator to actually benefit off of the activity that they're doing on the web. And so from that aspect, you know, the value actually goes to the creator, to the participant. And you know, I think that's where the world is shifting.
You had a $1.1 million pilot fund earlier this year, and you actually bought, as I understand it, 31 NFTs yourself. What is the goal there? I know you want to raise $100 million. Is it going to work?
Yeah, well, the pilot fund really was designed to really kind of show investors, you know, what the asset class was to begin with, right? I mean, I think for a lot of investors, particularly institutional investors, you know, cryptocurrencies are still regarded as a risky investment. And so when you look at NFTs, that's even a subsection of that, right? So we really wanted to put something on the table that allowed investors to see what it was we were doing, whether it was investing in NFT-related coins, whether it was actually buying the NFTs themselves, whether it was minting NFTs. So that was kind of the goal of the pilot fund. And now when you look at the new vehicle, you know, like I said, I think we are, you know, in a historical time as it relates to the internet. And so for us, you know, I think the goal is to acquire the rarest specimen of NFTs that exists on the web. That's certainly the ambition.
Now, there are thousands of NFT projects. How will you cut through the noise, cut through the hype, and rise above the rest?
Well, you know, listen, there are your typical heuristics that you would see from any sort of, you know, venture capital fund, whether they're tracking how many Twitter users or folks who are in Discord or what the demand is like when there's an actual drop for an NFT. You know, we certainly look at different data points like that. But, you know, really there's more, I have to say there's more art than science, right? That this is art to some degree and, you know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So, you know, thinking back to like sneaker culture or your traditional collectibles or, you know, whether you collected baseball cards or Beanie Babies or what have you. I mean, there's certainly some aspect of that here. There's something for everybody, which I think is what's so attractive about NFTs as sort of the killer app, if you will, for cryptocurrencies, right? I mean, there is something, you know, for everyone. And once you do start collecting, and I think once, you know, groups like Coinbase and FTX who are doing their own marketplaces make it easy for someone to acquire these NFTs and to custody them, I think we'll start to see it proliferate even more.
All right, well, we'll keep our eye on you. Metaphor CEO Brandon Buchanan, thank you for joining us. And we've got plenty more coming up. Before we head to break, let's take a look at Tesla, which closed at a record high. Investors renewing their rush into Tesla shares Thursday after Elon Musk's electric car maker posted its 9th straight quarter of profits. The company reported that gross margins, a key measure of profitability, widened by almost 30% in the latest quarter. Investors had already been piling into the stock after Tesla reported blockbuster deliveries for the third quarter. This is Bloomberg.
There are a lot of ways to look at the world right now.
Interesting that you've got an overweight on Hong Kong.
And the more of them you can access, the better.
What has to be his strategy?
Perspective.
Who's doing school best? clarity.
How do we get it so that the benefits get to everybody?
Expertise.
He seems to have exactly the right combination. It's character plus policy.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Economics.
All this doom and gloom is out there.
Finance.
Do you see this as a technical correction?
Investment.
What are you looking at to give you some sort of compass through this period?
The Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast.
Lots and lots of talk about what the Fed should and shouldn't do.
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and the names that shape the world's markets.
We speak with Professor Schiller of Yale University.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Listen today at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts. The best of Bloomberg Business Week every business day.
Sales activity soaring.
The Bloomberg Business Week podcast with Carol Messer and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovich.
What does an Apple-developed car look like?
The day's breaking global business, finance, and tech news, along with smart analysis.
This stock has been on a tear.
The Bloomberg Business Week podcast.
Can we just get like 20 seconds from you on Bitcoin?
Listen today on BloombergRadio.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts. The market's in focus every business day. The Bloomberg Markets Podcast with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
Are there some sectors that you want to have more or less exposure to? We've got to vaccinate the whole world.
Analysis of the day's Wall Street action.
What's the thought on Apple here?
From Bloomberg Intelligence, Bloomberg Opinion, and influential newsmakers.
The bond market was the boss.
Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller. Subscribe today at BloombergRadio.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or iTunes.
Some other headlines we are following. Volvo says chip shortages and supply chain snarls will continue to cap its truck making, forcing the Swedish manufacturer to turn away some customers. The company says the disruptions and shortages in the production of trucks and in other parts of the group will continue. But Volvo reported a third quarter adjusted operating profit of $1.1 billion, beating the average analyst estimate. South Korea successfully launched a home-developed rocket Thursday. The 200-ton liquid fuel rocket lifting off from the country's southern coast, then released a dummy satellite into orbit. South Korea sees its rocket program as boosting its competitiveness in next-generation 6G communications, while attracting the attention as neighboring North Korea adds to its missile arsenal. And that does it for this edition of Bloomberg Technology. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. We're going to be here for Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger to talk about his company's latest earnings report. Also, Mark Mahaney of Evercore ISI. Always love talking to Mark. I'm Emily Chang in San Francisco. This is Bloomberg.
Before and after the pandemic.
Is it driven by politics or by science?
That may be how we keep track of our lives from here on out.
What do you think the political effects of that impatience will be?
And through it all, there's been Bloomberg.
We begin on Capitol Hill.
The most accurate business, world, and healthcare news before and after.
The fundamentals do not justify this price action.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Would you say it's more important to gather information fast, or to have it first, or to be the most accurate?
They can really move the needle when it comes to programs.
The point in all this surely is the level of support you'll get from companies for this.
What if you don't have to choose?
It also has enormous importance for the labor market.
How do they get ahead of different administrations? We see this move towards digital currencies.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Could be you.
And you could be me for just 1 hour.
If you could find a way
to get inside each other's mind.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out. And for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Seeing through the eyes of experts gives you a better view.
Can we both give ourselves boosters and make sure the rest of the world gets vaccinated?
And at Bloomberg, our market vision is 2020.
So let's talk about the pain trade.
I am shocked by the moves that we're seeing in the rates market.
The inflation debate continues.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio.
You're watching the best on Bloomberg Daybreak Middle East. The major stories driving our headlines this week. A global travel ramp up. We speak to the CEO of Kerzner International, the company behind Dubai's Atlantis and One and Only Resorts, and the demand outlook and operating in a post-pandemic world. A new report by CBRE shows a marked increase in activity levels across the UAE's real estate sectors. Where are prices heading? We speak to the head of their MENA research. And trade between the UAE and Israel is booming following the signing of the Abraham Accords. We speak to the CEO of the Israeli bank Hapolim as he visits the UAE on a business mission. First up, global travel is ramping back up, and as the weather improves here in Dubai, it's preparing for a bumper winter. Kerzner International is the company behind the luxury Atlantis and One and Only Resorts, among many others. We spoke to the CEO about how he sees the season ahead and the challenges of operating in a post-pandemic world.
It's really a good vibe in Dubai currently. I mean, like you say, the demand is strong, the energy is amazing in the city, and we have to say, you know, the Expo is really doing something amazing for the destination in the UAE and Dubai. So to respond to your questions, our price and the demand on the big villa is really strong. So our guests are in demand for big space, and we are really pleased to offer the best of the experiences on all of those villas, and we are above the pricing of 2019.
Could you give us a bit of scale in terms of the numbers? It's kind of hard to actually put some context around that, just for our global audience to understand, you know, what exactly you mean by some of the progress that the company's been able to make.
Absolutely. So first, good news. Today we mark the fact that all of our resorts across the globe are open. We are very happy that now we can say that all of our resorts are welcoming guests and are fully delivering the amazing experiences and the everlasting memories. So that's the first good sign of recovery with the global launch of the vaccine and the fact that everybody feels now very confident to go in our resorts globally. The demand for Dubai is very strong. Q4 is giving us higher numbers in terms of occupancy than 2019. We really strongly believe that 2022 looks good. The demand for ultra-luxury travelers, the demand for going to resorts which are offering really bespoke experiences has never been that strong. So we're very optimistic for 2022. In terms of rate, what we can say is that with Atlantis Resort globally, with our both resorts in Sanya, Atlantis Sanya, and as well in Atlantis Dubai, we are trading above $400 as an average rate, and we really RGI #1 in both destinations. And One and Only is as well trading really high. We are trading more than $1,300 average rate, and we have to report, and we're really glad to say with all of our destinations, we as well market leader in most of our destinations. So the appetite for traveling is there, and our resorts are now finally all open.
Yeah, I mean, I was just checking some hotel prices in Dubai last night for friends, and it's pretty surreal, some of the rates that are quoted. You've got to evolve. You've got to evolve the business and the brand. Accor, Marriott, Hilton, Hyatt, they're all adding workspaces to cater for the new global nomad. Are you recreating space, redesignating space, even at the higher end in these hotels and in these brands for the new work-from-anywhere client?
Absolutely. We really cater that. I mean, there is a lot of nomad which is going in our resort. You have to imagine One and Only has been always being the luxury brand which attracts the ultra-luxury guests, and space, privacy, and always has been into the DNA with exceptional services provided across the globe. So we've seen a lot of our guests which are now working remotely and decided to stay in our hotel. But what was strategically the evolutions for Kerzner International is to as well go into the branded residence space. So One and Only had some private homes, which we have development across the globe, which are doing extremely well. And that's responding to a demand for clientele which wants to have the confidence of an amazing services provided by a luxury brand, and having the guarantee that those private homes across the globe are available whenever you want to escape for a city or you want to work in a remote environment with absolutely a wonderful setting. And in Dubai is the same. You know, we have Atlantis the Royal, which is this iconic resort which we will be unveiling next year. And we have a very successful program of branded residences. And the response for our guests has been just tremendous.
I mean, speaking about the way forward, Philippe, I mean, you've got very stiff competition between Dubai and sort of emerging centers around the region in terms of trying to attract talent and trying to attract tourists. One of the ideas that have been floating around for some time is that you could start introducing casinos to Dubai. Have you heard anything on that front? Maybe you're actively working towards a particular project?
No. We have not anything around that, and I cannot comment anything. We're really focusing today on what we do Dubai Invest, but no, I have not heard anything around that.
Up next is Europe's pain, the Middle East's gain, as we look at how the regional markets could benefit from the energy crunch and higher hydrocarbon prices. This is Bloomberg.
Take a not-so-random walk through hot topics in markets and finance. Listen to Odd Lots, a weekly Bloomberg podcast hosted by Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway. Odd Lots explores everything from how the Seinfeld TV show can teach you about economics to why the Federal Reserve blundered by letting Lehman Brothers fail. The Odd Lots podcast, available every Monday on the Bloomberg Terminal, Bloomberg.com, iTunes, SoundCloud, and whatever app you use to browse podcasts.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies? Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
You know the difference between your bank and the banking business.
The new chief executive will take the bank in a different direction.
Your clothes and the fashion industry.
This is the new look of retail.
Your house and the real estate market.
Is that something you see reflected in the real estate business?
So do we. Bloomberg, for your professional side.
Is the U.S. really that immune to some of those influences?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business, Radio.com, and iHeartRadio apps, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. When will you be able to go to a meeting where nobody smells like hand sanitizer? Who knows? But we can give you the latest business and financial news, fragrance-free.
Let's tease out some of what you just said.
Are there tools in the toolbox for the Fed?
Does that point to the need for continued monetary support?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
You do realize the mark that this is having on a younger generation.
Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Welcome back to the best of Daybreak Middle East. The global energy crunch is causing pain in plenty of places. But one of our guests this week said MENA markets are well positioned to go into the final stretch of the year on a higher note and higher than expected hydrocarbon prices. Oliver Kettlewell, head of fixed income and global portfolios at Mashreq Capital, joined us on Sunday.
So we have a contrarian view relative to, I think, a lot of the guests that have appeared on your show. We'd rather be in 30-year bonds than the short end right now. And one of those reasons is oil. If I take oil, because it's very topical right now, everyone's talking about oil leading to higher inflation. But ultimately, if oil does linger at these high levels and sticks around at $85 a barrel and even goes to 90 or 100 by year end, that expensive oil is going to choke off growth. And that means it's likely to pull down the long end of the yield curve, in our view, and potentially you'll see yields rising at the short end. And that's kind of phenomenon has played out with the flattening of the yield curve in recent days. And we think that could continue into year end.
You know, Oliver, I think probably you're early with the call. I think possibly the world will follow you. Rubini was with me last week. He wanted to be shorter of duration. He wants to be longer of tips. You're taking the other side of that trade. So can I ask you, Martin Malone sent me a chart over the weekend. 2-year yields, Oliver, have doubled in the United States of America over the past month. I mean, this puts it in context for you. I don't know whether you can see it on the feedback to yourself. I'm going all the way back to the 1960s. So is this the top of this run in the repricing on the short end of the curve in the US, which translates to Middle East markets?
It might not be the top end of the pricing, particularly, as I said, if commodity prices linger here for longer and people start pricing in higher rate rises next year from the Fed, then we think that's going to affect the short end more. So you could see short end rates pull up higher than the long end. And to your point about the long end, let's take the 10s. The current 10s are, 157 in the US? So the year-end forecast, according to the Bloomberg consensus, is 167. We're not that far away from year-end forecast now, and a lot of those year-end forecasts keep coming down. So that's why we feel pretty comfortable at adding like fresh capital to the long end rather than the short end at this point in the market cycle, even if we are going to be a bit early, to take your point.
Well, listen, sometimes it's better to be early than to arrive late to the ball. All the best dinner usually has disappeared if you arrive late. You want to be long, and you want to be long Aramco. You want to be long Aramco at 2050 expiration and a little bit longer as well. Just talk me through. You want to be long 50-year paper out to 2070, and part of the narrative as well is about being long Qatar Petroleum. Why those two big energy calls, which are obviously in an energy transition, a whole host of other issues?
Yeah. So, I mean, if you're bullish on sort of treasuries like we are, then you want your biggest bang for your buck, the bonds that are going to be as high correlated to US treasuries as possible. So therefore, you look to the investment grade space in this part of the world, which means Qatar and KSA. And within that, Qatar Petroleum and Saudi Aramco with their 30 and 50-year issuances look pretty good to us, especially because commodity prices have been so high recently, as we've just been talking about. So that's obviously going to have a positive effect on these two names as well. So for that reason, they're going to move around a lot. These two names are going to be volatile. But some positioning in these two names are warranted, we think, because it will give you the biggest bang for the buck if yields do pull lower from here.
I mean, how much of a rally could you see? We showed the 2070 bonds for Aramco. Are you looking at a 10% uplift in price, Oliver, or perhaps something more than that? I get the point that it's going to be volatile. It's not a one-way trade. But what kind of quantum are you hoping for, and over what period?
I mean, these names, particularly something like Aramco, you can see a double-digit price point move, which is unusual for a bond market, right? But Aramco is currently trading in the low 90s, Aramco 70. So if you do get yields being pulled down to the 130s like they were a couple of months back, then you can see a 10-point appreciation in Aramco. So these names have further room to run, whether it comes at year end or whether it actually follows through into next year when inflation goes away and the growth has peaked and growth is coming down. But one way or the other, we feel pretty comfortable sitting in these long end names.
Yeah, and I've had a number of guests now join me with the same narrative as you. The ports are reopening in the United States of America, running 24 hours, not reopening, but they're going to run 24 hours. You are seeing this movement to try and undo some of the bottlenecks. Now, to the UAE, be careful here, Oliver, because you could get a call from the federal regulators. The 10, the 20 and the 40-year paper came at a federal level. You're not inclined to buy much more of this, but you draw the analogy that this paper came close to the pricing of Abu Dhabi. So can you just help me understand why you might not add to any more federal exposure, given that it's pricing towards Abu Dhabi? Is that too expensive for you, the federal to Abu Dhabi? Just talk me through the narrative.
Sure. Well, hopefully we won't get a call because we did participate. So I'll get that out of the way first. We did buy the 10-year, and I think it's been a success for the UAE from their point of view because it was they managed to raise $4 billion at extremely low yields, 5.5 times oversubscribed. So from their point, it's a success. But just from our point of view, from an investor standpoint, we thought that it would be priced a little bit higher than the Abu Dhabi curve because it's not just Abu Dhabi risk. You're talking about the other Emirates as well, Dubai, Sharjah, and the rest. So we thought it would price a few basis points higher, but obviously they've decided to price it pretty much in line with Abu Dhabi. So I think in terms of a sovereign, it should do well, but we just probably prefer to play the UAE through the individual Emirate components going forward rather than the sovereign, I think.
Can I push you then? Do you think the federal paper cheapens up then a little bit as the market tries to price it more effectively?
I think so, because, I mean, for us, why would it trade tighter than Abu Dhabi? Because Abu Dhabi is the richest emirate. It's kind of the parent, it's the backstop. And so, therefore, the UAE is a federal entity. We don't really think it should trade tighter than Abu Dhabi. So for that reason, if it does go a bit wider, yeah, we might add to it. But we don't see it going tighter from here in the short term.
Yeah, nobody wants to beat the daddy, do they? Listen, in terms of the rest of the risk that you want to take, you've got a nice spread trade, which is long Oman, Bahrain, relative to Egypt, Turkey. Are they spread trades, Oliver, or is it just a relative trade balance? I want to be longer of Oman and Bahrain on a couple of different things relative to Egypt and Turkey. How do you construct this proposition to the market?
Sure. So for Egypt and Turkey, look, we own Turkey, but then so does everyone else. And again, a kind of contrarian point I'd make is that everyone comes on the show and they says Egypt is fantastic and blah, blah, blah. And it is, but it's an over-owned trade. So if we're getting more capital in the next few days, we won't be putting it to work in Egypt, say. Same for Turkey. We have a bit of exposure, but it's underweight. We've got the short end of the curve there because of all of Erdogan's shenanigans with firing central bankers, and they've got another rate meeting coming up on Thursday. So we don't really want to take too much Turkey risk. With Oman and Bahrain, with the oil price higher than expected, those two countries' fiscal balances are looking much better. Oman and Bahrain have also made decent strides in terms of fiscal reforms with the VAT. Bahrain could potentially double the VAT. There's some talk of them doing that. Oman is talking about having income taxes. So all of these things improve the fiscal coffers for both Oman and Bahrain. So for those reasons, we'd rather invest in the two GCC sovereigns than Egypt and Turkey right now.
Up next, a new report by CBRE shows a marked increase in the activity levels across the UAE's real estate sectors. So where are prices going? Well, we speak to the head of MENA Research. This is Bloomberg.
Start your market day with Bloomberg Surveillance.
The bond market, it's a really interesting soup.
Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Isn't your base case the worst case scenario for most?
Who says finance can't be fun?
Who's in the zoo, guys? Which one of us?
I think it's pretty clear who's in the zoo.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Must listen, must watch.
I think they made a great decision separating us both.
Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television.
When you reorganize and declutter, we're probably the first thing you decide to keep.
Is there any serious contemplation of sanctions against China?
Detailed financial and business reporting.
Tell us more about your customers and how they're doing now.
Expert analysis.
You're basically just changing a $5 bill into 5 ones.
Definitely essential.
Looking at high yield, where does that take you these days?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. The composer Joseph Haydn famously said, "I listened more than I studied."
It sounds like a law school hypothetical.
Here at Bloomberg, it's the same thing.
Do you maintain that low rate regime? Can you see out 2 years?
How do you build a strategy with that eventuality in mind?
Experts, information, news.
The push sets up a potential fight.
What do we know about how it will go public?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Welcome back to the best of Daybreak Middle East. Activity levels across the UAE's real estate sectors have seen a marked increase. That's according to the world's largest commercial real estate services and investment company, CBRE. The head of MENA Research, Tamir Khan, joined us on Sunday.
So, look, I think we've had a really stellar year, but I think there is probably a limitation where over the last decade, in terms of transaction volumes in sort of 21, it'll be the second highest. I think 2013 will still be higher. We are seeing a bit of a slowdown in transaction activity, but nonetheless, it's been incredibly strong. And that has then underpinned price growth in both Dubai and in Abu Dhabi as well, where we've seen prices in the capital grow by around 2.2% and in Dubai by around 4.4%, which is really the first sustained increase in prices since about 2015 at the height of the market.
Is that sustainable into 2022 and beyond, plus 0.44%, given the inventory that's going to come online? But we'll talk about that in a moment. Price trajectory, next 12 months, top line?
I think top line we will see. I think that is reasonably, you can see that continue. I think in certain segments of the market, it's something that will need to moderate, particularly when looking at the villa side of the market. I mean, in Dubai, it forms less than 20% of stock. There's not a huge glut coming up, particularly of quality, and we've seen that in terms of the transaction volumes in the sort of more prime side of the market. But I think the villa side will have to moderate in terms of the price growth. But I think there's probably a bit of room for the apartment segment of the market. And this is particularly true if you look at where these prices sit compared to, say, 2015 highs on average.
Where's the hottest prime?
I think in terms of values, you're definitely seeing Palm Jumeirah really still up there. But actually, some of the newer areas, such as Dubai Hills estate, you've seen over, transaction values over 100 million for the first time, really, within that segment of the market. The other sort of parts of that master plan of Mohammed bin Rashid City are also really achieving some incredible values. But in terms of, price per square foot, the Palm still holds quite a considerable edge over the rest of the market.
And are you seeing major foreign flows in to Uber Prime? Or is that just colloquial chitter-chatter in the Jumeirah coffee houses?
So I think you definitely are at the ultra sort of luxury side of things. You're definitely seeing a lot of that is foreign capital, but I don't think this is true for your I guess bread and butter prime. I think you're seeing quite a lot of owner occupier interest going into that market at the moment, and really underpinned by the fact that the financing sort of landscape at the moment in terms of getting credit for buying property and has never really been cheaper within the UAE, and actually is reasonably comparable to certain other global destinations as well.
I wonder, do I fit into bread and butter prime? I'm fascinated to know where bread and butter prime. What is bread and butter prime? Tell me. See whether I can afford it.
I think we're sort of looking at above the $1 million mark there, roughly.
I can't answer that question. The producer's laughing at me. One of the charts that we looked at before we started the show was the differential. It's a post-COVID scenario, or a quasi-post-COVID scenario. The differential between apartment pricing and villas up. I can personally say the apartment prices in my block are certainly ratcheting higher. Don't know what that means about what segment I live in. But where are we with that trend? Apartment prices down to villa prices up. Is that continuing and on the buy side, and do you see that gap continuing to widen?
I think recently we've definitely seen it continue to widen just because villa prices are going up around 18% year on year to August, and apartment prices have only really started to go up on average. I think we will see some form of moderation on that. But the one thing, with Dubai that I always say to our clients is you have to look at it sort of with cities within a city without looking at sort of the top number as such. I think a certain prime areas such as downtown, even Palm Jumeirah, apartment prices have been going up for a lot longer, so the gap there isn't as significant. But your more sort of middle markets, you're looking at Marina, Business Bay, etc. Their prices have been, less ratcheting up less so, really.
You've really upset the producer on this show now. You just called the Marina middle market. He's I tell you, you want to be careful what video he fires on you next. If you were long this market from 2014, you're in danger territory here, Tamer. Dangerous territory. If you were long this market from 2014, you're still underwater. When will we retain those 2014 prices? Is that possible? What is the timeline to that? Which area gets there first? Just break that down for me.
I definitely think the likes of downtown and Palm Jumeirah will be more likely to get there first, particularly on the apartment side of things. I think there's certain markets which won't get there. I think the market has changed, quite significantly since that moment in time, and we've seen quite a shift in affordability and also the population that makes up Dubai. So as a result of just the underlying fundamentals, certain markets I don't think will get there. I think we're sort of in a new reality within Dubai's real estate market.
Do you think that the lending practices are a good regulator? I mean, I don't need to disclose my age, but it's darn hard for me to get a long and enduring mortgage here. I could at home. Somebody would be foolish enough to lend me money for 25 years at home. I cannot access that funding here for 25 years. Is that good governance and a cap?
I think so. I think particularly given how nascent the market has been, but I think credit is loosening up, where we're seeing new international and local banks sort of offering more easier credit, but whilst being relatively prudent as well. I think there's still probably a bit of a gap if you compare, the down payment requirements and so on to actually drive the market a bit more and actually encourage a longer-term participation.
Up next, the Fed's army of more than 400 economists keeps telling Wall Street to relax about inflation. But the message isn't getting through. This is Bloomberg.
The only way to start the morning is with optimism.
The jobs recovery was sluggish. A lot of people agree on that.
Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Finally, we got some Abramowitz gloom to get in there.
The ultimate South signal might be when Lisa capitulates.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Must listen, must watch.
Lisa, your data point, go.
Tom, you're great. Never change.
Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television.
Are you in?
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
Interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies? Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
There are a lot of ways to look at the world right now.
Interesting that you've got an overweight on Hong Kong.
And the more of them you can access, the better.
What has to be his strategy?
Perspective.
Who's doing school best?
Clarity.
How do we get it so that the benefits get to everybody?
Expertise.
He seems to have exactly the right combination. It's character plus policy.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
My Shiro doesn't always wear a cape, but she always has time for a hug, a smile, for going the extra mile. My Shiro stretches every dollar, puts in long hours, puts others first. But now it's your time, Mom. When you're ready to retire, we want you to be able to enjoy it. Get free tips to help boost your retirement savings now at aceyourretirement.org.
A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
The role of the central bank was to provide marginal liquidity at the times of crisis and then to withdraw it after the economy started to stabilize and come back. The central banks are now running the markets.
Guggenheim's Scott Minerd there on the role of monetary policy. Now, that came amid persistent fears, one could say, about inflation. Wall Street is worried, despite the Fed's army of more than 400 economists constantly telling them, relax. Well, we got more with Esty Dwerk, Chief Investment Officer at Flowbank.
I think I'm still in the transitory camp, but I think this transitory period is going to be longer than we expected. Clearly, inflation is going to be higher for longer. The energy crunch isn't helping, but even if you look at core data, ongoing supply chain disruptions, ongoing production disruptions across a lot of the world are likely to lead to higher prices for a little bit longer. But I do think that in 2022, inflation is going to retreat back again. Now, whether for the full year we're at 2%, I do think that in the second half of the year, we're going to be much closer to the Fed's target.
Well, you're certainly in line then with the Fed side as opposed to the street side of consensus. Kolonovich at JP Morgan talks about our misunderstanding. It's not going to be stagflation, but we are going to see, in his words, inflation will be limited, but the underlying inflation will be materially higher. And he still wants to buy bargain stocks. They're economically sensitive. So we're going to get growth. Now, this chimes with Rob Arnott. This chimes with BlackRock. How much value exposure do you want to add if you think inflation will abate and growth will endure?
So maybe the first point on the growth picture, I think that the Delta variant and other factors have actually delayed some of the growth and not just removed it. So we're going to see stronger growth and definitely above trend for longer than expected. So well into 2022. So I completely agree that you are going to have this growth picture. And as much as we're starting to get back to normal, we're not quite there yet. So there is room for more reopening and therefore for more cyclical stocks. I'm not sure how much I would add today, but we've held cyclicals for a long time and we haven't changed that view. We do have a little bit of a barbell approach where you'd also want to have a little of those defensives and some of the tech sector in particular, but we continue to hold energy and materials and some of those cyclicals. So a little bit of a balancing act, but more room to run and more catch-up potential as we continue to reopen, at least in the first half of 2022.
We also heard this week from Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon, talking us through some of what he sees as the big uncertainties for markets.
I think we're at a moment in time where we're coming out of the pandemic and there are a handful of things going on. I think all over the world there are labor issues that are really a reflection of this transition out of the pandemic. There are supply chain issues. Some of this stuff is transitory. There are some secular trends that we have to watch closely. But I think we're adjusting and dealing with it as anybody else is.
We spoke to Rupert Thompson, CIO at Kingswood Holdings, about where he sees the risks.
As you say, the environment has turned less positive, clearly, because you've got worries about bottlenecks, you've got growth slowing, inflation picking up, and policy tightening, which all means that equities clearly aren't quite the sort of sure bet they were a few months ago. But at the other extreme, you've got people thinking, hey, I may not like equities as much as I did, but where else do I put my cash? And in a way, what's happened is the alternative, the obvious alternative to equities for most people is still bonds. And in a way, the outlook for bonds has deteriorated even more than the outlook for equities, because clearly inflation and policy tightening hit bonds more than equities.
I was going to follow up on that because the losses in bonds have already been substantial. Duration is getting longer as well. At the same time, you have other components as well, including credit spreads that are tightening. Coupon protection is minimal, and then this toxic cocktail of what's going to happen with interest rates and inflation. Should we be getting ready here for a big, bad bear market in bonds?
I think it very much depends on the horizon you're talking about. I think we are in a secular bear market now, but I think the sort of big lesson, if it were, from sort of earlier in the year was, in the first quarter, everyone decided we were in a bear market. We had a sharp rise in yields, and then, hey, presto, what happened? We had a big rally in bonds. So even in sort of secular bear markets, you can get sort of big counter-trend rallies. And I think sort of the lesson from last time also was that once you get Treasury yields back up at around 160, to some extent, they're still, the return prospects aren't great, but they're a hell of a lot better than, say, you're getting from JGBs or sort of Eurozone government bonds. So you will get some support. So I think, yes, the trend is higher, but are we going to get sort of bond yields continuing to move up at the rate they have done in the last few weeks? No.
OK, so you're calling maybe a top out in that move higher. We had the Netflix numbers overnight. I've not yet watched Squid Games. I must be the only person on the planet that hasn't. But we look at the FANG complex, and it's hitting another record high. Given the environment, Tina, there is no alternative. Do you want to add to tech? Are you happy with your tech exposure? I mean, record after record here. Are you induced with no alternative but to participate?
I think that's a pretty good way of putting it. Essentially, we've been, overweight tech like every man and his dog for a long time, and we are sticking with that. Sure, sort of short term, you have got, sectors like commodities, energy, financials, who are more sort of obvious beneficiaries from what's exactly going on at the moment. But on a sort of 6 to 12 month view, it's not just sort of Netflix. You look at all the other big tech giants. And, obviously, their earnings have yet to come out this quarter, but certainly sort of the lesson from the last few quarters is that their business models are very much intact and the growth story is still there, despite what the regulators may want. So, yes, we're very much sticking with the tech, even if short-term tech is probably not going to be leading any further gains.
And Goldman Sachs, I mentioned earlier, was talking about a preference for non-U.S. equities versus U.S. equities. And sort of along that line of thinking, we put together a chart, GTV Go, for our clients. It kind of breaks down some of the dividend payers on an index level. And what we see here is that the UK status is the most generous dividend payer among the top global stock markets, has failed to impress investors. The FTSE 100 is the only major benchmark that's still actually trading below the pre-pandemic high. Yes, supply crunch, labor shortages, blame what you want, but would you step in at these levels?
I think it is quite a good entry point on a relative basis. I mean, as you say, on a dividend yield basis, the UK looks attractive. The US is paying 1.3, the UK is paying 3.4 in terms of the dividend yield. If you look at sort of price earnings ratios, the price earnings discount to the rest of the world is around 30%. The US, it's a 45% premium. So, the value's there. It's just a question of sort of how soon it's going to be realised. And short term, the only problem is that to the extent there is a stagflation risk, it does seem, for a variety of reasons, including Brexit, it's bigger in the UK than elsewhere. And who's going to be raising rates first? It's the UK. So longer term, again, I think you've got to look at the UK because it is the prime value area. But short term, you've got rates going up faster and you've got a bigger stagflation risk there than elsewhere.
Up next, oil's relentless rise continues with the market facing a global energy crunch ahead of the winter. Which parts of the Gulf oil exporting economies will likely see the biggest growth spurts in the coming months? We discuss. This is Bloomberg.
Before and after the pandemic.
Is it driven by politics or by science?
That may be how we keep track of our lives from here on out.
What do you think the political effects of that impatience will be?
And through it all, there's been Bloomberg.
We begin on Capitol Hill.
The most accurate business, world, and healthcare news before and after.
The fundamentals do not justify this price action.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Would you say it's more important to gather information fast, or to have it first, or to be the most accurate?
They can really move the needle when it comes to programs.
The point in all this, surely, is the level of support you get from companies for this.
What if you don't have to choose?
It also has enormous importance for the labor market.
How do they get ahead of different administrations?
We see this move towards digital currencies.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. We used to take our freedom of movement for granted. Not anymore.
It's not just the people who work for the airlines.
And it's natural to feel grateful for the things that kept you going.
Does America have a chance to lose our advantage?
Can we get to herd immunity fast enough so that we'll be in good shape?
But really, we were just doing our jobs.
Oxford University is starting a study on patients who've recovered from COVID.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. What's the difference between you and your competition?
What's your vision in this relationship?
We're guessing one thing is that you are better informed.
European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde had this to say.
Actually, we're not guessing.
The realism of this is tangible.
Up to the moment news.
Some of the biggest states could see most of the money.
Expert analysis.
Does that mean you're focusing on banks and other financials?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
You're welcome back to the best of Daybreak Middle East. Oil's pushing higher as of Monday morning after 8 weeks of gains, with the market facing a global energy crunch ahead of the winter. Given the higher energy prices, which parts of the Gulf oil exporting economies will likely see the biggest growth spurt in the coming months? Well, we asked Farouk Souza, the Vice President for MENA Economics at Goldman Sachs, that very question.
It's more than just the oil price. We've had COVID reopening effects. We've had regional developments like Expo and FIFA World Cup, but the oil price is a very important part of that. There are three ways we think that the oil price is going to affect the region. One is through higher production. This is quite a rare occurrence to have both rising oil prices and rising production. So countries where you have greater spare capacity like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, those are countries that you're going to see the biggest impact from the higher production aspect of rising oil prices at the moment. And then you also have greater fiscal space where you have higher oil revenues leading to significant easing in the amount of money that governments can spend across the region. Not all governments are going to have this kind of fiscal space. If we look at the Bahrains and the Omans, they still have fiscal balance programs that they need to stick to, and so we're probably not going to see the benefit so much there from a growth perspective. But you will see it in countries like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, and so on. And then finally, I think high oil prices are going to lead to an easing of financial conditions. So you have these oil revenues coming in, which means that governments across the region aren't going to be borrowing as much. That leaves more space for the private sector to borrow. So there's going to be less government crowding out. There's going to be more liquidity in the domestic market, and that's also going to help the local corporate sector and the local stock exchanges. And I think pretty much across the board, we're going to see that happening for all the countries in the region.
Farouk, good morning to you. So a very bullish tailwind from oil. We've just finished a conversation with Rabobank about the headwind of higher rates, the risk of higher rates, and that's what the market is grappling with this morning globally. How much of a headwind could higher US rates be to this region? We're pricing in 2 rate hikes in 2022 on the dollar curve at the moment.
I think there's a couple of things to say about that. In terms of external financing, the headwind of higher rates, as you describe it, is going to be largely mitigated by the fact that the external financing requirement of these countries is coming down very, very significantly because of higher oil prices. So, yes, if they were going out to the market and looking to finance, clearly that would be at less preferential rates than they've had over the past couple of years with lower rates. But they're not going to be financing nearly as much. Again, not all countries are going to be equally impacted. Clearly, there are still countries that are going to need to come out, still have big borrowing requirements, going to need to come out to the market, and those are the likes of Oman and Bahrain. Domestically, clearly the GCC countries follow the Fed 1-for-1, and so you are going to see higher domestic rates. That typically has a negative impact on credit growth, but in the GCC, on balance, higher rates actually are good for banks. They result in higher margins, and so you're going to see a boost to the local banking sectors from higher rates.
Farouk, I want to take you to Lebanon for a moment. We had the tragic events over the weekend, more violence in Beirut, and then, of course, some of the bonds are still trading at spreads around distressed levels. I mean, 10,778 basis points. You're beginning to look at a potential ramp out towards a recovery. Run me through how that could look like, what that means for some of the financial assets.
We looked at recovery values in Lebanon clearly before the violence that we saw a couple of days ago. And our view has been and remains that recovery values are contingent on the efforts made by the government with respect to reforms. Those reform efforts have been pretty weak in the past, and there's a lot of pessimism out there that, this is a government that isn't able, or a political system that isn't able to produce reforms, bogged down in sectarianism and so on and so forth. We take a view that reform at this point may be a political a strategy for political survival, and that there may be very little choice. And so we tend to be a little bit more optimistic. Now, I have to say that the events of the last few days have slightly dulled that optimism, and we feel that the road ahead looks quite difficult. So discussing recovery right now in the current uncertain environment seems a little bit futile.
It certainly is. Look, you deal with images and then you try to talk about economics and the value of the pound. One of the images that is very real is the value of the Lebanese pound. Now, in the medium term, you do see, I'm going to use the word some kind of improvement, stabilization. You see the Lebanese pound going to 8,000 LBR to the dollar in the medium term. What is the medium term, Farouk? And again, is that call ultimately, let's say, stymied by what you see in front of you in reality?
The fate of the Lebanese pound is really a function of whether or not we can get some normalization back into the economy and we can halt the slide into the economic abyss. Now, that is purely a political question. The resolutions for the economic crisis are and have been on the table for some time. There is a very clear roadmap to recovery, economic recovery in Lebanon. And if that roadmap is followed, then we think the pound stands to benefit from that. We think there's been a massive overshoot in terms of devaluation in the Lebanese pound. The difficulty, of course, is that in order for the country to be put onto that reform map, it really does require it to have some sort of political normality. And that's why it's very difficult to have any visibility on that. I mean, the Lebanese pound is not going to recover in the current environment, clearly. It will only recover if there is some sort of reform, and that reform is really contingent on the political parties showing some sort of political will.
Up next, trade between the UAE and Israel is booming following the signing of the Abraham Accords. We spoke to the CEO of the Israeli bank Hapoalim as he visits the UAE on a business mission. This is Bloomberg.
If you're the kind of person who gets nervous when there's no news,
what's the administration's message to progressive members of the House?
Then consider this your relaxation zone.
We're all looking to travel reopening.
The latest business and financial news.
Doesn't that necessarily help your investments?
Why did it have the opposite effect?
For those who really, really need it.
That's how we knew that things were coming undone.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. When was the moment you discovered that you were meant for the business world?
Have you been getting a lot of inquiries from employers?
And then you started looking for the best sources of information.
Technology is challenging the regulators.
Doctors use kind of a virtual reality look.
I feel like the world is courting Elon Musk.
Which is how you got here.
How are other bankers restricted now?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Take a not-so-random walk through hot topics in markets and finance. Listen to Odd Lots, a weekly Bloomberg podcast hosted by Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway. Odd Lots explores everything from how the Seinfeld TV show can teach you about economics to why the Federal Reserve blundered by letting Lehman Brothers fail. The Odd Lots podcast, available every Monday on the Bloomberg Terminal, Bloomberg.com, iTunes, SoundCloud, and whatever app you use to browse podcasts.
Welcome back to the best of Daybreak Middle East. Between January and July of this year, trade in goods between Israel and the UAE amounted to $610 million. This after the signing last year of the historic Abraham Accords. Bank Hapoalim is Israel's second biggest lender by market capitalization. Its executives were in town this week for their first business mission to the UAE. We spoke to the CEO, Dov Kotler.
We've seen in the first 6 months of 2021 an export of almost $650 million. Diamond is important, but you see a lot of export of food, and the first startups of fintech are already doing business with UAE.
Okay, then why don't you give us a bit of the read of the landscape in terms of where you see the opportunities given what we are getting in terms of signaling from the Fed. Are you concerned about inflation? Are you making any preparations for market volatility? What exactly is the strategy?
Let me go back first for the cooperation between UAE and Israel. It's more than a year to Abraham Accord. We are here for the third time. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint, and we do believe that the relationship can evolve. We see already few impressive deals. As we all know, Mubadala has purchased 22% of Delek Petroleum, which is a gas operation, a very impressive deal of the size of $1 billion. I would give another example. Bank Hapoalim has just raised a cocoa for its own needs in Israel with the assistance of JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Citi, and Barclays. We raised $1 billion. Surprisingly, there is an institution from UAE that invested at Bank Hapoalim. And we see more and more opportunities. So going back to the beginning, I believe that we are only at the start of the relationship. And I do believe we will see much more in the next few years.
What we want to know is about your plans for the UAE. Have you applied to open a branch here? If you do come on the ground here, is it going to be Treasury and FX and finance that you build out here?
We have already have FX relationship with the 3 largest banks here in UAE. It's already working. So business is going as usual. Branch-wise, I believe there are 50 banks, if I'm not sure. I would say that they are very impressive. We would like to be the platform for the relationship between our businessmen, the delegation that we brought with, and UAE. I do not believe that we will open a branch soon.
Dov, you're not going to get off that easy. I'm going to get back to the macro question I asked initially, which was on inflation. Are you worried about that? Do you think it's going to be transitory?
I'm not avoiding. I'm just by the sequence. Inflation is an issue. We see the numbers in Israel. The last index indicate the inflation of less than 2% in Israel. Certainly worldwide, we see a jump. However, on the other hand, our chief economists believe that it's on a short-term basis, and thereby, as long as we are in the range of up to 2%, interest will not go up. Don't forget that in my position, any increase improves the bottom line immediately. So I'm biased. But macro-wise, it's getting near there, but not yet.
A banker's natural bias for higher interest rates. Shock Bloomberg headline. Dov, the housing market at home in Israel, how is your perspective on that? Do you think prices will continue to rise? Our market is quite lit up here. Do you think the Israeli market, give us your outlook, and are you changing any of your exposure to the housing market at home in Israel?
I believe that the basic rules compared to 2008 have been changed dramatically, and the usual mortgage, the average one, will be around 60 up to 70% LTV. So despite the rise of the prices, we have a cushion, an equity cushion of about 30 to 40%. So I would say that in regard from the mortgage side of the business, I'm less worried. The main solution to the rise up of the real estate prices is taking care of the supply, not of the demand. I would be glad to see that the process of approval of building new apartments will take much shorter. And I believe the government, after we'll approve the budget, hopefully next month in November, will have the time and focus on the mission of shortcut the process so the supply will grow much quicker. I believe this will be the right solution for the real estate issues.
You've got the billionaire Amnon Shashua. He aims to quickly get an all-digital bank off the ground. The threat of a new market player. How are you planning to protect your market share?
First of all, I'm amazed by your, everything. So I salute you for the question. Amnon Shashua is a very well-known entrepreneur, and he's building a digital bank which will be up in the air at the beginning of next year. I do wish all of us excellent competition. And nothing sharpens the mind like the competition. So we welcome Amnon Shashua with the digital bank gladly. However, we prepared a lot of alternatives. The Bank Hapoalim is an application by the name of BIT, B-I-T. I urge you to use it. It has 2.5 million customers, of which 60% of them are non-Bank Hapoalim users. I believe that if we will compare between the startup and the abilities, we have to offer enough to our customers. Of course, it depends what they will bring on the table, but we are glad to see additional competition.
Remember, we're here, Daybreak Middle East, every Sunday to Thursday morning on Bloomberg Television, 8 a.m. Dubai time. Join us then. This is Bloomberg.
This is a market that, over the past few weeks, has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
On Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies. Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at Bloomberg.com/professional.
3 adults has pre-diabetes. 1 in 3. That means it could be you, your football buddy, your football buddy, or you, your best man, your worst man, you, your dog walker, your cat jogger. While 1 in 3 adults has pre-diabetes, with early diagnosis, pre-diabetes can be reversed. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
Seeing through the eyes of experts gives you a better view.
Can we both give ourselves boosters and make sure the rest of the world gets vaccinated?
And at Bloomberg, our market vision is 2020.
So let's talk about the pain trade.
I am shocked by the moves that we're seeing in the rates market.
The inflation debate continues.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe for this Friday, the 22nd of October in London. Coming up this hour.
Evergrande is said to have avoided default. Asia stocks and Chinese dollar bonds climb.
Snap shares plunge on a supply chain hit to advertising and change in Apple data collection. Twitter and Facebook shares are pulled lower by the news.
COVID cases in the UK go above 50,000 and Biden says the US would defend Taiwan if attacked by China. I'm Leanne Gerrans with World News.
And the Fed brings in new trading rules after an embarrassing ethics scandal. Powell speaks on a central bank panel moderated by Bloomberg today.
That's all straight ahead on Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, on DAB Digital Radio London, Bloomberg 1130 New York, Bloomberg 99.1 Washington DC, Bloomberg 106.1 Boston, Bloomberg 960 San Francisco, Sirius XM Channel 119, and around the world on BloombergRadio.com and via the Bloomberg Business app.
Good morning from London. I'm Caroline Hepker.
And I'm Tom McKenzie. You're listening to Daybreak Europe live on London DAB Digital Radio. We are 2 hours away until live trading here in Europe. The markets over in the US, the S&P 500 hitting a new record, but tech taking a bit of a hit in the later stages of the session on the back of those disappointing earnings from Snap. That had implications for Twitter, Google and Facebook as well. Supply chains now impacting these social media companies. Also, inflation back front and center. Market expectations around inflation at 10-year highs, 15-year highs, I should say. So that is one to watch as well. The futures here in the Europe pointing to gains of 0.6%. You've had a positive session over in Asia, gains of 0.2% across the MSCI benchmark index. In mainland China, there's some relief that Evergrande, that significant real estate developer, has managed to pay a coupon on a dollar bond, so a bit of stress taken away from that story, and gains there of close to 1% in Shenzhen, just over 0.1% in Shanghai. Over in Hong Kong, the tech sector there is doing quite well, gains of 2% as well, on the back of some relief around whether or not regulation, Morgan Stanley saying the regulatory squeeze there has peaked. The futures in the US, by the way, looking slightly lower, down 0.1%. Your currencies, euro dollar is currently at 116. The dollar itself is just slightly weaker in today's session.
OK, so those are the markets for you this morning. Let's go to our top stories. It does look like Britain's at a really pivotal point. So let's start there. Is a rate hike next month really still on the cards? The decision whether to raise interest rates is live and finally balanced. That is what the Bank of England's new chief economist, Hugh Pill has told the Financial Times. Bloomberg's Hannah George has more.
The Bank of England is in an uncomfortable position. Hugh Pill says that UK inflation may top 5% in the coming months, far above the bank's target of 2%. But he added that the pace of price gains will moderate in the second half of next year. While money markets are anticipating a rate increase in November, Pill's remarks suggest that a hike isn't a done deal, but that he may favour acting to curb inflation. Pill also signalled that any future tightening doesn't need to be overly restrictive, and he had a warning for investors, saying there's a bit too much excitement in the focus on rates right now. In London, I'm Hannah George, Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
And it seems British households are bracing for expected interest rate increases from the Bank of England, and they're less willing to make big purchases ahead of the crucial Christmas period. According to the latest survey by GfK, UK consumer confidence fell in October. That was to the lowest level since the country was stuck in a lockdown. The main sources of worry: surging inflation, food and fuel shortages, and climbing COVID-19 cases.
OK, so that on the UK. Meanwhile, the Fed is imposing new rules on personal investing for officials at the central bank. The move follows trading disclosures that led to the resignations of the Dallas Fed president, Robert Kaplan, and Boston's Eric Rosengren. Here's Bloomberg's Steve Matthews on those changes.
They're prohibited from purchasing individual stocks, from holding individual bonds, from holding derivatives. The rules require, even for the securities they do hold, they require that they have 45 days advance notice for purchasing or sale of securities. They have to get approval for purchasing or sale of securities, and they have to hold anything that they do hold for at least a year.
Well, Fed watchers say that the prompt action on this ethics scandal taken by Chair Jay Powell could help his chances for re-nomination. Powell's current term ends in February.
China Evergrande lives to see another day. We get more from Bloomberg's Rosalind Chin.
Evergrande has pulled itself back from the brink of default by paying a bond coupon before this weekend's deadline. Sources say the company wired the $83.5 million payment, and bondholders will receive the funds before Saturday. The payment was originally due on September 23rd. Saturday is the deadline of the 1-month grace period. Meanwhile, markets received the news positively, shares of Chinese developers surging for a second day in Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, I'm Rosalind Chin, Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Well, let's get more on this story and bring in Bloomberg's cross-asset editor, Joanna Ossinger, this morning. Hi, Joanna. Thanks for being with us. What is the market reaction then? Some relief to Evergrande's payment?
Hey, yes, definitely relief, and just a greater sense that things are okay. We can go a little bit risk on. So stocks in general are up. This did really affect sentiment in Asia. The dollar is down a little bit. So it wasn't just those Chinese developer stocks that did well, although they did, but it's definitely creating a sense of greater calm within Asian markets today.
Joanna, there's a lot of excitement, of course, a lot of buzz around this futures ETF for Bitcoin that launched earlier this week. Now there's concern, though, about the size of these ETFs. What is going on?
Yeah, well, there's concern that, for instance, the futures carry drag could become even larger. So basically, these ETFs might get so big that they might start influencing the market and make themselves actually more expensive in the process. And JP Morgan put out a note yesterday saying that they think it could be bidding up both the futures curve further relative to spot prices and the rolls between contracts. So that's definitely one to watch as these ETFs start to get approved and kind of settle out.
Yeah, and just a word on Bitcoin right now, $63,000 at the moment, so up 0.5%, but pulling back, of course, from the record in terms of the Bitcoin price this week. Thanks so much to Joanna Ossinger there. For real-time market commentary and analysis, check out Markets Live, MLIV on your Bloomberg terminal.
And the US and 5 European governments have resolved a dispute over digital taxes on American tech giants. The deal was reached after a broader global agreement to overhaul levies on big corporations. Under the deal, the European countries will retain so-called digital services taxes on companies like Amazon and Facebook. But once a global tax deal comes into effect, they'll refund any levies in excess of the agreed rate.
OK, more in terms of those big tech companies then. Snap plunged as much as 27% post-market after it reported third-quarter sales that fell short of analyst estimates. More from Bloomberg's Doug Krisner.
A key challenge stems from changes to Apple's data collection rules. All apps on the iOS 15 platform must now get iPhone users' permission to be tracked for advertising purposes. The analysis firm Branch says users have agreed just 25% of the time. Snap CEO Evan Spiegel says it'll be difficult for advertisers to measure and manage their ad campaigns. At the same time, Snap's advertising partners are facing supply chain disruptions and labor shortages, and that will also weigh on revenue. In New York, I'm Doug Krisner, Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Intel sank in late trading after the chipmaker gave a lackluster outlook for the current quarter. CEO Pat Gelsinger forecasts margins to be lower for the next 2 to 3 years and says they're spending to regain industry leadership.
Right, those are some of our top stories for you this morning. Let's get the latest then in global news headlines with Bloomberg's Leanne Gerrans. And there's been a big gathering in Brussels. Good morning, Leanne.
Yes, indeed. And it's a second day today. So European leaders have agreed on a common approach to deal with rising energy prices, although it fell short of calling for joint purchases or even joint procurement. That may disappoint some of the more exposed EU countries, calling for greater joint action. France, Spain and Italy all urged the Commission to take more measures. For more on this, we go to our European correspondent, Maria Tadea. Maria, good morning to you and thank you so much for joining me. Firstly, leaders did agree on text, but will this actually be enough?
Well, Leanne, good morning. They did agree on a text. This was a discussion in energy that went on for hours. They had to go back at it multiple times. In the text that they agreed last night, jointly, the EU27 said that they want to prevent speculation in the ETS market, also suggesting that some of the speculation that we're seeing or could be seeing in that particular regard may be pushing CO2 prices, and that could be then reflected into the price. They also say that going forward, they will or could take more measures if needed, and they also encouraged member states to follow the recommendations that had been put forward by the European Commission earlier. Having said that, and this we really have to stress, nowhere in that document there's anything that looks like we're going to buy gas together, we're going to renegotiate any of the contracts, and there's no reference in the text to even something like joint storage of gas. So a lot of the countries that going into the summit had tried to make this about joint procurement, about a joint EU27 response to the energy crisis, where they're probably going back home today feeling perhaps very disappointed.
So, Maria, is it fair to say that the energy crunch is really showing divisions among member states of the 27 bloc?
Yeah, Leanne, it's very fair to say it, but again, perhaps to take away some of the drama here also, which is I think it's fair. When you look at the European energy market, we all know this is a market that's incredibly complex, that's very fragmented, that you have 27 countries that have a different energy mix. Some of them are much more advanced when it comes to renewables. Some of them are still very much hooked up on coal, like the Polish. And then, of course, there's a big question mark as to what is the energy of transition as we move away from fossil fuels into green energy. Is it going to be gas, the way the Germans suggest it could be, or should it be nuclear, the way that the French are pushing for? So yes, there are divisions, but it's responding to a market that, as I say, is incredibly complex, but also it's very fragmented in its very own nature.
Maria, and just briefly, I heard you mention Poland there. Now, Poland really occupied a significant part of that conversation. How concerned is the bloc about, is it Polexit? I'm not quite sure actually how to say it. Poland exiting the European Union. You tell me, Maria.
Indeed. Leanne, this was a conversation yesterday that to me really caught my attention and, going to lead to an exit. Yesterday, my impression in this meeting is that European leaders, including the Polish leader Morawiecki, they took a step back. They took a breather from this. They don't want to escalate. The situation is not resolved. This is a political problem. It's also a technical technical legal problem. But yesterday, the impression that I had is that everyone wanted to take a step back. We don't want to escalate, and we don't certainly want to create the impression that Poland was cornered and humiliated by Brussels. That was something the European leaders were very mindful yesterday. They did not want the Polish public opinion waking up today to newspaper editorials suggesting that everyone ganged up on Poland and the country was humiliated.
Bloomberg's Maria Tadeo, thank you so much. That's our European correspondent bringing us the latest on European leaders who are meeting currently for a summit. More on that throughout the show. Now, in other news, here in the UK, the number of daily coronavirus cases have risen above 50,000 for the first time since mid-July. Just over 52,000 have been reported in the last 24-hour period, along with 115 coronavirus-related deaths. The government's refused to immediately bring in COVID restrictions to bring down case rates. Now, President Biden says the US has a commitment to...
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
Protect Taiwan and would come to its defense if attacked by China. Speaking at a CNN town hall event in Baltimore, Biden said he did not want a Cold War but wanted China to understand the US was not going to step back or change its views.
China, Russia, and the rest of the world knows we have the most powerful military in history of the world. Don't worry about whether they're going to be more powerful. What you do have to worry about is whether or not they're going to engage in activities that will put them in a position where they may make a serious mistake.
Meanwhile, Beijing considers Taiwan part of Chinese territory. And finally, in Australia, Melbourne is reopening, ending one of the world's longest lockdowns. Melbourne's 5 million residents can finally taste freedom after more than 260 days under measures. Art galleries, gyms and other venues are expected to begin opening their doors early next month. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg. Tom.
Leanne, thank you very much indeed. OK, let's get the latest sports news with Chris Cave.
Rangers manager Steven Gerrard says last night's Europa League win over Brøndby has set the standard for his players. A 2-0 victory at Ibrox saw them claim their first points in the competition. West Ham sit top of their Europa League group after a comfortable 3-0 victory over Genk. Craig Dawson, Issa Diop and Jared Bowen were on target as they kept up their perfect record in the competition. Tottenham slipped to a 1-0 defeat against Vitesse in the Europa Conference League. After a goalless first half, the Dutch side scored the only goal of the game with 12 minutes remaining. It means Spurs dropped to third in Group G with 1 win from 3 matches.
Right, that's your sports news this morning. Still ahead on Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, Evergrande has pulled itself back from the brink of a default by paying a bond coupon before this weekend's deadline. We're going to delve into that story, and the relief that it has brought to some parts of the market will be live in Hong Kong. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Good morning from Bloomberg's European headquarters here in London. I'm Caroline Hepker with this Bloomberg Radio Business Flash. So in terms of the markets, the S&P 500 closed at a new record high yesterday, up 0.3%, but sentiment turned towards the end of the trading day. Snap's earnings missed analyst estimates, and the owner of Snapchat tumbled some 27%, so revenue missed. Also, the holiday season in terms of advertising revenue, it's been hit because marketers aren't planning to advertise products that they can't sell or don't have to sell. So it's the bottlenecks affecting even the tech stocks. That also hurt tech more broadly in the US. European stock futures, though, right now this morning for the start of trading, up by around 0.5%. We closed flat yesterday. A very strong month for European stocks, but actually some earnings not quite so exciting yesterday. For example, ABB disappointed. As for the bond markets right now, US benchmark yields trading at the moment at 1.685, so down by a couple of basis points, but we're still sort of close to that 1.7% mark, and we are higher for the week in terms of 10-year yields. So bond traders boosting expectations for US inflation. That really is the key story. Strong demand, for example, for tips. As for the dollar right now, slightly softer this morning. MSCI Asia Pacific Index is also up by 0.1%. That wraps things up for your data check for your Bloomberg Radio Business Flash. Now here's Bloomberg's Leanne Garrett, who's got all the world news. Hi, Leanne.
Caroline, good morning and thank you. The Queen spent Wednesday night in hospital for what Buckingham Palace has called preliminary investigations. Her Majesty, who had been ordered to rest by doctors, has since returned to Windsor Castle. It's believed the 95-year-old monarch immediately did resume her duties. Now, New Zealand is setting a 90% vaccination target to ease coronavirus restrictions. Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern says once 90% of the population aged 12 and over is fully vaccinated, virus measures will begin to ease. A new traffic light system to gauge the level of risk in each region will also be introduced. And actor Alec Baldwin has fired a prop gun on set that caused the death of cinematographer Helena Hutchins and wounded director Joel Souza. The incident happened on the set of the film Rust in New Mexico yesterday. The local sheriff's office says no one was arrested in the incident and no charges have been filed. A spokesperson for Baldwin says there was an accident involving a misfire of a prop gun with blanks. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg. Tom.
Leanne, thank you very much indeed. OK, back to the latest on China. Evergrande, the distressed developer, avoided a default by paying a bond coupon before this weekend's deadline. According to Bloomberg sources, the developer has wired the $83.5 million payment and bondholders will receive funds by tomorrow. Something of a surprise. Let's bring in Chief China Markets Correspondent Sophia Horta-Costa for more. Sophia, what do we know? How did they get to this point? And how significant is this in terms of the stress, the pressure that is on Evergrande?
Tom, as you said, quite a surprise, and you can see that in the market reaction today. We have China high-yield bonds heading for the best week since 2012, and developers really rallying in Hong Kong stock market as well, heading for the best week since 2012, and developers really rallying in Hong Kong stock market as well. So the announcement is a surprise. You know, this is just essentially what analysts are saying, kind of kicking the can down the road. China Evergrande avoiding a default on Saturday, but they still have $300 billion of liabilities to pay, and it's still very unclear. A lot of unanswered questions there on how the company will raise those funds. We don't know how it found those $83.5 million to pay that coupon. But Evergrande has another coupon due as soon as next week. So, you know, the question is, will this be kind of a weekly thing whenever Evergrande has a coupon or a payment due, that this kind of stress where we're wondering whether this is the time that Evergrande defaults and then it kind of pulls back from the brink on the 11th hour. Is that going to be the state of play going forward until Evergrande finds a solution? And the questions are, how will Evergrande find a solution? How is it going to repay the debt? There hasn't been any announcement on stake sales or on creditor negotiations. So still a lot of questions that we don't know the answers to.
And I suppose the biggest one being, how much does Beijing intervene and, you know, support or help this business? And again, I mean, regulators have tried to reassure markets, but what is at the moment the state of play with intervention from government here?
That is a very important point, and something that I think we should be mindful of is that comments from policymakers, not just the PBOC, the central bank, but also the banking and insurance regulator, have really centered on contagion from Evergrande and how China plans to control that, really reassuring markets that China will step in to avoid, you know, a really financial market meltdown and derailing the economy. But they have said that Evergrande is a special case. It is one company behaving badly, essentially, one instance of leverage gone wrong. So policymakers aren't publicly supporting Evergrande, and the fact that the deal that fell through this week with Hobson was reportedly due to lack of support from the Guangdong government. That really suggests that we won't get any intervention directly into Evergrande and helping Evergrande, but Beijing will very much stand by to ensure that this crisis does not spill over into the broader financial system.
And on that point, Sophia, to what extent is this rhetorical ring fencing of Evergrande actually working at preventing that spread into the broader sector?
So we saw at least 3 developers default in October. Those are developers that were already, in financial distress. So not exactly a surprise. And what we're seeing is actually differentiation, finally, between the weak and the strong. And what's happening, and what really kind of accelerated this week, is that the weak companies are falling and then the strong ones are thriving. Companies like Country Garden, which is the biggest developer by sales in China, the shares are really rallying. That one's rated investment grade by the global rating agency. So Evergrande is not bringing down kind of the whole real estate sector with it anymore, and that's as a result of what Beijing and the PBOC have been saying and doing. Not just saying, but they've also relaxed rules on mortgages this week. Yeah. So that is in a sense finally working, but the weak will still fall. That's very much the message.
Okay, Sophia, thank you so much for being with us. It is our chief China markets correspondent, Sophia Orta y Costa, with the latest when it comes to Evergrande. I mean, a fascinating story, obviously, Tom, that you know and are so familiar with. We're going to bring you more on Evergrande throughout the programme, but also coming up next on Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. So I had a conversation yesterday with the CEO of Kantar Public UK. They keep a track of how voters essentially are feeling in the UK. I was speaking to Craig Watkins. I'm going to bring you the latest on British public opinion, because in 4 weeks, Tom, it has absolutely shifted. People are worried about food and fuel, the economy, inflation, and the whole thing.
Not a big surprise when you have the military out actually delivering fuel supplies and shortages in supermarkets that we're seeing every day. So it'll be fascinating to get that analysis just in the next couple of minutes. So do stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The tight labor market has upended the balance of power in the workplace. Bloomberg News economic reporter Reed Pickard says workers who are unhappy in their jobs are confident enough to quit and look elsewhere.
We have the highest quits rate on record. Folks have a lot of confidence that they can find a new job, whether that's a job that fits their lifestyle better, has better hours, has better pay.
A lot of people who are staying put have seen raises from employers who don't want to lose them. Organized labor is feeling more empowered to ratchet up demands as contracts come up for negotiation. Unions are willing to strike. The list of employers that have been hit with strikes or threatened with walkouts includes John Deere, Kellogg, Kaiser Permanente, and the Hollywood studios. AFL-CIO President Liz Schuler told members of the National Press Club that many reports on the job market miss an important point.
Working people are refusing to return to crappy jobs with low pay.
Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
How are financial services firms managing in this new reality? Claire Santaniello, Managing Director at BNY Mellon's Pershing, explains.
If the current times have taught us anything, it's the critical role that technology plays in client relationships. Global conditions have created a business imperative for firms to digitally transform the way they meet client needs and the way they work. Pershing's industry-leading technology enables you to adapt to the evolving ways your clients want to do business, now and in the future, and can help you build an even stronger digital client experience in a simpler, smarter, and safer environment. We have worked with clients of every size to transform their business. Pershing gives you the foundation to stand on, plus our unique perspective, to help you run your business even during the most uncertain of times. We help you consider everything.
To learn more about how Pershing can help you transform your business, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. When it comes to merchandise tie-ins with hit shows, Netflix is the new kid on the block. Until recently, it had only dabbled in items surrounding a few shows, including Stranger Things.
Do you really think it was a coincidence that we found her the same place where Will disappeared?
They need to find any and all possible ways to monetize their content.
Geeta Ranganathan is Bloomberg's senior analyst for media.
It's really kind of taking the next step in building your brand with that merchandise, and that's exactly what Disney did, and they are the gold standard when it comes to kind of creating that immersive experience, and that's exactly what Netflix is trying to do.
Enter Walmart and its new deal with Netflix to sell items tied to more of its shows, including Squid Game-themed T-shirts and Nailed It baking kits.
Let's see who nails it and who fails it.
Will Netflix nail merchandising? Some of its own partners have questioned if the binge-watching model will limit sales. It's easier to sell toys to kids, for example, when a show is on daily or even weekly. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
BSO Now is your online home for brand new Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. Discover new releases each week that include behind-the-scenes storytelling with conductors including music director Andres Nelsons, guest composers and musicians, plus critically acclaimed archival concerts and more. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsored by Bank of America.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Most shoppers plan to use buy now, pay later loans in the next couple of years, according to a new survey. What's buy now, pay later?
For example, you buy a TV now, you may be wondering, do I put it on a card? Do I take a loan? But with buy now, pay later, it gives you the option to pay for it in installments.
Sankar Krishnan is an executive vice president with tech consultant Capgemini. It surveyed more than 6,300 people and found that 20% have already taken out buy now, pay later loans. About 60% say they'll try this service within 2 years.
We are seeing banks deploy this at multiple levels. We are seeing credit card companies deploy this at multiple levels. We are seeing retailers like Best Buy and Amazon.
He says while buy now, pay later is popular, it's not without risk.
We have to be careful that credit risk is kind of watched and things don't get out of control, because what we don't want is for customers to obviously buy more than their ability to pay.
I'm Ed Corey, Bloomberg Radio.
If trying to figure out the future of your business is keeping you up at night,
are you seeing it come back at all?
At least you have company.
You're hoping to get political pressure.
Do you expect the euro to strengthen? Why even have this hearing?
Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg. The world is listening.
Broadcasting live to London on DAB Digital Radio. To New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Good Friday morning. It is 6:30 a.m. here in London. I'm Tom Mackenzie.
And I'm Caroline Hepker. Warm welcome to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, where in a moment we're going to get into consumer sentiment here in the UK.
Yeah, there's some optimism in the markets. The S&P 500 over in the US closing at a record. There's a bit of a dour mood in terms of technology on the back of some earnings out of Snap that dragged on Twitter, Google and Facebook. But there's relief in Asia over the fact that Evergrande, that major real estate developer in China, has managed to make a bond payment. So the developers in Hong Kong rallying on the back of that. The futures here in Europe pointing some gains of 0.6%, so suggesting we're getting a positive final day of the week. The futures over in the US are a slightly different picture, down just 0.1%. Just focusing in on the price action over in Asia then. You're seeing the Shanghai Composite down by 0.1%, but over in Shenzhen you're seeing gains of 0.8%. More broadly across the Asian space, the MSCI Asia Pacific just about holding on to gains of 0.1%. The tech shares over in Hong Kong and the Chinese tech shares doing very well, up 1.5%. And in Japan, you're seeing the Nikkei gaining 0.4. In terms of your currencies, the euro dollar is at 116. The dollar index, the Bloomberg dollar index, is just slightly softer this morning. So some relief for emerging markets, you would have thought, on the back of a slightly weaker greenback. The US 10-year yield is below 1.7, so it's currently 1.68. The yield just coming off in the first few hours of this session. And in terms of the 2-year, looking at 44 basis points on the US 2-year. In terms of the energy complex, Brent is trading at $84 a barrel, and crypto, Bitcoin, is below 63,000, currently trading at 62,800.
OK, those are the markets. Let's go on to our top stories today. The Bank of England chief economist Hugh Pill has told the FT that the rate-setting decision for November is live. The debate on whether to hike is finely balanced, though, he said, adding that the inflation surge is uncomfortable. But 3 ex-MPC members expect the status quo to hold. They noted not a single policymaker has voted for higher rates during the pandemic.
Staying with central bank news, the Federal Reserve will ban top officials from buying individual stocks and bonds, as well as limiting active trading. More from Bloomberg's Charlie Pellet.
It will also restrict active trading after an ethics scandal led to the departure of 2 regional presidents and risked confidence in the central bank. In a statement, Fed Chair Jay Powell said, quote, "These tough new rules raise the bar high in order to assure the public we serve that all of our senior officials maintain a single-minded focus on the public mission of the Federal Reserve." The Fed has been under fire for embarrassing revelations by a few top policymakers as the central bank aggressively fought to protect the economy from COVID-19. In New York, Charlie Pellet, Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Meanwhile, in China, Evergrande has pulled itself back from the brink of a default by paying a bond coupon before this weekend's deadline. So the developer transferred $83.5 million in interest payments to bondholders will receive that money before Saturday. The payment was originally due on the 23rd of September. Markets received the news positively. Shares of Chinese developers surged for a second day in Hong Kong.
And in top corporate news, Snap plunged as much as 27% post-market after it lowered its earnings forecast for the fourth quarter. Third quarter sales missed estimates. The Snapchat owner cited changes to Apple's data collection rules and supply chain issues as weighing on advertising spending. Snap expects revenue of as much as $1.2 billion in the final 3 months of the year. That is below analysts' projections.
Right, a few of our top stories this morning. Let's go to one of our big interviews. The latest research from Kantar Public shows that 43% of Britons report that their household income has fallen behind the cost of living, with rising food and fuel prices. Plus, a growing number are worried about not being able to afford to keep their homes warm enough this winter. Now, I spoke to Craig Watkins, the CEO of Kantar Public UK, on Bloomberg Westminster yesterday, and I asked him whether peak economic optimism has now waned as household bills pile up.
We still see a very kind of strong view of people thinking that the economy is going to be doing worse in 12 months' time than before. And as you've mentioned, 4 in 10 people reporting that they're seeing their household income fall, but also that they're finding it harder to meet their monthly budget. And this is an increase of nearly 10 percentage points since last month. So within a month, we've had a significant shift in people experiencing, not just thinking about what the economy is going to be like, but experiencing it harder to meet their bills.
Gosh, that is a big change in just 4 weeks. Food and fuel must be top of that list. I mentioned home heating. I mean, the petrol crisis in the southeast was severe, but inflation in terms of what people are buying to eat, they're feeling that really.
Yeah, and people are, there's a couple of things that have come through the research. So 7 in 10 people saying that they are concerned about that the price of fresh food will increase over the next few months. We see similar figures around the price of petrol and diesel, but also we're then not just seeing that concern about the price, but concern about shortages at similar levels. 60% of people saying that they're concerned about potential shortages of food, and then actually people experiencing shortages. So nearly 40% of people saying that they have found it more difficult to find petrol and diesel, not surprising, but 3 in 10 reporting that they're finding it more difficult to find fresh food than they did 3 months ago.
Yeah, gosh, that is surprising. People are really, those empty shelves, the pictures, people are seeing that for themselves. Also, though, it was a big change because the furlough scheme came to an end at the end of September, and there were nearly 1 million people who were still being supported by that government programme. So perhaps in that context, is that also what's playing in? People are worried about their job.
Certainly, we could see that kind of coming through in terms of people concerned. I think what we've also kind of picked up from our questions is that people have a more negative view of how the government has supported people. So on the one hand, we're seeing nearly 50% of people saying that government support for people who've lost income has been poor or very poor. That's higher than the people that think that it has been good. But also a higher percentage of 56%, which has gone up by 8 percentage points again since last month, saying that the support the government is giving to companies that face closure and revenue losses as poor, which could be related to what we're seeing with the energy sector. It could be related to stories about businesses with supply chain issues that are having to close. But definitely a more negative view about government intervention and support for companies and for people.
So that was Craig Watkins, the CEO of Kantar Public UK, speaking to me on Bloomberg Westminster about British consumers. Well, we'll have a lot more on politics also on Bloomberg Westminster today. I have a special programme where we're focusing on women's safety in the wake of a number of high-profile murders, the politics around tackling violence against women and girls. I'll be speaking to the charity Refuge and also to Farah Nazir, who is the CEO of Women's Aid. So catch that live, 12 noon UK time. Download the podcast later from Apple Music or your preferred radio app. In the meantime, let's get over to Bloomberg's Leanne Guarantees with all the latest in world news. Hi, Leanne.
Good morning, Caroline. After the UK recorded the highest number of daily COVID cases since mid-July, a leading expert's warning the country's not in a healthy situation.
Everybody should be wearing masks, particularly in crowded places. Everybody should be practicing physical distancing because living with the virus doesn't mean just letting go and letting it roam everywhere. Living with the virus means being super careful about it.
Dr. David Nabarro from the World Health Organization wants people to continue taking precautions. Yesterday's figures show there were more than 52,000 infections and 115 coronavirus-related deaths. Now, President Biden says the US has a commitment to protect Taiwan and would come to its defense if attacked by China. Speaking at a CNN town hall event in Baltimore, Biden said he did not want a Cold War, but wanted China to understand the US was not going to step back or change its views. In Australia, Melbourne is reopening, ending one of the world's longest lockdowns. Bloomberg's Georgina Mackay has the latest.
Melbourne's 5 million residents can finally taste freedom after more than 260 days under strict stay-at-home orders. Salons and restaurants are reopening for fully vaccinated people after hitting a statewide target of 70% full inoculation. Among those aged 16 and older, art galleries, gyms and other venues are expected to begin opening their doors early next month. In Sydney, I'm Georgina Mackay, Bloomberg, Daybreak, Europe.
Meanwhile, Australia's Qantas is restarting some international flights earlier than planned and bringing around 11,000 people who were stood down back to work. Flights to Singapore will now start by the end of November, with other routes to Delhi, Fiji and Johannesburg planned over the coming months. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg.
This is a... If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the Terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional. Bloomberg Money Minute. We were buying more bicycles during the pandemic, and that holds for electric bikes, too. They allow for a rider to let a small electric engine power the bike when you get tired. William Shatner is a fan.
I've got a Pedigo, an electric Pedigo bike. We keep doubling our business year over year.
Don DiCostanzo is the founder of Pedigo Electric Bikes.
In Europe, about 50% of all bikes sold now are electric. In the U.S., we're only at 5%. So we've got a tenfold growth we're looking at.
Electric bikes have been around for decades, but the first ones were expensive and couldn't go very far on a single charge. That's changed.
Once we got the lithium battery, that was the game changer. We got range, we got much better performance, and we got longevity of the battery.
Another change points to continued growth for Pedigo and all e-bike makers, the reason people are buying them. DiCostanzo says while most of his customers used to buy e-bikes for recreation, increasingly they're being purchased for transportation. Elisa Parenti, Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. You never can tell what's going to be a hit. Take Squid Game.
You will be playing red light, green light.
The thing we did as the kids on the playground? More than 130 million people checked out Netflix's grim South Korean import in its first few weeks. The streaming giant says that show alone will generate close to $900 million in so-called impact value.
How something can go viral is really hard to predict. But it's super powerful when it happens.
And Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandos says it has happened before.
Not on that scale, but like that, with La Casa de Papel from Spain, with Lupin from France, with the film Blood Red Sky from Germany, from Sex Education in the UK.
Bloomberg intelligence analyst Geeta Ranganathan says the international audience is where Netflix will find growth, and Squid Game offers tie-in opportunities like merchandise and video games.
That builds engagement. Again, that builds the lifetime value of that consumer, and you have consumers who now will never leave, the Netflix platform.
Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
What's the difference between you and your competition?
What's your vision in this relationship?
We're guessing one thing is that you are better informed.
European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde had this to say.
Actually, we're not guessing.
The realism of this is tangible.
Up to the moment news.
Some of the biggest states could see most of the money.
Expert analysis.
Does that mean you're focusing on banks and other financials?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Attention spans are getting shorter, and baseball games are getting longer. So a very worried Major League Baseball is testing possible changes, even moving from this
just a bit outside
to this.
Danger, Will Robinson.
Yes, robots for umps. High-level soccer or football in Europe has already done it with VAR and goal line technology. Computer-assisted video replay and digital signals from the ball to a watch to tell if the ball has crossed the goal line. Ingmar Bretz, goal ref program manager, tells FIFA TV it's really simple.
It's just the goal and a rack behind the goal and the transmitting system to the watch.
Robert Plater, CEO at robot pioneer Boston Dynamics, says it's too late to go back now.
Robots are tools, and they're going to be our trusted co-workers.
So some rule changes and a robot to call balls,
ball 4,
and strikes.
You're out.
In an effort to be more social media competitive. Greg Jarrett, Bloomberg Radio.
How do you describe a business advisor relationship so unique that it inspires innovation for your growth and success? You don't. You experience it. At Withum, we think client-centrically, with you as the sole focus of our attention. As a forward-thinking, technology-driven advisory tax and accounting firm, we deliver innovative solutions and deep industry expertise. Experience the Withum way. Innovative, adaptive, effective, trusted. Withum. Visit Withum.com to learn more.
The business news New York wakes up to on Bloomberg Daybreak.
This is Karen Moscow.
And I'm Nathan Hager. Join us today at 5 a.m. on Bloomberg Daybreak.
We get reaction to earnings from Intel, and we preview the trading day ahead.
And are more COVID boosters coming to more people? We'll get insights from Andy Pekos at Johns Hopkins.
Bloomberg Daybreak, weekday mornings at 5, followed by Bloomberg Surveillance at 7 on Bloomberg 1130, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Danny Berger.
Nordea Bank has reported net income of 1 billion euros for the third quarter, beating estimates. The results come as the Finnish bank announces a 2 billion euro share buyback program. Well, joining me now is Nordea Bank President and CEO Frank van Jansen. So a third quarter beat, and within these results, you've said that you've also are looking to deliver a new set of financial targets. I'm sure you can't give us the specifics yet, because as you say in this release, you're working on.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Ski clothes can be expensive
expensive, but a company called EcoSki lets you rent outfits to hit the slopes. And the upscale designers it features are focused on sustainability, too.
This is about making sure that materials, which are really, really intensive to produce and carry one of the highest carbon footprints out of any industry in the world, don't end up in landfills.
That's Bloomberg Pursuit's travel editor Nikki Eckstein.
They're taking old pieces and upcycling them. They're putting things back into a consignment model, and they're letting people rent instead of buy, since you don't even use these pieces that often.
EcoSki joins a number of fashion startups that are driving the growth of the global clothing rental market, which is expected to climb 10% to $990 million in the next 4 years. Eckstein says the challenge for EcoSki is scale. For now, the company ships only in the UK.
It's a lot of logistics that you need in order to expand the footprint of your operations, and EcoSki is built on a large footprint. People are skiing all over the world.
Jessica Summers, Bloomberg Radio.
Markets, headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg's European headquarters here in London, I'm Caroline Hepker with this Bloomberg Radio Business Flash. So relief, a report that China Evergrande will pay a dollar bond interest payment, which was due on the 23rd of September. So in terms of the stocks at the moment, slight lift for the MSCI Asia Pacific Index CSI 300 up by 0.7%. Yesterday, the S&P 500 closed at a new record high, up 0.3%, but sentiment really turned because of Snap's earnings, revenue missing analyst estimates, shares tumbling as much as 27%. Essentially, marketers aren't planning to advertise products they don't have for the holiday season, so that advertising hit to tech. In terms of European futures then for the start of trading, so US Stocks 50 futures are actually up 0.5%, even though we closed flat yesterday, and there were some disappointing earnings, for example, from ABB. Watching the metals markets this morning, prices for industrial metals have absolutely plunged because of rising concerns about Chinese growth, aluminium, nickel, copper, iron ore. Also, Hugh Pill talking to the FT, the new Bank of England chief economist, sees November as finely balanced in terms of the rate rise. US yields at the moment trading at 1.678, so dropping 2.5 basis points. But for 5-year tips, we've seen break-even inflation rates really climb close to 3%. Lots of demand for tips, investors trying to protect against the risk of persistently elevated inflation. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now here's Leanne Gerrans with more on what's going on around the world. Hi, Leanne.
Caroline, good morning and thank you. The Queen has spent Wednesday night in hospital for what Buckingham Palace has called preliminary investigations. Her Majesty, who had been ordered to rest by doctors, has since returned to Windsor Castle. It is believed the 95-year-old monarch immediately resumed her duties. A woman has died and a man has been injured after actor Alec Baldwin fired a prop gun on a film set in New Mexico. Police in the US state said it happened during filming for the 19th century Western movie called Rust. And we are told K-pop group BTS is ending its distribution deal with Sony Music's Columbia Records in favour of Universal Music. Universal has been pursuing the tie-up for years, with CEO Lucian Grange personally wooing the founder of BTS's management company. Universal Interscope has had a deal for 3 years with K-pop girl group Blackpink. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg. Tom.
Leanne, thank you very much indeed. OK, the S&P 500, as Caroline was mentioning, edging up to a record overnight. The Euro Stock 600 is only about 1% away from its August record high. The 10-year US Treasury yield falling below 1.7%, but it remains higher for the week. So a key question is, how long can stocks keep powering through these concerns about inflation and higher rates? Let's bring in Janet Murray, Investment Director at Brewin Dolphin. Good morning, Janet. Happy Friday. What then is factoring, what is underpinning these moves in equity markets, and can it be sustained given these concerns about higher energy costs, the inflationary impact, and central banks that are turning more hawkish?
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having me. We do think that this current equity rally can sustain, but obviously is not going to be as smooth sail as at the beginning of the year. We think we are currently in mid-cycle, so we still think that the ongoing economic recovery can underpin the current rally. And in particular, we think that the U.S. consumers are still in pretty good shape. The U.S. retail sales number are pretty strong, and initial jobless claims keep coming down, and the total aggregate earnings of the economy is still pretty strong. So that's encouraging. And also the corporate earnings result so far has been quite optimistic as well, with many sectors actually still managed to beat expectation despite being quite elevated. And inflation is definitely very top of the risk at the moment. So we're definitely monitoring, but we don't think that is enough to stop that equity rally in the medium term.
Okay, so that on the equity rally. Well, what about the possibility of hawkish central banks actually making policy errors? That's particularly in focus for the Bank of England. Is there, how much doubt is there around rates rising in November or December? I mean, the last couple of days we've been back and forth on this issue in Britain.
Yeah, so we do think that there's a high risk that the Bank of England will raise interest rates in the near term, although it is very hard to get the exact timing right. I think they're still struggling to see how much further they can bring interest rates, but there's an imminent risk in our opinion. We do think that any rate rise will be baby steps. I do think that will be quite constrained, and the current market expectation of 1% bank rate by next year is probably too aggressive. And also, we believe that actually having that slight rate rise is not going to be that negative for the average household or the economy, given that many households have their mortgage being fixed at a very low rate. And so that is actually not going to be that detrimental overall to the economy. But of course, that's going to be impactful to potentially market sentiment and the movement of sterling. We think that the higher energy prices is going to be more negative for households than rate rises.
Okay, Janet, how much exposure do you and the team at Brewin want to be having to UK equities at this point?
Yes, so we are actually modestly overweight in our equity position in the UK, primarily because, first of all, the valuation is actually relatively attractive versus to the global peers. For the 10-year, the current price-earnings ratio is currently sitting just below the 10-year average, so that's really still a big discount versus the relative peers. And we still believe that the energy prices still have more upside, and the commodity complex generally. So the UK sector is quite a good position for that. And at the beginning of the year, we added to the value cyclical trade, but we will be monitoring the situation. But we still believe that value trade could probably linger on a bit longer.
To another major story in the markets this morning, Janet. This is the kind of living dead company that is China Evergrande. They've managed to avoid a default by paying a dollar bond coupon before the kind of weekend deadline. And this is just going to continue to be quite slow and painful in terms of the unwind, isn't it?
Yeah, the problem isn't going away. It is a short-term solution. They managed to get 83 million, which is not a huge sum in the grand scheme of things in the total exposure. So we do think that it is a good near-term support to sentiment. At least that it is not going down in the worst possible scenario. And there is also indication that the Chinese government sees that pose a systemic risk. So I think there's some relief to that, but we don't think that this problem is going away, and it's just kicking the can down the road. And after all, it's going to affect the overall Chinese economy because the housing sector is so important, and we're already starting to see signs of slowing growth in the sector.
Janet, just staying in the region then, if you keep one eye on the US and what many would describe as stretched valuations, and then you look over to Asia where there is still a bit of catch-up in terms of getting these economies back fully on foot and reopening, is there an opportunity there in light of very high valuations in the US, but a bit of catch-up in Asia, particularly if some of the risks from China start to ebb? How much do you want to be looking at opportunities in Asia?
Yes, that's a tricky question given that China is such an overweight in the region, and then of course the impact on the region's supply chain and the economy, etc. So our view is that the Chinese economy is slowing for sure, and there's a lack of appetite for authorities to ease policy despite the slowdown. So we do think that there's a lot of growth headwinds in the region. But having said that, we do think that if the vaccination progress continues in Asia, for example, which has been really lagging, and the fact that they have been very strict on the COVID policy, which really restrain their growth. So if that gets better next year, then we could be looking at a more optimistic outlook for the region. But I don't think that is really the moment for now.
We had a surprising shoe to drop yesterday, which was Snap, the impact of supply chain problems, now even affecting sort of tech companies. How long does this continue, do you think? How much more do we have to look at the supply chain bottlenecks briefly?
I think the data and the evidence and the narrative by executives suggest to us that this is going to last for a bit longer than people anticipated, so well into 2022, in our opinion. There's no current end in sight, so I think we'll just have to live the situation, and we don't think it will get better until sometime in the middle of next year. I thought we need to be cautious on that.
Okay, still cautious on supply chain, still cautious on China as well amid those growth challenges. Janet Moore, Investment Director at Brewin Dolphin, thank you very much. Have a great Friday. Have a great weekend. We appreciate you joining us with your insights. Caroline.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming up in the next hour of Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. So I'm going to be speaking to the UK's Independent Committee on Climate Change chairman. This after the government announced some new measures trying to help home efficiency, trying to get the UK towards